Chapter 1, Chapter 00, The Curtains of Destiny Open. You are dead. A very subtle way of saying that I am dead, thanks for letting me know. Adam thought as he looked at the slightly transparent blue square floating in front of him. His lips tightened with the direct manner of whoever was behind the message. He didn't need them to say he was dead to know that he was dead. You typically don't survive when your body is crushed by a truck to the point of turning into a liquid meat paste, decorating the wall with a sickly and foul-smelling crimson. You will reincarnate in another world. Good news, though still concerning. May I ask which world? Adam inquired, his voice carrying a hint of caution. A parallel reality in the universe of Harry Potter. I just hope it's not too worrisome. Adam said with a slightly nervous laugh. He felt that things wouldn't be as simple as a universe slightly different from what he watched and read in his past life. Please create your character. Select your name. Adam pondered for a moment and then moved. He typed on the holographic keyboard that appeared in front of him. Name, Asterion. Adam, or Asterion, admitted to loving the stars in the night sky a bit too much. Select your heritage. Muggle-born. Half-blood. Pure-blood. Asterion didn't hesitate to choose the third option. Would anyone choose other options? Asterion didn't know, but he was a pragmatic individual. Being a pureblood would bring him many benefits in his next life, whether through inheritance, wealth, or knowledge accumulated over hundreds or thousands of years, depending on the family in question. Did being a pureblood come with disadvantages? Yes, it had its drawbacks, but life had always been that way. You gain something and lose something in return. The wheel of fate has always turned like that. Asterion wasn't a child who had never seen the world. Society had dealt him many blows. This made him realize that the world wasn't a rainbow, it was cold and cruel, especially for an orphan like him. Pureblood selected. Choose your parents' lineage. Asterion looked at the long list in front of him in surprise. There were thousands of houses. Some he recognized, such as Malfoy, Greengrass, Black, Abbott, Every, Bulstrode, Yaxley, and so on. Asterion ignored the Weasley house. There was no way he would choose such an option. Being poor was out of the question in his next life. He had already suffered enough. He wasn't masochistic enough to choose the oldest and poorest house in the wizarding world. There were also noble houses from other countries, such as Delacour, Flamel, Solomon, Romanov, Rasputin, and so on. After much deliberation, Asterion chose the most ancient and noblest house of Black as his paternal lineage, and on his mother's side, he chose the most ancient and noblest house of Slytherin. His choices were not based on mere momentary decisions. Being a member of the House of Black would bring him knowledge accumulated over millennia by the Black family, prestige, and political power in Great Britain as one of the most powerful houses in the country. Being a Slytherin only reinforced the aforementioned advantages, making him even wealthier and politically powerful. Both choices complemented each other, overlaying all the qualities of both houses. Choices completed. Name, Asterion Black Slytherin. Age, 0, 14. Gender, male. Family, Black, deceased father, Slytherin, deceased mother. Asterion couldn't help but feel pleased with his status, although the part about his deceased parents left a lasting bitter taste in his mouth. He would be lying if he said he didn't want a family. Suddenly, while his gaze remained focused on the main status screen, his attention was diverted to another screen that read, Generating Inherent Curse Technique. Asterion was surprised and couldn't help but want to swear out loud. The world he was being reborn into was a mix of Harry Potter and Jujutsu Kaisen. Taking a deep breath to calm his undead heart, Asterion looked at the experience bar growing gradually with a growing sense of anticipation in his chest. 0%. 5%. 15%. Now, this practically changes everything. While before the world of Harry Potter was based on heritage and a bit of talent, there was still hope for Muggle-born wizards to rise in the wizarding society. But now, with this change, having hope would be a challenging thing to achieve in this world where negative emotions turn into man-devouring monsters. Asterion couldn't help but be thankful for choosing to be a pureblood in this cursed world. At least he would inherit one of the inherent curse techniques from one of the houses he chose, be it Black or Slytherin, he didn't mind. 57%. 62%. 87%. He supposed that to endure for millennia in this world full of madness, killing, and horror, a family must be strong, or it would be destroyed over the centuries, let alone survive for millennia. 90%. 95%. 96%. 97%. 98%. 99%. 100%. Inherent technique successfully generated. Creation and manipulation of cursed spirits. Description, as the name suggests, the technique allows for the creation and control of cursed spirits. The curses created or mastered are absorbed into small black orbs that the host must orally ingest to use. If the grade difference is more than 2 levels, the host can absorb a curse without consequences. Asterion couldn't help but release a tired sigh. His body relaxed completely, and he let out a low laugh, a technique that suited the Black House quite well. Although he couldn't help but notice similarities with Suguragetta's innate technique, there were obvious differences between the two techniques. Name, Asterian Black Slytherin. Age, 0, 14. Gender, male. Family, Black, deceased father, Slytherin, deceased mother. Inherent technique, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits. Character creation successfully completed. Initiating rebirth process. May your journey begin, Asterian Black Slytherin. Before Asterian could say or do anything, darkness fell over his eyes. Chapter 2, Chapter 01, The Curtains of Destiny Open. March 4, 1990. England, London. St. Mary Orphanage. In the dimness of the night, the pale moon in the starry sky emitted its glow through the window. Gentle footsteps echoed in the long corridor of the orphanage, when suddenly a figure passed in front of a window. Hair as black as a raven's feathers and a pair of eyes resembling beautiful rubies, extraordinary and bright. Asterian glanced at the moon in the dark sky with an indifferent gaze and continued walking down the orphanage corridor. His steps continued until a door blocked his path. Approaching the padlock securing the door, the 9-year-old boy gently moved his slender fingers near the padlock, and as if by magic, the lock opened with a soft clicking sound. Crossing the door and then closing it, Asterian walked along the stone path to the entrance and jumped lightly over the pointed metal fence that surrounded the environment of the old 20th century building. He landed gracefully with the tips of his toes on the other side of the fence. Now, walking alone through the illuminated streets of London, Asterian couldn't help but reflect on his new life in this world. When he awakened the memories of his past life, he was a 5-year-old boy living in St. Mary Orphanage in London, a delicate-looking boy with a quiet and serene temperament. Then, on that same day, he saw for the first time the monsters that plagued this world. It looked like a grotesque red caterpillar with a mouth covered in hundreds of teeth and a long, disgusting tongue. The creature hovered over the shoulder of the orphanage's headmistress, Mrs. Morgan, seemingly causing pain in the shoulders and back of the gentle 50-year-old woman. Asterian naturally exorcised the cursed spirit. It wasn't difficult. The cursed spirit was lamentably weak, even with poor control over its magical energy. He managed to exorcise the monster with just a release of the dark blue energy against the creature, causing it to explode instantly. But to his surprise, the next day, he had encountered other cursed spirits in the orphanage. Naturally, he exorcised them, and the cycle continued for 3 days until he realized he was in an orphanage full of children who would likely never be adopted. Fear, anger, resentment, hatred. The orphanage was a breeding ground creating cursed spirits every day. An endless cycle of hatred. Asterian felt helpless about it. He couldn't solve the orphanage's situation. He couldn't simply make all the orphans get adopted or become happy with their miserable lives. The only thing he could help with was dealing with the cursed spirits. It was then that he used, for the first time, his innate technique, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits. He created a cursed spirit whose sole mission was to kill all the other cursed spirits generated in the orphanage. In the following week, he expanded its reach to cover the entire street. With the issue of cursed spirits resolved in the orphanage, Asterian did what anyone would do in a dangerous world. He trained. He trained to the point of exhaustion, whether using his innate technique or manipulating his magical energy. When he wasn't training, he was sleeping, resting from the exhaustive regimen of his training. But there was one thing he never got used to, and he wholeheartedly agreed with Suguragetu. The taste of a cursed spirit was incomparably disgusting. It was like eating a cloth soaked in vomit, feces, and any disgusting thing you could imagine. The first time Asterian swallowed a cursed orb, he vomited so much that blood had mixed with his saliva, as there was nothing in his stomach but saliva at that moment. After that experience, he was only able to swallow another cursed orb the following week. Naturally, he vomited again, though a bit less than the first time. It took 6 long and exhausting months until he could swallow a cursed orb without vomiting. Asterian assumed that a 40-year-old prostitute, despite her years of experience, might not have as much expertise in using her own throat without vomiting as he did. A somewhat unpleasant realization for him. The training left some scars on his mind, whether due to his innate technique or his rigorous regimen. Combined with the fact that he was isolated in the orphanage, Asterian became more indifferent to his own feelings. Time passed, and 3 years and 6 months had gone by. 9-year-old Asterian was now ready to truly create a second powerful cursed spirit that would grow with him in this messed up world. Facing the gates of the empty school, Asterian easily leaped over the wall and landed on the ground with his hands in his pants pockets. He lifted his head and gazed at the enormous building with his serene and icy eyes. To any normal person, the school appeared perfectly normal, with nothing out of the ordinary, but in Asterian's eyes, remnants of negative magical energy were scattered everywhere. It was a miracle that a powerful cursed spirit had not emerged in the school. Hospitals, schools, cemeteries, and any place with a large number of people generated a significant amount of negative magical energy, which in turn formed cursed spirits. It was like an endless cycle of hatred and resentment. This school was one of Asterian's targets for today's operation. Walking through the empty corridors of the school, only his footsteps echoed in the particularly silent environment. Asterian could feel it, the cold atmosphere hanging in the air, the greedy, cold, and sadistic gaze lurking in the shadows. It wasn't powerful, he estimated grade 3 or semi-grade 3. He could kill with a wave of his hand and paid no mind to the ant lurking in the shadows. Reaching the center of the school, where the negative magical energy was strongest, the cafeteria. Asterion stopped and extended his arm forward. He began using his innate technique, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits. The dark blue energy quickly began to mobilize throughout the entire school, converging in one place, the cafeteria. When a substantial amount of negative magical energy gathered in one spot, blue lights began to flicker around. Asterion's hair gently fluttered alongside the blue sparks, floating like fire sparks in the air. Interestingly, unlike the innate technique, which could be easily used as an extension of a limb, magical energy was different. You had to learn to control it. The control of one's magical energy reflected in the innate technique. For example, it was like plugging a 120 Hz device into a 240 Hz socket. Naturally, the device would fry due to the high voltage. The innate technique operated similarly. If you couldn't control your magical energy, what would be created was a monster entirely different from what you envisioned during the creation of the cursed spirit. It often turned into an amoeba without any distinctive features, power, or personality. Chapter 3, Chapter 02, The Curtains of Destiny Open. Creating a cursed spirit was akin to composing a song with melodies that emerged from the 9 hells of Satan. Asterion moved his hands as if playing a dark and malevolent melody, cold and malicious musical notes, while manipulating his fingers in the dark and mysterious ripples of negative magical energy. Relentlessly, he forced his intentions and desires into the core of the cursed spirit's being, shaping its personality and consciousness. This was crucial for a cursed spirit to evolve smoothly in the future. In this cursed spirit, he specifically infused his desires and yearnings to control the weather, storms, and soar freely in the sky. He was crafting a powerful melody that seemed to resonate with the boundless power of the heavens, a ruler cold, arrogant, and relentless, almost a god in the truest sense of the word. However, instead of a deity revered in the annals of human history, what he was creating was something dirty and unholy, a demon king. While Asterion was fully immersed in creating his second masterpiece, the lurking being deemed it an opportune time to reveal itself. It walked on the ceiling with 4 legs sporting extremely long claws. Its skin was wrinkled and green, its face covered by dirty, black, and unkempt hair. The visage resembled that of a horse's long snout, and its sickly yellow eyes were fixed on the figure standing in the center of the dining hall. It was a cursed spirit. An insatiable greed and a sadistic, arrogant gaze reflected in its yellow pupils. The cursed spirit advanced, walking on the ceiling, its gaze unwavering from the figure emitting an extremely alluring scent. As it approached the figure standing in the dining hall, the delightful aroma intensified. Its long and repulsive tongue emerged from its mouth, while foul saliva dripped from the smooth and viscous organ. Coming close enough, the quadruped cursed spirit couldn't wait any longer and leaped towards Asterion. Its figure could be seen as a fleeting shadow in the air, challenging for a normal human to even catch a glimpse of the creature's shadow. However, not for the guardian that faithfully protected its master and king. Asterion's shadow moved violently, revealing a gigantic dog's head with hundreds of red eyes. It appeared and swallowed the cursed spirit whole while it was still in midair. A moment. That was the time it took to manifest and devour the cursed spirit. With teeth the size of daggers, the enormous head chewed on the cursed spirit delightfully while emitting a cold and sadistic laughter. As it finished its meal, the massive head gradually retreated back into the shadow of its master, eagerly awaiting his sacred call. Asterion remained oblivious throughout the entire attack process. He was pouring all of himself into creating his second masterpiece, and even if he were aware of the attack, he would remain indifferent. Baskerville was his first masterpiece, created exclusively to protect him from all possible dangers. It possessed the innate technique to devour anything, whether physical, energetic, or even immaterial, such as concepts. It was the perfect guardian created solely for protection. When the sun rose on the horizon, bathing the world in its warm rays, dispelling the darkness and cold of the night, it was the moment Asterion finished creating his creation. Pale, exhausted, and trembling, Asterion sat on a bench at one of the tables in the dining hall. Despite being completely drained, there was a look of joy in his beautiful dark red eyes. The creation process took longer than expected, his magical energy was severely depleted, and his body screamed with pain. However, the feeling of satisfaction in his chest could not be surpassed. All the pain he felt, all the exhaustion he endured, was worth it when he looked at the cursed orb in his hands. Unlike the usual blue cursed orbs, the one in his hands was red, a deep crimson red. Staring at the red orb in his hand, Asterion narrowed his eyes and let out a low laugh. His laughter carried relief, joy, and an unparalleled satisfaction. Without any hesitation, he raised his head and opened his mouth, swallowing the crimson orb. The taste was still the same, terribly awful and repugnant, but it was all worth it in the face of the power he would command. Closing his eyes, Asterion felt the newly forged connection and opened them a few seconds later. Nidhogg. He whispered. Instantly, a massive black curtain made of a dense black liquid substance unfolded behind him. Through the black curtain, 6 pairs of red eyes could be seen, all fixated on Asterion. In those gigantic eyes, there was both reverence and tyranny. Feeling Nidhogg's emotions, Asterion laughed. The dragon was so arrogant that even with complete control over him, Asterion sensed pride and tyranny in Nidhogg, as if it conveyed, "Don't command me to face weak enemies." The crimson dragon of domination, Nidhogg, had its own personality, much like the devil hound, Baskerville, who was sarcastic, sadistic, and cruel. Whether it was the cruel Baskerville or the arrogant Nidhogg, Asterion could summon them without caring about what both cursed spirits thought. Dispersing the black curtain behind him, Asterion stood up after regaining some physical strength and looked around the dining hall in silence before murmuring to himself, "Let's go home." Asterion, who had just jumped over the school wall, landed on the ground and shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight with his hand. Getting accustomed to the sun, he withdrew his hand and walked through the streets of London, which gradually came to life as time passed. People strolled to their jobs, oblivious to the dangerous world surrounding them. In this cruel world, normal people were nothing more than cattle for cursed spirits. Asterion glanced at the crowd of people coming and going. "Ignorance is a blessing for the weak," he muttered as he walked through the people, thinking that he would never be like them, weak. As he walked, he delved into his own thoughts. The world was changing, more precisely, the cursed spirits were changing, growing stronger with each passing year. He noticed this change in the second year after awakening his past life's memories. Once a grade 4 cursed spirit with 1 unit of energy, now it possessed 3 and was increasing every year. On a smaller scale, it might seem insignificant, but cursed spirits from grade 2 to special grade would have 3 to 4 times the power they would normally have. He could even imagine how chaotic the world was becoming because of this. Asterion didn't know if it was him who was unsettling the world or, as he imagined, the current bearer of the 6 eyes. "It's no use dwelling on any of this, just get stronger to protect yourself from what lies ahead," he muttered, looking at the crowd of people around him. Suddenly, he stopped and looked to his left, swearing he saw a strand of white hair disappearing not far from him. "What a crazy world," Asterion murmured to himself, gradually fading into the crowd. Chapter 4, Chapter 03, A World in Darkness. April 1, 1990. England, London. Heavy rain covered the entire city of London. Asterion stood before a dark alley, a stream of water flowed from the alley carrying a thin red flow that emptied into the street sewer. Entering the alley, only the sound of his wet footsteps hung in the air, the smell of rain masking the foul scent of blood and garbage around. A shopping bag was randomly thrown on the ground along with the daily groceries from a day of shopping. The walls, slippery with moss, were stained with a sickly shade of red. The disgusting sound of chewing was carried through the air amidst the sound of falling rain. Asterion's red eyes fell upon the dark creature devouring a corpse at the end of the alley. He murmured as he reached out his arm towards the creature, "Exorcise." A blue glow bloomed in the dark surroundings, forming a large blue sphere. In the next instant, the cursed spirit that was still devouring the corpse began to decompose into a blue radiance, transforming into a completely blue orb in Asterion's hand. Disgusting. Swallowing the cursed orb, Asterion murmured as he walked towards the corpse, stepping into puddles of water contaminated with blood. From the figure of the corpse, it was a woman. He crouched down beside the corpse and gently moved the long, wet brown hair sticking to the young woman's face, and then, he saw a woman around 20 years old, very beautiful, with lovely freckles on both cheeks. So young. Asterion's eyes darkened slightly. He wasn't a sociopathic killer without emotions, he felt a sense of sorrow for the young woman lying on the cold, wet ground of the alley. She had a whole life ahead of her but died in this dirty alley. Caressing the cold, lifeless face, he couldn't help but think that one day he would die like her, alone and without anyone around. Closing the still open eyes of the young woman, Asterion looked at her and whispered gently, "Miss, I don't know your name or if you believe in any gods, but I hope you have found peace in death." He stood up and left the alley, leaving the young woman who appeared to be peacefully sleeping at the end of the alley. As for the body, he wouldn't destroy it. If she had any family, they would want to bury their daughter. It was the least he could do. Sitting on top of a building, Asterion deeply reflected on the world he was in. It was cruel and cold, without any distinction of race, class, or power. Death was so common in his everyday life that the young Asterion couldn't help but be alarmed by his own feelings. It was as if he treated death as something commonplace. "What a messed up world," he murmured, looking at the rain bathing the city. It seemed as if God had sent the rain to cleanse this dirty world. Asterion closed his eyes and removed the magical energy cloak that covered him, allowing the rain to wash away, or at least attempt to purify, the dirt on him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at a desperate man seeking help from passers-by and neighbors. A crowd began to gather around the man. The man entered the house again, while some men followed him with nervous and panicked expressions. It didn't take long for the desperate man to come out again, but this time, he was in complete silence. Lifeless eyes as he carried a small body in his arms, a girl, perhaps around 8 years old. Wet blonde hair clung to her pale face, she appeared as if she were merely sleeping and would wake up at any moment. Unfortunately, the grotesque twist in the girl's neck told a different story. Narrowing his eyes, a cold and fleeting glint passed through Asterion's eyes. The girl exuded a faint residue of magical energy. He clenched his fists tightly while gritting his teeth. It was a cursed spirit that had killed the girl, who probably had recently awakened her own magical energy. It was a phenomenon he had discovered. When a child awakened their magical energy, cursed spirits were drawn to the magical energy emitted by that particular child. Asterion berated himself a bit for not having the 6 eyes at this moment. He could have noticed given the current distance between him and the girl's house. Taking a deep breath and then exhaling the air from his lungs, Asterion calmed himself as he regained control over his emotions. In the end, I don't even know why I'm dwelling on this so much, maybe because I've seen too much death recently. He dried the water on his clothes and covered himself again with the cloak of magical energy. Giving one last glance at the child who seemed to be sleeping peacefully in her father's arms, he leaped from building to building while a thought crossed his mind. Can I create a cursed spirit capable of devouring all magical energy in the world? 29 D'Abril 1990. Since he had that momentary thought, Asterion tried and tried, but he discovered that it was impossible to create a cursed spirit capable of devouring all magical energy in the world. He encountered two main limitations that prevented him from succeeding. The first limitation was the amount of magical energy he had. No matter how absurdly large his magical energy reserves were, it was a drop in the ocean compared to the vast amount required to create something so grandiose. This was because, to create something powerful, you needed an equally powerful energy source. It was a basic principle of the laws of physics. The second limitation was his own body, which wouldn't withstand such an exhaustive process. Even the mere attempt would cause his body to collapse instantly. This made his idea of creating a cursed spirit capable of purifying this world entirely futile. Lying on the bed in the orphanage, Asterion stared at the ceiling in silence. I need to start systematically learning the knowledge of this world and stop trying to understand everything blindly. The knowledge of the Black House should help. There were many things he hadn't learned because of being alone and without knowledge, whether it was barriers or domain expansion, he possessed none. However, Asterion hesitated. He didn't want to approach the wizarding world until he could gain the power to protect himself. Specifically, he sought the power of a special grade sorcerer. Also, he didn't know how the Ministry of Magic or any other organization would react if they became aware of his existence. The life experience of Gojo Satoru was still on his mind. Currently, he was 9 years old and was likely a grade 1 sorcerer, bordering on the power of a semi-special grade sorcerer. If he combined the 334 cursed spirits he possessed, he was a semi-special grade sorcerer. As for this small number of cursed spirits, Asterion was still defenseless. He wasn't omnipotent, he had to focus on training or hunting cursed spirits. In the end, he chose to train and hunt only in the spare hours he had throughout the years. Try summoning a house elf connected to the Black House. If that fails, I must discreetly infiltrate Diagon Alley. Releasing a sigh, Asterion closed his eyes and fell asleep. The weight of his experiments was beginning to take its toll. Chapter 5, Chapter 04, The Young Heir of House Black. Arcturus Black III couldn't help but feel that fate was cruel to his family. Their prestigious and noble house was on the brink of extinction, with the only eligible heir to inherit the patriarchal mantle being the son of his elegant great-niece, Narcissa. To his dismay, a haughty and spoiled young boy, who dared not practice the simplified inherited technique of the Black House, had the audacity to claim the noble throne of the Blacks. Even if he were to die, Arcturus would prefer to destroy the entire Black House than see the Malfoy boy inherit it. He wouldn't have the courage to face his ancestors in the afterlife if he allowed a boy who didn't even practice the simplified inherited technique to inherit the patriarchal mantle. So, as if Merlin had heard his prayers, the Black family's house elf, Creature, came into his presence, claiming to have heard a call from a member of the Black family summoning him. And it wasn't the 3 daughters of Cygnus. Arcturus' face, which had always remained cold and indifferent for most of his life, broke into a smile like never before. However, upon learning about the 9-year-old boy with eyes as red as rubies, he laughed, releasing a loud and hearty laughter. Eyes as red as rubies. How those words were music to Arcturus' ears. The reason Arcturus was so excited was that red held a special significance for the Black family, as it was the same color of eyes as their ancestor, whose name was Corvinus Black. The red eyes, or the eyes of the heart, were a rare mutation that appeared in a member of the Black family once every few centuries. This mutation would only occur if someone inherited the inherited technique of the Black House, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits. This wasn't the weakened version that he and other family members used, but rather the same innate technique that their ancestors had employed for over 1,000 years to consolidate the unparalleled prestige of the Black family as one of the most powerful on the entire planet. Arcturus was in complete happiness. Even at almost 90 years old, having survived 2 magical wars, and nearly dying countless times at the hands of cursed spirits, Arcturus only wanted to scream to express the excitement welling up infinitely in his chest. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure. After all, he hadn't lived so long without being able to control his own emotions. Take me to the boy, Creature. Arcturus exclaimed, his voice resonating through the Black Manor. Yes, Lord Black. As you command, Lord Black. Creature responded, gripping his large ears so tightly it seemed they could detach from his head. He displayed a happiness that rivaled Arcturus' own. As he observed the imposing structure of the orphanage before him, Arcturus furrowed his brow, silently expressing a hope that his potential great-grandson wouldn't fall victim to shyness or low self-esteem due to his upbringing. If that were the case, he pledged to mold the young one into a true noble in every sense of the word. It was inconceivable that the future heir of the House Black would possess any trace of shyness or insecurity in the presence of other noble houses. Holding his cane, adorned with the Black family crest sculpted onto it, a raven with wings spread wide, Arcturus walked the stone path until he stood in front of a door. With determination, he grasped the iron doorbell in a circular shape and rang it 3 times, producing a resonant sound that echoed through the surroundings. The door opened in response, revealing a woman of approximately 50 years, her graying hair arranged in an elegant bun. She wore a kindly expression, with a welcoming smile on her lips. "How may I assist you, Your Excellency?" Gazing carefully at the elderly man, impeccably dressed in a noble black suit adorned with silver threads, Isabel Morgan, the respected headmistress of the orphanage, inquired with a voice that carried a note of prudence. "Good afternoon, ma'am." Arcturus removed his hat and elegantly placed it over his chest as he bowed gracefully. "I am Arcturus Black III. I hope you forgive the unexpected, unannounced visit, but I have important matters concerning your orphanage." Isabel couldn't help but feel surprised, not only by the gentlemanly manners of the nobleman but also by the name itself. He shared the same surname as the young Asterian in her orphanage. It didn't take much insight to realize there was some relation between the two. After all, Black was not a common surname in England. With a kind smile, Isabel opened the door and gestured invitingly for Arcturus to enter. "It's not a bother, Mr. Black. Please come in, and I will arrange for some tea while we discuss our matters." Inside the headmistress's office, Arcturus found himself seated while being served a cup of tea by the esteemed leader of the orphanage. After serving him, she settled into the chair across from him, casting a penetrating look with her almost black, deep brown eyes, emanating seriousness. "I presume your excellency has come in search of young Asterian," the headmistress expressed, her voice deep and her gaze incisive. "Certainly, Mrs. Morgan." "Could you enlighten me about him?" inquired Arcturus, his voice raspy, marked by the passage of time, carrying a hint of anxiety. Perhaps sensing this, the headmistress smiled gently, addressing the elderly man calmly as she sipped her tea. "Asterian has always been a boy of calm and serene nature, offering his help readily, without ever complaining or shedding tears. He excelled in private lessons, securing the top position in all tests. However..." The headmistress paused briefly, seemingly hesitant for some reason, but continued under the unwavering gaze of the man. "He changed at the age of 6. Although he continued to perform his tasks impeccably, he distanced himself from the other children and spent long hours in his room. I would say that over time, he became progressively more distant and cold." Arcturus listened attentively, fearing to miss any detail. Upon hearing about the young boy's qualities, especially his academic achievements, he nodded with satisfaction, increasingly pleased with the prospect of Asterian as his future heir. Regarding the account of the boy becoming progressively more distant and cold, Arcturus presumed that the boy awakened his magical energy at the age of 6 and began to use and experiment with it, including his inherited technique. Why did he think so? The moment Arcturus entered the orphanage, he detected numerous cursed spirits, some for surveillance and others for attacks. The boy had wasted no time when it came to security. Chapter 6, Chapter 05, The Young Heir of House Black. Observing the man's atypical reaction, Isabel inquired with a stern voice tinged with anger, "You don't seem concerned about his condition, Mr. Black." Arcturus' indifference to Asterian's well-being truly infuriated the orphanage headmistress. Having devoted her entire life to caring for children, she particularly despised those who ignored a child's pain. Arcturus coldly gazed at the woman, who concealed her anger behind a stoic facade. He held the cup and slowly tasted the tea. "When you wear the crown, you must bear its weight," the indifferent voice lingered in the office air. He looked up, directly into the woman's eyes, and continued speaking slowly. "Asterian chose to live with a true Black, he placed the crown, now he must bear the weight that comes with it." Isabel's eyes seemed frozen as she heard his words. "What weight should a 9-year-old child bear, Mr. Black?" Her kind voice transformed into a harsh and cold tone. "That's no longer something that concerns you, Mrs. Morgan." He paused for a moment, looked at the woman, and continued, "If you'll allow me, I want to meet my great-grandson now." He finished by placing the teacup on the table. Isabel took a deep breath, restraining herself from shouting and expelling the men from the orphanage. However, she knew she couldn't. The men in front of her had complete rights over Asterian as the likely guardian of the boy. "Please follow me, Mr. Black," she said, rising from her chair. Arcturus ignored the woman's cold tone. Like a muggle, she would never understand the weight a wizard carried. He wasn't deemed noble merely by birth, he was regarded as noble for shedding blood and sweat for the country he loved. For over 7 decades, he pressed on, engaging in an unyielding battle against the darkness, teetering on the brink of death numerous times. Survival in some instances was just a stroke of luck. Relentless, he advanced, oblivious to the countless scars etched onto his body during years of tireless struggle. Isabel accompanied Arcturus to the first floor of the building, where they finally stopped in front of a door. Knocking on the door, Isabel spoke in a gentle tone, quite different from the tone she had used with Arcturus earlier. "Asterian, you have a visitor. May I come in for a moment?" "Come in, it's open," a low voice responded from behind the door, fatigue audible in his tone. As Isabel was about to enter, she couldn't proceed as Arcturus had stopped her. "Mrs. Morgan, I wish to speak with my great-grandson alone." "That's impossible." As she was about to continue, she saw Arcturus draw a beautiful wand and gesture in her direction. You don't need to worry, Mrs. Morgan. You can return to the office to prepare the necessary paperwork for Asterian's departure, he said with a stern tone, devoid of any emotion on his face. Yes, I'll be in the office if you need anything, Isabel said, showing a gentle smile as she headed to her own office. Putting his wand back into the holster on his arm, Arcturus smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes. Then, he gripped the doorknob and opened the door. The door swung open, revealing an impeccably clean and tidy room. Nothing extravagant, just a bed, a wardrobe, an old lamp on top of an even older desk. So, Arcturus saw him, sitting in the chair in front of the desk, writing with full concentration on a piece of paper. Honestly, he thought that upon seeing the boy, he would recognize whether he was the son of Sirius or Regulus, but looking at his face, Arcturus had to admit that the boy bore no resemblance to his grandchildren. Delicate and refined facial features, smooth black hair, and vibrant red eyes like two shining rubies. If there was anything indicating his paternal origin, it was the straight black hair, a trait inherited from Regulus, as Sirius had darker brown, more curly hair. Arcturus focused on the red eyes and let out a low laugh. Even though he knew the information beforehand, seeing it for himself brought him immense joy. He could envision the House of Black once again rising to the top among all noble houses. He would ensure this happened before embracing death, satisfied in knowing he left a worthy heir in the world. Hello, Asterian, Arcturus said with his raspy, aged voice. His black eyes stared at his great-grandson with a content look. In terms of appearance, he had nothing to worry about. The boy, even without knowledge of his heritage, sat upright and with dignity. He saw the boy stop writing and place the pen on the desk while looking him up and down. A relative of mine, I presume, said the boy, his melodic and serene voice resonating in the particularly quiet room. You presumed correctly, my dear grandson, Arcturus laughed at the boy's intelligence as he calmly sat on the bed while introducing himself. I am Arcturus Black III, your father's grandfather and the current patriarch of the oldest and noble House of Black. Also, I am a semi-special grade wizard at the British Ministry of Magic. Asterian Black, orphan, and heir to nothing at the moment, Asterian said in a louder than usual tone with a humorous inflection. Arcturus laughed, enjoying the cheeky and bold attitude of the boy. I suppose you have questions, Asterian, Arcturus said, changing the atmosphere in the room. Yes, I have many unanswered questions, but for now, I'd like to know if my parents are still alive. Asterian looked at the elderly man sitting on his bed with a complex expression. He wanted to know who his parents were, and if they were indeed dead, he would avenge them, the least he could do for the people who brought him into this world. The truth is, I also don't know whose son you are. Arcturus looked at the still indifferent boy and continued, if you are the son of my grandson, Regulus, then he's dead, killed by the Dark Lord, Voldemort. If you are the son of my other grandson, Sirius, he's currently imprisoned for blowing up an entire street, killing thousands of people in the process. No other options? Asterian asked again after learning the fate of his potential father. Although there were some differences from what he knew, they were irrelevant at the moment. No, according to your date of birth, you are the son of Regulus or Sirius, Arcturus shook his head and answered honestly. After learning about the boy's existence, he himself determined the boy's paternal origins. He was the son of Regulus or Sirius, there was no other option. I am the son of Regulus, Asterian spoke, causing the room to fall into complete silence. The boy's response made Arcturus look closely at him with an extremely serious expression. Chapter 7, Chapter 06, The Young Heir of House Black. The silence hung in the air, both exchanging a gaze in complete quietness. Arcturus was the first to break the silence between them. So, how do you know you're Regulus' son? His penetrating gaze fixed on the boy's eyes. Besides the boy knowing who his father was, there was something Arcturus had overlooked in his happiness at having an heir. He wanted to know how Asterian would know how to summon the house elf, creature, something that, in the wizarding world, could be considered common but not for a 9-year-old living in a muggle orphanage. I'd prefer to refrain from answering that question, was the only thing Asterian said. A tense and penetrating gaze continued between the two until Arcturus, sighing, admitted, very well, everyone has their secrets, Asterian. I won't question yours. As he said this, the tense atmosphere naturally dissipated. Pack your belongings, Asterian. We're going to the Black Manor, Arcturus said, getting up from the bed. He headed towards the door, but before leaving, he threw in one last remark, by the way, control the killer intent of the cursed spirit in your shadow. It's giving away your location. After that, he left the room without waiting for his great-grandson's response. Baskerville, if you think about killing my great-grandfather again, I'll remove you and place Nidhogg in my shadow. Looking at his own shadow where hundreds of pairs of red eyes opened, Asterian didn't hesitate to threaten the Hellhound, depriving it of the thing it valued most in the world, being his guardian. Asterian's shadow rippled gently, showing its submission to him. Asterian snorted, walked to the bed, and crouched down. He reached under the bed and pulled out a suitcase. Not long after, he began to gather everything that was his in this room, which wasn't much to begin with. Looking at his room that had sheltered him for so many years, Asterian contemplated for a moment and then left the room, carrying his suitcase. Outside the orphanage, Asterian could be seen bidding farewell to the orphanage head and the other sisters who had cared for him since his birth in this world. No other child came to say goodbye, not that it mattered to Asterion, he had already helped those ungrateful and heartless children enough. Although he claimed to have taken everything in the room, he had left all the cursed spirits protecting the place from any threat. Before leaving, Isabel Morgan gave a disdainful look to Arcturus, who generously chose to ignore the woman's anger. Over almost 90 years, he had learned that the only way to win an argument with a woman was to ignore her outright. Let's go. Holding Asterion's shoulder, Arcturus spoke as they walked forward. Asterion didn't speak and just looked at the women gradually disappearing from his sight with a bitter feeling in his chest until he couldn't even see the orphanage or those kind women anymore. Don't vomit, Arcturus said, drawing the attention of his great-grandson, still saddened by the departure. Asterion looked confused at Arcturus and soon noticed they were in an alley. Suddenly, with a loud snap, the world in his view began to spin wildly in all directions. He felt as if he were being squeezed through an endless, tiny tube that seemed to have no end. London, Grimmauld Place, number 12. Ancestral Manor of the House of Black. When his feet touched the ground again, Asterion felt his organs shifting in different directions. A strong urge to vomit grew in his chest, and it seemed like he might throw up his afternoon snack at any moment. Fortunately, he took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself. Asterion lifted his head and glared at the old man with fury. I'll have my revenge, just wait, old dead man. Asterion spoke each word through gritted teeth. Arcturus simply laughed at his great-grandson's misery and walked toward the beautiful mansion. It was then that Asterion looked at the stunning mansion with a surprised expression on his face. The Black family mansion, situated on Grimmauld Place, stood as a monument to grandeur and mystery. The facade was a striking expression of Victorian-era Gothic architecture, with tall towers reaching up into the night sky. The dark stone from which it was built was adorned with intricate silver details that captured the moonlight, creating reflections that danced upon the walls. The main entrance was marked by a massive oak door, skillfully carved with magical symbols that seemed to pulse with their own energy. The gardens surrounding the mansion were meticulously maintained, with trimmed shrubs and flower beds of darker tones blooming in mysterious colors. A magical fountain, sculpted with details that told stories of ancient magic, rested in the center of the garden, emitting a soft light that illuminated the dark nights. It was entirely different from the mansion described in the movies and books, but upon reflection, in the original reality, after the death of Walburga Black in 1985, the mansion went decades without being cared for. It was natural that the mansion was in perfect condition with Arcturus living in it. After all, it was where he resided, and no one would want to live in a dirty and crumbling place. Entering the entrance hall, what caught Asterion's attention wasn't how luxurious the place was, nor the chandelier made of crystals exuding a soft light that illuminated the surroundings, nor the soft black carpet that made you feel like you were stepping on clouds, but an intricate statue on the wall facing the door. It was the statue of a man, wearing a classic wizard's robe. He looked handsome, or at least the artist who made it intended him to be so, but what caught attention the most were the statue's eyes. They were red. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were two extremely bright rubies. The statue's eyes seemed to judge anyone entering through the massive oak doors of the Black Mansion. Asterion couldn't help but narrow his eyes thoughtfully, feeling the colossal negative magical energy emanating from the statue. It was the first time he truly felt the power of the special grade. It was oppressive, powerful, and terribly malevolent. Noticing Asterion's tension, Arcturus explained with a sense of pride in his voice, "It's the cursed spirit that our ancestor, Corvinus Black, captured near the end of his life. The statue serves as a seal, imprisoning the monster within. This is also the last line of defense for the mansion, which would only be activated when the Black Mansion is destroyed, taking us and our enemies together to hell." Asterion had only one thought in his mind. I hope it's not Sukuna or Mahoraga. Chapter 8, Chapter 07, The Young Heir of House Black. May 30th, 1990. Black House Mansion. 1 month. That was the time Asterion spent in this magnificent mansion, and honestly, it was a pleasant experience he never expected to end. The entire mansion was divided into 9 parts: the entrance hall, living room, dining hall, guest rooms, main bedrooms, forbidden library, ballroom, room of animated portraits, and finally, the enchanted gardens. Asterion spent most of his hours in the forbidden library. As the name itself suggests, the library was a treasure trove of forbidden knowledge, with ebony shelves filled with volumes bound in black leather. The soft light from magical lanterns highlighted ancient scrolls, while leather armchairs invited readers to unravel the hidden secrets within the forbidden pages. Ancient masks and magical artifacts adorned the shelves, creating an atmosphere of reverence for the lost and archaic knowledge from 1,000 years ago. He threw himself with open arms into the sea of knowledge, finding himself fascinated by magic and the epics of human history in the face of adversities imposed by destiny itself. A destiny where humans triumphed in the face of the impossible, regardless of what they sacrificed. And magic, a whisper of chaos and entropy, where sorcerers imposed their own will on reality. Seated in the soft and comfortable leather armchair, Asterion was reading a book that held great importance to him. This book compiled the experiences of all the bearers of the Black House's inherent technique, where they openly shared their life experiences, struggles, passions, and the complete insanity that pervaded their minds, without any distinction between good and evil. In the pages bordering on madness, the knowledge of his 9 predecessors in the creation and manipulation of cursed spirits was recorded. being he, Asterion Regulus Black, the 10th to possess this powerful inherent technique. The grandeur of these predecessors was indescribable, each one a genius in their own measure, transcending the limits of the prodigious, and often, the insane. Yes, geniuses. That was the only adjective Asterion could use to explain the brilliance of his predecessors, there was no other word to describe them. Each more prodigious than the other, geniuses among geniuses, as well as mad among the mad. Among them, Corvinus Black stood out, the notorious ancestor of Asterion and the founder of the Black House, Corvinus Black, a dark lord who ruled during the years 800 to 1000 AD, leaving an extraordinary legacy in the annals of wizarding history. Faced with the tens of thousands of pages detailing the experiments conducted with his inherent technique, Asterion couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and apprehension. He realized he was a mere novice in the presence of these extraordinary men and women, a pure and innocent white rabbit compared to the insane complexity of their minds. These individuals had crossed the boundaries between sanity and insanity, revealing themselves as true visionaries or, in some cases, complete lunatics. Asterion glimpsed the possibility of also following the same fate in the face of the tempting whispers in the form of writing on those pages with forbidden knowledge. They conducted tests on humans, cursed spirits, and any species they deemed intriguing. All of this for a single purpose, a goal speculated by Corvinus Black before his death, and one that all 9 predecessors of Asterion embraced without hesitation or fear. So, the second bearer of the Black House's inherent technique, Ares Black, devised the most insane, mad, and dirty plan a human could conceive. The plan for creating gods. Just by its blasphemous name, you could imagine the madness and megalomaniacal arrogance of the men. Asterion finally understood why there were such a vast number of books and scrolls explaining the anatomy of various species, the vast majority extinct in the face of the relentless power that was time. Allowing his body to fall weakly into the armchair, Asterion closed the book and held it tightly in his arms. In the end, he felt that perhaps he wasn't so different from those who came before him. His attempt to create a cursed spirit capable of devouring all magical energy, wasn't it a budget version of the plan for creating gods that Corvinus and Ares proposed? It seemed like destiny was playing with him, like a puppeteer pushing him toward the abyss of insanity. The lingering question remained, one that everyone wanted to know, including Asterion himself. Would he be cruel enough to walk this path? Grindlevald pursued and still pursues this path, a path where his ambition surpasses all that is moral and human, regardless of how many people would die in the process. Asterion didn't know, and he didn't want to think about it at this moment. He closed his eyes and murmured to himself. Perhaps it was a recurring question throughout the millennia, where geniuses asked the same question, where the ends justify the means. How many have died for my ambition? He reflected on this phrase countless times in his mind. Observing his great-grandson distracted while eating, Arcturus elegantly wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief. You seem distracted, Asterion. Is something bothering you? The man's black eyes looked at the child with concern. Grandfather, you read that book? Asterion asked, raising his head and looking directly into his grandfather's eyes. You mean the book that every bearer of the family's inherent technique must read? Arcturus furrowed his brow, asking somewhat uncertainly. He remembered seeing Asterion reading the book earlier in the library but hadn't paid much attention at the time. It seems he gave something he shouldn't have to his great-grandson. Yes, Asterion replied. Arcturus looked at his great-grandson's pale face and responded honestly, only those who have inherited the true inherent technique of the family can read that book. I tried when I was your age, but it didn't open to me. You read something that bothered you. Arcturus quickly connected the dots and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Asterion lowered his head, keeping his gaze downcast. Although I cannot speak about it, as I am bound by the eternal vow, but what they want me to do, it's simply insane. How insane are we talking about? Arcturus furrowed his brows deeply. He did not expect this to happen when he gave the book to Asterion. So insane that it makes Voldemort seem like a pure and adorable little bunny in front of our ancestors, Asterion replied with a wry smile, hiding the bitterness beneath. Arcturus widened his eyes in shock but quickly composed himself. I don't know what you read in that book, but you are a black, Asterion. I can advise you, but only you will carry the weight of your actions. He looked at his great-grandson and continued, no matter what our ancestors desire, what truly matters is what you want. But for now, don't think too much about it. You're only 9 years old, you still have plenty of time. As he finished speaking, silence dominated the atmosphere, a thoughtful yet comfortable silence. Chapter 9, Chapter 08, The Young Heir of House Black. In the Black Mansion, breakfast was served at 7 o'clock, lunch at 11 o'clock, afternoon tea at 1500 hours, and dinner was served at 1830. Never late or early. Punctuality was something the old patriarch of the Black House highly valued, so Asterion always made an effort to be punctual to avoid a long discourse on the importance of punctuality from Arcturus. Asterion descended the stairs for breakfast to find Arcturus comfortably reading a newspaper while sipping a cup of hot coffee. Taking a sip of coffee as he turned the newspaper page, Arcturus greeted his great-grandson. Good morning, Asterion. Good morning, grandfather, Asterion replied as he spread strawberry jam on his toast. He was seated on the right side of the table, near the central chair where only the patriarch could sit. Noticing Arcturus' interest in the newspaper, Asterion asked curiously, any interesting news? Just Grindlevald doing his usual with his acolytes in Europe, preaching his beliefs and recruiting more followers for his cause, said Arcturus, his voice indifferent and cold, showing no change when mentioning the Dark Lord. Dumbledore and Grindlevald have never faced each other? Asterion asked curiously. He was genuinely curious about the fate of the two lovers in this alternate reality. After a moment of silence, Arcturus replied, not that I know of, but I presume there hasn't been a battle between the two. A fight between wizards of their caliber would easily destroy a city, and concealing the destruction of an entire city is not an easy feat. Asterion nodded in agreement with his words. Baskerville was only a semi-special grade cursed spirit, but the dog was capable of easily destroying a large expanse of land. The destructive power of a special grade would be even more devastating, like walking atomic bombs. Arcturus continued speaking while reading his newspaper. Although there was no direct confrontation between the two men, the main forces on both sides clashed in Berlin and Paris. The two cities were nearly destroyed during the war. To this day, the magical ministries of both countries harbor a deep hatred for Grindlevald and Dumbledore. So, the two main protagonists of the war didn't face each other directly. That's interesting. Could it be that they didn't want to or couldn't fight each other? Asterion's lips curved into a mysterious smile, pondering the eternal vow between the two, which likely had not been broken so far. Looking at his great-grandson with suspicion, Arcturus asked with a slightly surprised tone, are you suggesting that Grindlevald and Dumbledore have an eternal vow preventing them from fighting each other? Maybe. Asterion just shrugged and calmly continued eating his breakfast. Arcturus snorted coldly at the innocent appearance of the cheeky boy. If he didn't know any better, he might have thought his great-grandson was a seer. The boy did say strange things from time to time. When Asterion finished eating, he was about to retire to his room when he was stopped by Arcturus' voice, your etiquette, politics, and fencing teacher will arrive today at 3 p.m. Be presentable and ready to join us for afternoon tea. Someone you know? Asterion asked curiously. Yes, my great-niece and your cousin, Narcissa Malfoy, born Black, the old man replied, closing the newspaper and placing it on the table. The house elves of the Black House, along with Creature, swiftly cleared the table with a simple wave of their wands. Her husband didn't want their son to inherit the Black Throne, Asterion said, recalling the old patriarch's angry words he had heard once. Humph. Even if I were to die, that man's son would never inherit this mansion. A descendant who has not practiced the simplified inherent technique will never become the patriarch of the noble House Black. Arcturus' eyes clearly expressed the disdain he felt for Narcissa's husband, Lucius Malfoy. So why did you allow his wife to come and teach me? Asterion, aware of Arcturus' contempt for Lucius, couldn't understand how the old patriarch would allow the wife of someone he disliked to instruct him. Boy, family is family. Your cousin, Narcissa, is a true Black. We protect each other, regardless of anything. Arcturus looked sternly at his great-grandson, who listened with the same seriousness, and continued with the explanation. Even with what Bellatrix did, your other cousin, I placed her in a special cell in Azkaban. That's what a family should do. We are kin above all else, always united against the world. So why was Andromeda expelled from the family? Asterion asked, expressing one of his doubts after hearing his great-grandfather's words. If his family valued family affection so much, it seemed irrational to expel Andromeda Black. She. Upon hearing the name of his other great-niece, Arcturus showed a complicated expression before responding. She was not expelled for marrying that trash she calls a husband. She was expelled for choosing not to practice the simplified inherent technique of the family. She chose not to be a Black, so she didn't need to bear the burden of the family. Asterion understood. Whether Narcissa or Bellatrix, both practiced the simplified inherent technique of the Black House, the manipulation of cursed spirits. Each member had the choice to practice or not practice this technique. If they chose to practice, they would be considered a true Black and enjoyed all the power and prestige of the family, but if they chose not to practice, they would not be recognized as such by the family and would be expelled. Don't worry, grandfather, I'll be properly ready to welcome my dear cousin, Asterion said, showing a rare smile on his lips. Arcturus was surprised by the boy's smile and simply closed his eyes with an equally rare smile. Although the boy was sarcastic, somewhat careless, and had terrible habits, he was learning that family was the most important thing in this cold world, where only family affection could give a bit of warmth. Chapter 10, Chapter 09, The Young Heir of House Black. Few were the expectations that Narcissa held for the roles she would play in life, and certainly being a tutor was not among them, especially for a cousin who until recently didn't even exist. However, she accepted the responsibility of instructing the boy with an unusual pleasure, observing her husband's expression of anger upon learning of the boy's existence, making the remaining days of the year considerably more enjoyable. Although she certainly did not show this happiness while savoring a delicious piece of chocolate cake, delighting in watching her husband's fit of rage, breaking all the fine oriental porcelain in the mansion. Definitely, she wasn't happy to see her husband's misery. What a terrible wife she was. However, she was filled with curiosity regarding this newly appeared cousin, the same one who had thwarted all the plans of her simple-minded husband. The letter she received from her great-uncle, although containing basic information about the boy, left much to be desired in terms of details. The old patriarch carefully concealed important details about the young men in the skillfully written nuances of the letter. This indicated that Arcturus Black was assigning significant importance to the boy, which further heightened Narcissa's curiosity. The man was not someone who easily attached himself to mediocre individuals. As the tutor appointed by Arcturus for the boy, it was evident that she was summoned to shape him into a true Black in every aspect. Her cousin had spent 9 years in a Muggle orphanage, and thus, Narcissa anticipated encountering an individual lacking manners, awkward, and with little courage to meet others' gaze. Transforming the boy would undoubtedly be a challenging task, but she was determined to accomplish such a feat. Crossing the secure barrier that enveloped the entire mansion's territory, Narcissa gazed upon the imposing structure that had been her home for much of her life, her icy and cold blue eyes carrying a touch of nostalgia. She advanced on a black high heel along the stone path that meandered around the fountain, heading towards the majestic stairs that led to the massive oak doors. Intricately carved into the wood, the crest of House Black, a raven with red eyes and wings spread open, adorned the doors. While ringing the doorbell, Narcissa allowed herself to reminisce about the days she had spent in this mansion. Although marked by the strictness of the rules, she learned that the best part of her life was living in this mansion with her sisters, cousins, uncles, and grandparents. A place where she was not seen as a monster in everyone's eyes. Perhaps that's why her mother, Druella, and her aunt, Walburga, raised her and her sisters this way, forging strong women to survive in this world. As she reflected on the dearest memories flooding her mind, Narcissa noticed that the door had swung open. A man, dressed in a black suit adorned with silver threads, stood before her. His nearly all-white hair displayed 2 black stripes on either side of his head, and his impeccably groomed beard followed the same pattern. Tall and broad-shouldered, he did not seem at all like an elderly man, despite having fought for a lengthy 70 years. His black eyes were as icy as one would expect from someone with a long history of battles. Narcissa's cold countenance broke into a gentle smile as she looked at her great-uncle, Arcturus Black. "Narcissa, it gladdens me to see you in good health," he said in his hoarse and serious voice, which seemed to soften as his eyes fell upon her. He extended his hand, displaying the Patriarch Black's ring. Narcissa bowed and gently kissed the ring, greeting one of the few remaining relatives still alive. "The feeling is mutual, grandfather," she replied, casting a kind glance at the men. If anyone witnessed this moment, they would surely think they were under the influence of an illusion spell, for the cold and arrogant Narcissa Malfoy never smiled, not even to her own children. "Come in, tea is served, we are just waiting for you," Arcturus Black said, making way and gesturing for her to enter. "Thank you, grandfather," expressed Narcissa, stepping into her childhood home. The two walked through the slightly dim corridors in silence, not an uncomfortable silence, but rather one that invited tranquility. Upon entering the dining room, Narcissa immediately noticed the absence of her Aunt Walburga Black's animated portrait. Typically, it would be hanging on the wall facing the door, the first thing to be noticed upon entering the elegant dining hall. Though perplexed, she chose not to question it immediately. Then, her eyes fell upon the child seated on the right side of the table, a chair traditionally occupied by the heir of House Black. Looking at the child's appearance, she was genuinely surprised. She had expected to see a mannerless beggar, but what she was witnessing was a small and charming prince. He bore no resemblance to her cousin Regulus, the only similarity they shared was the hair, sleek and as black as a raven's feathers. However, Narcissa noticed something crucial, something Arcturus had not mentioned in the letter he sent her. Staring into the child's red eyes, everything became clear to her. She understood why Arcturus wanted her as the boy's tutor, and comprehended the need for such confidentiality. The boy would be of utmost importance in the future, a pillar that would sustain the entire British wizarding community. More precisely, he would be utilized as a weapon to deter enemies within and outside of Britain. Simply by his existence, the whole of England would benefit internationally. No one would dare attack another country when there was a man who could literally command entire exercises of cursed spirits. After all, the history books were there. It was not uncommon for one magical community to attack another. The entire world was a struggle for resources. Excluding a few noble houses on Albus Dumbledore's side, all the other noble houses in England would easily bend their knees before him. They would finally have someone who could stand up against Albus Dumbledore in the Wisengamot, someone who would fight for their rights. Quite literally, he would be a king. "Dear grandfather, you truly know how to surprise a woman," Narcissa remarked, looking at the man's presumptuous face and speaking dryly. She knew he had done it on purpose, merely to embarrass her. "Ha ha ha," Arcturus responded with a low, hearty laugh. He looked at his grandniece and gestured for her to sit in the chair on the left, facing the boy. "Take a seat, let's talk over tea." Narcissa released a resigned sigh and gracefully sat in the chair, her cold eyes fixed on the boy. Chapter 11, Chapter 10, Asterion and Narcissa. "So, does the boy have potential, Narcissa?" Arcturus asked, discreetly glancing at the 9-year-old boy. Asterion heard the patriarch's words and raised an eyebrow in protest. In the man's description, he seemed insufferable, someone beyond redemption. To express his dissatisfaction, he merely snorted loudly enough and remained silent, staring at Arcturus. In his mind, he was working tirelessly, devising a revenge plan that would give the old black patriarch a heart attack. Narcissa looked at the boy in front of her, from head to toe, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Yes, the boy sits upright and has very good posture, he just needs to learn how to behave like a noble. He drinks tea like a toothless horse." Asterion, who was sipping his tea without caring about what they were saying about him, furrowed his brows in irritation. What was wrong with holding the cup without the support of the saucer? "No rush, Narcissa. He'll learn eventually, you'll teach him well." "I have confidence in that," Arcturus replied, sipping his tea in silence, enjoying the company of his great-grandson and niece. Narcissa nodded and sipped her tea while her gaze remained fixed on the boy. She seemed to analyze every part of him, trying to uncover what was behind the cold and indifferent expression he reflected on his face, an expression familiar to a member of the Black family and quite renowned in the wizarding world. Asterion attempted to mimic the way they held the cup and saucer. After confirming that his action was correct, he looked at Arcturus coldly, as if to say, "Look, I'm a genius." Arcturus generously ignored him with a bored look and continued with what he was doing, sipping his tea. After Asterion's brief display of childishness, the three of them remained in silence. As Asterion observed his relatives, Arcturus, Narcissa, and himself, he noticed something interesting. It seemed that the facial paralysis appeared to be hereditary. The three members of the Black family at this table shared the same expression, cold and indifferent, as if nothing could shake them. Perhaps it was due to practicing the simplified inborn technique. Well, swallowing the dirtiest thing humanity has to offer daily does incredible things to someone's mind. "What will be your first step, Narcissa?" Arcturus asked, placing the saucer and cup on the table. After a brief moment of silence, she replied as she finished her tea, "Firstly, I'll take care of his clothes." "What's wrong with the clothes I bought for him?" Arcturus frowned, looking at Narcissa. "That's the point. You bought 18th century clothes for Asterion," Narcissa spoke sarcastically, glancing at the relics that Arcturus called clothes on Asterion's body. "Their elegant attire," Arcturus responded briefly, unconcerned about the sarcastic smile on his great niece's lips. Asterion wholeheartedly agreed with Narcissa. Those clothes were not only too large but also challenging to put on. He needed help every time he attempted to wear those ancient pieces of clothing. Arcturus ignored the uncultured individuals at the table who couldn't appreciate beautiful fabric even if they saw it in person. "Come with me, Asterion." Narcissa stood up and called Asterion to leave the dining hall together. Asterion waved goodbye to Arcturus and followed Narcissa, a look of happiness reflecting in his beautiful red eyes. Finally, he would be free from those cursed medieval clothes. He couldn't understand why he had to wear such attire while his great-grandfather sported an elegant suit blended with modern and Victorian styles. "I bet one of my kidneys he wanted to embarrass me." "Where are we going?" Asterion asked, keeping pace with the relatively quick stride of the elegant woman. "Your room. I have to transfigure your clothes into something decent," replied Narcissa, walking directly to the Black Heir's room. The heir's room had always been the same, so she knew exactly where it was located. Asterion just nodded and looked at Narcissa carefully. She was undeniably the most stunning woman he had ever seen in 2 lifetimes. Narcissa was quite tall, standing at 185 centimeters, and with the elegant high heels she wore, she easily reached 190 centimeters. Her pale blonde hair was impeccably arranged in a bun, highlighting her refined and angular face, making her look beautiful but equally majestic. Narcissa's eyes were blue, a very light shade, akin to a frozen lake, as cold as the gaze she emanated. She wore a stylish, very modern black dress with an obvious Victorian flair. The black lace collar of the dress was high, covering a good portion of her slender neck. The woman embodied elegance and power, far from the trophy wife portrayal often seen in movies. Photo. Upon entering his room, Narcissa looked around and displayed a satisfied expression. The room was impeccably clean and tidy, without a single speck of dust or clothes scattered on the floor. Even the items on the desk were perfectly arranged. "Very nice, your entire room is neat and clean," Narcissa commented, praising the entire room. "I'm not a pig to live in a pigsty." Asterion found it quite normal to have a clean and fresh environment, anything else would disrupt his sleep and activities. "Believe me when I say most boys aren't like this, especially at Hogwarts." "Imagine 6 13-year-olds in one room," Narcissa said, walking towards the closet. Asterion felt a shiver running down his spine at her words. The mere thought of 6 hormone-filled teenagers together in one room was the vision of an environment akin to hell for someone who loved cleanliness as he did. "Don't worry, dear. Only Gryffindor and Hufflepuff have dormitories that crowded. Slytherin has individual rooms, and Ravenclaw has shared rooms with pairs." Perhaps sensing Asterion's tension, Narcissa explained as she opened the closet doors. Asterion sighed in relief at the explanation. He had promised himself that if that old, dirty hat dared to sort him into any house other than Slytherin, he would burn it without hesitation. While Asterion was preoccupied with his future at Hogwarts, Narcissa examined all the clothes in the closet. She couldn't help but display a radiant look upon realizing that all the garments were enchanted through complex processes of alchemy and ancient runes. Enchanted clothes were exceptionally expensive, not only due to the magical fabric but also the time-consuming and costly process of enchantments involving alchemy and ancient runes. While still residing in the Black Manor, all her clothes were enchanted. However, when she married Lucius Malfoy, that luxury disappeared. Despite the wealth of the Malfoy family, it wasn't as vast as one might imagine, particularly in the years after the war. When the Malfoy family had to donate significant sums every year to maintain their status as leaders of the pureblood faction. In 10 years, she never wore another enchanted garment, only common magical fabric without protective effects, warmth and cold resistance, and self-cleaning. This made her realize how challenging life was for the less fortunate. Asterion, noticing Narcissa's slightly envious gaze, nodded with great satisfaction. One of the reasons for choosing the Black family was its wealth. It was a family with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Even though there were incompetent patriarchs, many intelligent individuals had accumulated vast wealth over these millennia. Chapter 12, Chapter 11, Asterion and Narcissa. Asterion, you must remember that when you transfigure something enchanted, you must not alter the runes written on the inner part of the object. These runes are the gears that keep everything in order. Once even one of the runes is altered, the entire enchantment will be broken. As she sorted through the clothes, piece by piece, getting ready to start transfiguring, Narcissa didn't forget to instruct Asterion, who listened attentively to every word. Looking at the medieval clothes, Narcissa huffed and drew her own wand, black and sleek, about 24 centimeters long. With a flick of her wrist and hands, the tip of the wand glowed red. She pointed it at the piece of clothing in question, and the complicated transfiguration process began. A strong will twisted and altered the very fabric of the cloth. The material changed according to Narcissa's will, shaping into what she desired and wanted. Moments later, a completely new piece of clothing appeared in front of Asterion, simple black pants. Soon, there were white long-sleeved shirts, belts, shoes. Narcissa transfigured hundreds of clothes in less than 10 minutes. It's been a while since I've used so much transfiguration. Professor McGonagall would be quite proud if she saw, Narcissa murmured to herself, looking at the hundreds of pieces of clothing flying back into the closet with a flick of her wand. What do you think, Asterion? Narcissa asked, looking at the almost 10-year-old boy. A magnificent display, Asterion spoke sincerely. It was truly magical to see Matter obeying Narcissa's commands. He understood perfectly why wizards considered all other races inferior. This power, the power to shape reality with a simple wave of the hand, was truly extraordinary. In a literal sense, wizards were slightly less powerful gods. You will be even more extraordinary in this discipline given your inborn technique. Perhaps in the future, you could transfigure an entire city if you wish. It would certainly be a scene recorded in the annals of history, Narcissa said to Asterion as the image of her own words appeared in her mind, a scene she truly wished to witness. Asterion understood why Narcissa said that. His inborn technique was very similar to transfiguration magic in certain senses, perhaps it would be the easiest discipline for him at Hogwarts. He also remembered the pinnacle of transfiguration, animagus. A wizard who physically transformed into a specific animal. There were so few in England that you could count them on your fingers, but obviously, the count couldn't be that low. Asterion supposed that many animagi never registered with the Ministry of Magic. The reason was quite obvious, trump cards shouldn't be revealed until a life or death moment. Only fools would disclose all their abilities to someone. If he remembered correctly, Harry's father, James Potter, and all his friends were unregistered animagus. James was even more extraordinary, becoming an animagus while still attending Hogwarts. In the original reality, unfortunately, Harry didn't inherit his father's strong transfiguration talent or his mother's extraordinary potion-making skills, only James's most useless talent for flying on brooms. Asterion wondered what animal he would transform into when the time came. He would like to be a panther or a flying creature if possible. Sitting on the bed, Narcissa looked at Asterion with a cold gaze and said, "Now that we're done with your clothes, we'll start preparing you." "Preparing me for what?" Asterion furrowed his brow, slightly confused. "Well, we have about 6 months to turn you from a rude commoner into a true Prince Charming," Narcissa replied with a rather sadistic smile, in the eyes of young Asterion. "I don't understand the rush." Asterion looked confusedly at the elegantly seated woman on his bed. Arcturus had advised to go slow with the boy, but Narcissa thought otherwise. She not only had to teach etiquette, which was time-consuming, but also politics and fencing lessons, all within a short 6-month period. Regarding the 6-month deadline, young heirs are typically introduced to wizarding society at the age of 10, celebrated with a grand masquerade ball. You will turn 10 in 6 months, and 10 is usually the age when heirs of noble houses are formally presented to other powerful houses. Particularly for the House of Black, which will gather almost all the noble houses of England and possible nobles from other countries to celebrate your birthday, Narcissa explained patiently, leaving nothing out. "I understand. Let's not waste any time, Narcissa." Knowing that he would formally debut in wizarding society, Asterion became serious. He didn't want to embarrass himself or Arcturus, who had taken care of him with such devotion during their time together. In his eyes, Arcturus was already his grandfather. Narcissa nodded, very pleased. Training was pointless if you didn't strive to improve, and the boy at least had that mindset. That made her satisfied, especially compared to when she tried to teach her own children. They were like rats running back and forth without caring about the lessons she imparted. "Let's begin by learning how to sit properly in the chair for various occasions," she said, getting up from the bed and placing a chair in the center of the room. Asterion listened attentively and asked questions when necessary. At night, on the same day. How was your first lesson, Asterion? Sitting at the dining table, Arcturus asked as he wiped the corner of his mouth with a white handkerchief. Did you enjoy her teaching? Yes, she's a good tutor, Asterion replied. His gaze briefly fixed on the chocolate pudding, but then he returned his attention to the old patriarch Black. I can easily see myself liking her. She's sarcastic, intelligent, and a woman with strong willpower. Arcturus showed a relieved expression upon hearing this. It's good to see that you're getting along well. It eases my mind to know that you won't be alone when death claims me, he said, showing a warm smile as he looked at his great-grandson. With his words, the atmosphere in the dining hall turned somber and heavy. Realizing the atmosphere, Arcturus let out a low, deep laugh. He looked at the 9-year-old boy and said, Asterion, death to me is a relief. I will reunite with my wife, my children, grandchildren, and all those I loved in life. I have lived a long and exhausting life, fought most of it. For now, I just want to rest. Seeing the boy's somber face, Arcturus added, Of course, I will only depart from this world seeing you become a worthy and powerful man. Asterion's face brightened with his words. He looked directly into Arcturus's black eyes and responded with a determined gaze, I won't disappoint you, grandfather. That's good, Asterion. You need to want to improve to become better. Arcturus was very pleased with his great-grandson's actions. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, Asterion and Narcissa. October 4, 1990. Asterion watched as Narcissa entered the training hall wearing black leggings and a matching sports bra, proudly displaying sizable breasts. Her toned, sexy stomach gently contracted with each step, her long, slender, powerful legs carrying her confidently. In one hand she wore UFC gloves while she put on the other glove with the help of her mouth. Asterion, nearly 10 years old, had the body of a 13-year-old youth, wearing only gray sweatpants and gloves on his hand. He was shirtless, displaying a body starting to develop muscular lines. Ready? She asked. Yes. He replied. Narcissa, with her fists clenched near her face, swiftly approached and threw a right punch. She used magical energy to bolster her body, causing that punch to almost exceed the speed of sound. Asterion dodged the fierce punch, leaned to the side, and countered with a left punch with the same amount of magical energy. Crash! The punch hit Narcissa's arm, which she had skillfully defended, anticipating the boy's attack. She was pushed back several meters, but before Asterion could get excited, she spun around and mercilessly kicked her cousin's ribs. Asterion only had time to reinforce his body with magical energy before being forced to step back several paces, feeling a sharp pain in his ribs. Apparently, the blow had fractured some of his rib bones, but nothing that a healing potion couldn't fix. But before he had time to recover, Asterion saw Narcissa coming at him, and he realized how bad the situation was when several punches relentlessly struck his face. Despite the beating, Asterion attempted to defend himself by raising his arms. He endured 5 seconds of blows capable of puncturing tanks and then kicked his tutor in the stomach. Narcissa smirked sadistically and grabbed Asterion's shin, despite the strong impact. Asterion knew he was in danger in that position and attempted to free his leg. However, before he could succeed, he found himself airborne, with Narcissa's elbow hitting him squarely in the center of his chest. Ugh! He opened his mouth and spat out a small amount of saliva. Asterion felt only the air painfully leaving his lungs as he fell hard to the ground. Nausea and dizziness left his brain blank for a few moments as he breathed heavily. You're improving for someone who's only been training for a few days. You managed to react and counter despite the blows, which is commendable, Asti, Narcissa commented, wiping the small beads of sweat from her forehead. Although the fight lasted less than 3 minutes in total, the amount of effort from both sides was significant, as they were using large amounts of magical energy to reinforce their bodies. This was something many wizards avoided doing for too long, as it could overload the body. During a fight, it was especially fatal to become too quickly fatigued. Still, I took a beating from you, sissy, Asterion replied, still lying down, gradually regaining his breath and sitting up on the floor. He reached out his hand towards Narcissa, seemingly asking her to pull him up. Don't underestimate yourself. You've only been training for 2 days. I have extensive combat experience fighting cursed wizards, unlike you, who've only fought unintelligent cursed spirits, Narcissa responded, taking his hand and pulling him up to his feet. She gently touched the purple bruise below his right eye, where a punch had first landed. Asterion knew she was right, but he couldn't change the fact that he hated losing. To him, it meant weakness. However, the defeat didn't discourage him, it only fueled his desire to become stronger and overcome his own weaknesses. Again? Narcissa asked, noticing the determination in the boy's eyes. Asterion nodded and got back into his fighting stance. This time, Asterion didn't wait for Narcissa to attack. He threw a punch with his right hand, his dominant hand charged with a large amount of magical energy. Narcissa naturally defended against the punch, but she wasn't expecting a barrage of extremely powerful punches raining down on her. Each punch from Asterion carried a substantial amount of magical energy, making it feel like her bones were about to break at any moment. Knowing she couldn't endure this for much longer, Narcissa kicked Asterian's right leg, causing him to lose his balance. Narcissa seized the opportunity, spinning and kicking the boy's chest. However, Asterian was expecting it and caught the powerful kick, ignoring the impact, which made him lean back slightly. "I think I got you, sissy." Asterian showed an excited look in his eyes despite the intense pain in his hands. While holding onto her leg, he kicked her in the abdomen, hitting her, causing her to grunt from the blow. But before he could feel triumphant, Narcissa managed to break free. Like a lithe snake, she swiftly grabbed Asterian's shoulders and wrapped her legs around his neck, locking him in with her thighs. Then, she spun her body, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Surprised by the infamous move, Asterian found himself unable to escape from Narcissa's soft yet powerful legs, which held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. He tried to break free, but each attempt resulted in the air in his lungs becoming increasingly scarce, dangerously close to suffocation. Realizing he couldn't escape, he tapped 3 times on her thigh, signaling his surrender. Naturally, Narcissa released the boy, who breathed rapidly, trying to recover the lost air in his lungs. This round was better than the last. "You used my weaknesses against me, but I felt that you relaxed when you kicked me, allowing me the chance to escape and counterattack," Narcissa praised Asterian, standing up and lightly touching her slightly bruised abdomen. However, she didn't hesitate to reprimand him. "You must not relax at any moment during the fight, Asti. But I can see why you did. You probably only fought weak cursed spirits that never put pressure on you. That's subtly influencing you. I have to beat it out of you even more to make you forget that bad habit." Asterian knew she was right. He slapped his face with both hands to snap out of it and stood up again, ready to take another beating. "Again?" Narcissa asked. "Let's do it," he replied, with seriousness in his voice. Asterian took a deep breath and focused entirely. He got back into position, fists raised near his face, ready to attack or defend at any moment. Narcissa was right, Asterian knew it. He had never moved much during fights. Baskerville always did his job perfectly, which made him lazy and careless. He was lucky not to have fought against an intelligent humanoid cursed spirit, otherwise, he would be dead. Chapter 15, Chapter 13, Asterian and Narcissa. Asterian lay on the ground completely exhausted, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his body covered in sweat and bruises. Beside him, Narcissa was not much different, exhausted and covered in bruises, especially in the abdominal region and some on her face. But whether it was Asterian or Narcissa, both exhibited a satisfied look on their faces, knowing that they had grown stronger with each fighting session. Looking at the bruises on his 30-year-old cousin's beautiful face, Asterian reached out and gently stroked her cheek with a look of apology, although his own face remained expressionless. His fingers glided over her slightly sweaty skin, sliding smoothly. "I'm sorry, sissy, I didn't mean to hurt you," his softened voice carried a touch of guilt. "Sweet of you, but I'm not a weak girl, Asti. Besides, look at yourself before worrying about me," Narcissa said, her voice cold yet melodic, sounding like a whisper akin to the silent night breeze. It would be a lie to say that Asterian's concern didn't warm her heart. This was a feeling she had only experienced with her family. Not even her stupid husband or children could thaw her frozen heart, burdened by all the pain she felt when she left this mansion and saw the world for what it truly is. Asterian blinked a few times, processing what he had just heard, and showed a small smile, barely perceptible if you didn't look carefully. It seemed ordinary, even mundane, to someone who always had something like this, but the feeling of having someone else concerned about your well-being was something only those who never had it could truly appreciate. It was something Narcissa noticed, and she showed a slightly subdued look. It was the first time she had seen Asterian smile in these 5 months of tutoring, and it made her happy. It truly meant that the two of them had grown even closer. She needed someone at this moment, especially now, with things becoming increasingly unbearable at the Malfoy Manor. She let out a heavy, somewhat sad sigh, which Asterian noticed, and he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "Let's take a shower, the sweat is making me uncomfortable," Narcissa said suddenly, getting up from the floor as she reached out her hand to her cousin. Asterian took her hand and stood up, agreeing with her words, and they both walked out of the training hall. Asterian was still discovering how many places there were in this 1,000-year-old mansion. She let out a heavy, somewhat sad sigh, which Asterian noticed, and he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "Let's take a shower, the sweat is making me uncomfortable," Narcissa said suddenly, getting up from the floor as she reached out her hand to Asterian. Asterian took her hand and stood up, agreeing with her words, and they both walked out of the training hall. Asterian was still discovering how many hidden places there were in this 1,000-year-old mansion. Narcissa removed her sports bra, casually tossing it onto the bathroom floor, freeing her sizable breasts and pink nipples. She then leaned over to remove her leggings and black underwear, without a care in the world, fully exposing her nudity to Asterian. As Asterian gazed upon the beautiful naked body before him, he couldn't help but feel disdain for Lucius Malfoy, a heterosexual man who couldn't appreciate such a Greek goddess. He deserved to choke on a banana for his lack of appreciation. After admiring the beautiful sight for a while, Asterian also removed his clothes, in his case, the gray sweatpants. Lifting his head and looking ahead, he saw Narcissa next to the marble bathtub in the center of the luxurious bathroom, the entire surface of the water covered with delicate silver bubbles. Narcissa first lifted her leg and placed it in the hot water at the right temperature, then she fully immersed herself in the bathtub, settling in as she let out a delightful and comfortable sigh. Asterion approached and entered the bathtub alongside her, settling into the valley between her breasts and completely relaxing as he felt the hot water submerge his body. Narcissa wet his hair with water and bubbles from the bath, then gently stroked his scalp with her nails. Asterion closed his eyes and moaned with the heavenly comfort he was feeling in this moment. "Sissy, you spoil me too much." A crack in his closed eyes opened as Asterion complained with a voice though cold, very soft, but he didn't move an inch. Only a fool would do such a thing. Given the unique circumstances of the moment, it wasn't uncommon in their daily lives. They had taken baths together before, and they had even slept together many times. Nothing perverse ever occurred, they simply felt comfortable in each other's presence. Narcissa continued to stroke his silky hair with one hand, while the other hand gently slid over Asterion's neck, shoulder, and abdomen, wiping away the sweat from their previous training session. "Sissy, I feel like something is bothering you. You're spending more time at the Black Manor than with your own family." His concern was genuine. In the 5 months they had spent together, he had been by her side most of the time, gradually beginning to see Narcissa as an older sister he had never had in 2 lifetimes. Seeing her hide her anxieties made his heart ache as if an invisible hand were crushing it, leaving him extremely anxious. For someone who rarely expressed his feelings and preferred to suffer alone, it was an incredible situation that he never imagined experiencing years ago in the orphanage. Narcissa's movements abruptly stopped at his sudden question. She looked into his eyes, which resembled beautiful rubies, and noticed the concern reflected in his gaze, which deeply touched her. On impulse, she hugged him, crushing him against her chest as if she wished to merge with the boy. "Tell me what's going on." His face still buried in her soft and comforting bosom, holding her slightly trembling body, Asterion whispered in her ear, his voice full of gentleness, not at all like the usual cold boy. "You don't need to worry, Asti. As I said before, I'm not a weak woman, but your concern warms my heart." "Thank you." Narcissa held the boy's face and leaned her forehead against his, their noses touching as they locked eyes, exchanging seemingly cold glances, but behind their icy stares, genuine concern hid. Asterion was very upset with her words, she really didn't tell him what was worrying her. He huffed loudly to express his dissatisfaction and turned away, no longer wanting to look into her eyes. He had tried so hard to open up to this woman, but she had truly refused him. Narcissa showed a rare smile on her lips, seeing his reaction, and hugged him from behind, whispering boldly in his ear. "Asti, I realize that I love you. What should I do?" Asterion's body stiffened at her words, he didn't turn around but responded nonetheless. "That's natural, we are spiritual siblings." His response, with a double meaning, seemed to agree with her words. Narcissa kissed his hair and fell silent, savoring this moment, as she felt that in the future, it would be difficult to find time for something like this again. Chapter 16, Chapter 14, Asterion e Narcissa, End Arc. On the grand canopy bed with black sheets, Asterion lay gazing up at the oak ceiling intricately carved with the coat of arms of House Black, a raven with outspread wings and red eyes. Ravens, in many civilizations, were messengers of death, believed to bring bad luck and a looming disaster if one was spotted. A symbol of death that Corvinus Black embraced with the crest of his family, quite fitting if you ask Asterion. With the sound of the closet door being closed, Asterion snapped out of his reverie. He glanced to the side and found Narcissa, wearing a black lace nightgown. The floral lace on the top didn't conceal her breasts at all, and the transparent bottom also revealed her black lace lingerie. Narcissa pulled back the comforter and climbed onto the bed, settling comfortably beside Asterion. She lay on her side, propping her elbow on the pillow and resting her head on her hand, looking at the still-awake boy with a serene expression. "Can't sleep?" she asked, her cool voice bringing an odd comfort to Asterion. "Not exactly, just thinking about something," he replied, still keeping his gaze on the coat of arms of House Black on the oak ceiling of the canopy bed, looking somewhat puzzled about something. Narcissa nodded and brought his body closer to hers, placing his head against her chest, trying to provide comfort and help him think in silence. "What are you thinking?" Narcissa asked softly, stroking his soft, silky hair. "The plans of my predecessors," Asterion replied, breathing in the gentle scent of roses that Narcissa exuded. For some reason, the smell calmed him almost instantly. "Is it something very challenging?" Narcissa continued to inquire. "Difficult is an understatement, it's an insane plan that I've embraced like those before me. Sometimes, I wonder if I'm insane for agreeing to participate in such a plan." Asterion buried his head in the hollow between her breasts, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Kissing his forehead tenderly, Narcissa spoke in her cool voice, "Sanity is overrated, we're all insane in one way or another, we just hide our ugly side behind a mask we put on for others to see and find beautiful." "I don't think you have an ugly side, but all right, I suppose I agree with your words." Asterion looked directly into her eyes and said, his gaze gradually becoming sleepy. He wasn't lying, to him, Narcissa or Arcturus had no ugly side. In his eyes, they seemed more genuine than anyone he had ever known in 2 lifetimes. "Asti, tomorrow we're going to Gringots to carry out your inheritance test," she said, stroking his hair, keeping Asterion awake even longer. "Any problem with that?" Noticing the concern in her tone, Asterion asked, confused. You have to prepare yourself for the looks and whispers you'll hear when you show up there, she said, her cold voice carrying a tone of concern. I've been used to receiving looks since I was little. Asterion really saw no reason for his cousin's concern. It wasn't normal for him to draw attention. I'm not talking about that kind of attention, Asti. She paused for a moment, looked at him, and continued speaking. Do you know how many Dark Lords have come from our family? Asterion shook his head, saying he didn't know. He rarely touched other books besides that insane plan, not that he didn't want to, but the book was so extensive that it made the Bible seem like a 10-page booklet. He estimated he had only read about 5% of the entire content, and often struggled to understand some of the advanced terms in the book. 7, that's the number our house has produced over more than 1,000 years. That means 7 people who possessed the same technique as you became Dark Lords. She paused to catch her breath and continued. Because of this, there are many legends about our family in the world. We're called by many names: demons, cold-hearted monsters without emotions, monsters in human skin, those who carry sin. They see us as a family that sold their own souls to Lucifer in exchange for power and forbidden knowledge. When they curse, they don't curse in the name of Morgana, but in the name of our ancestor. Asterion listened in silence and understood Narcissa's concern. She was worried that he would suffer from the hurtful words of others. Something he found cute, but completely unnecessary. The hatred of people towards him would only strengthen him even more. But, Asterion presumed that Narcissa had suffered quite a bit from the words of these trash people. I'm not made of glass, sissy. Asterion looked into her cold, blue eyes and spoke with a proud and confident look. I've learned that what people think of me doesn't affect me at all. They're just minor characters, unimportant in the story I'm creating. Asterion's words left Narcissa stunned for a moment, his voice still echoing in her mind, shaking her heart. It left her speechless. If she had had this courage since she was young, many things would have been different in her life. Sorry, I didn't realize you were already a strong and mature young man for your age. Narcissa sighed helplessly and spoke in a slightly regretful tone. That diminutive term isn't very pleasant to describe men, some may be quite offended. Though pleased with her words, Asterion didn't appreciate being called little. Narcissa's lips curved into an elegant arc, forming a beautiful smile as she responded by simply playfully stroking his hair. Asterion rolled his eyes and gradually closed them. Morpheus was calling him to his realm. Although he didn't know if infinity existed in this universe, since death did, there was no reason for other entities not to exist. Looking at his beautiful face so comfortable and defenseless, she knew Asterion trusted her to show his most vulnerable side. Narcissa kissed his forehead and realized she had never had such an intimate relationship with her own children, a sad fact, but not her fault. Lucius didn't let her raise their children, making the relationship between her and her children rigid. It seemed as though they were strangers instead of mother and children. Chapter 17, Chapter 15, Gringots. Upon hearing the doors of the hall open, Arcturus, who was absorbed in reading his newspaper, briefly looked up towards the entrance and blinked, surprised at the scene before him. Narcissa and Asterion entered the hall hand in hand. The old black patriarch wasn't surprised by the closeness between the two. They had grown very close over these 5 months. Instead, he was taken aback by the attire his great-grandson was wearing at that moment. Unlike his usual attire, which consisted of elegant suits or something more casual like black pants and white shirts, Asterion was wearing, at that moment, an elegant suit, but unlike his usual black color. The suit now displayed a dark green tone, with the black house crest strangely divided in half. The black raven was positioned on the right side of the upper part of the crest, leaving the lower part on the left side empty. It seemed that the young man had reserved a space for the possible crest of the noble house from his maternal lineage, something Arcturus doubted existed. The boy's mother was probably a muggle with whom Regulus had a brief encounter during one of his drunken nights. His grandson had a weakness for drink, especially when it involved good whiskey. Although the dark green color still raised many questions in his mind, as he looked into his grandson's ruby eyes, Arcturus noticed a clear spark of amusement dancing in those deep ruby eyes. For some reason, a strange feeling of caution sprang up in his heart. He couldn't pinpoint where that feeling came from, but he was certain that something extraordinary was about to happen, and his great-grandson was somehow involved. Good morning. I hope you both had a good night's sleep. Despite the caution he felt, Arcturus didn't let it show on his face. He greeted the two with his calm, deep voice, briefly holding his gaze on his great-grandson's face. The boy was plotting something, of that, he was sure. Perhaps sensing Arcturus' gaze upon him, Asterion returned the look and nodded, sitting next to Narcissa. His plan was just beginning, and he didn't want to expose anything prematurely. The memory of how he operated into the alley that day was still fresh in his mind, and today would be the day of his revenge. Yes, Asterion was someone who held grudges easily. He longed to see the legendary Arcturus Black lose his usual composure, yearning for the shock on the old patriarch's face upon discovering his maternal lineage. Just the thought of the image almost made his lips curve into a smile, but thankfully he managed to control himself and distractedly spread butter on his toast. Narcissa glanced at Asterion and then shifted her gaze to Arcturus. For some reason, both seemed to be plotting something or acting cautiously. The situation was extremely suspicious and unusual. Sensing the tense atmosphere hanging in the air, Narcissa tried to change it by introducing a new topic into the room. Grandfather, I wanted to ask earlier, but where is Aunt Walburga's animated portrait? I haven't seen it anywhere since I arrived here. Arcturus paused from reading the newspaper for a moment and responded coldly, thanks to Merlin, long deceased, her portrait is rotting away somewhere in the basement. His voice carried a hint of venom when mentioning his late daughter-in-law and cousin, Walburga, wife of his son, Orion Black. Narcissa was not surprised by his words, nor by the contained animosity within them. She knew that Walburga and Arcturus had never been friends, in fact, they were practically enemies. As for the reason behind this animosity, it was mainly Walburga's extremist pureblood ideology. Not that Arcturus wasn't a worthy example of a pureblood, but the old patriarch was more pragmatic and realistic. He didn't harbor hatred for Muggleborns, nor did he desire mass genocide in the name of equally insane ideals of a megalomaniac like Voldemort. I think Asterion has the right to know his grandmother, after all, she was still Regulus's mother, said Narcissa cautiously, fearing to provoke Arcturus's wrath with her suggestion. Arcturus looked at Narcissa with a helpless gaze and then at his grandson, who observed him with a curious expression in his ruby eyes. Creature, Arcturus uttered with his deep voice. At that moment, the house elf, named Creature, appeared next to the old patriarch, bowing constantly. Creature heard your call, Lord Black. The elf's voice was old and raspy. Go fetch Walburga's animated portrait from the basement, he ordered, still focused on reading his newspaper. Your orders are a decree, Lord Black. Creature will retrieve the portrait of the noble Lady Black. The house elf was more than happy to be tasked, he uprod from the dining hall at extreme speed. About 40 seconds later, Creature returned carrying a large portrait made of black oak. Interestingly, the portrait depicted a woman wearing an elegant black aristocratic dress, with her hair styled in a sophisticated bun. It was Walburga Black. Arcturus, you old dead, pure-blooded scum. If I ever leave this portrait, you're dead. I'll tear you apart like a mangy animal. I'll cut your dick off, you filthy bastard. The portrait moved as if it were alive. The first thing it did upon arriving in the hall was to curse the old patriarch in every possible way for long minutes without stopping once. Even Asterion was surprised by the amount of profanity uttered in less than a minute. Arcturus didn't even bother to look up and kept reading, ignoring the sharp and shrill screams of the woman. He wondered if the portrait would feel the pain of being burned alive if he set it on fire. He kept that idea ready to test it at some point in the future. While Walburga's portrait incessantly cursed Arcturus, the portrait of Walburga noticed other people in the dining hall, someone she knew especially well. After all, she raised her alongside her sister-in-law. Narcissa, look at you, you've become as beautiful and elegant a woman as one would expect from a true black. Walburga spoke in a tone completely different from when she cursed Arcturus. Although her tone was stern and serious. It's been a while, Aunt, Narcissa greeted the woman who practically raised her. Even after death, Walburga still maintained the same tone. It seemed as if she hadn't even died, although she was merely a collection of memories. She rose from her chair and stood behind Asterion, placing her hands on the boy's shoulders. But, Aunt, I want to introduce you to someone, more precisely, your grandson, son of Regulus. Walburga's body within the portrait came to a complete stop, her gaze falling upon the child whose shoulders Narcissa held. She looked into the boy's red eyes for a long time in silence, and when she finally spoke again, she shocked everyone in the hall. Hello, my lovely grandson, look at you, you look like an adorable prince. Arcturus and Narcissa looked at the portrait in disbelief, wondering if they were hearing things, for it was impossible for Walburga Black to speak in such a kind and sweet tone. Truth be told, whether Arcturus or Narcissa, they felt a shiver run down their spines hearing the woman's sweet tone. Hello, grandmother, I am Asterion Regulus Black, it's a pleasure to meet you. Asterion ignored the shocked looks from both and greeted his grandmother with much elegance and politeness. Judging by your manners, Narcissa has done a good job in instructing you, keep learning from her, she was my masterpiece, my dear grandson. Walburga couldn't be happier at this moment, as she shouldn't, the legendary innate technique of the House of Black appeared in her lineage. Her soul, which is probably in hell, would be jumping for joy, along with all her ancestors. Chapter 19, Chapter 17, Gringots, 3. Diagon Alley, the London of the British wizarding world, a place where all wizards and witches came to buy the necessities of daily life, have fun, or, if you were a student at Hogwarts, purchase your school supplies. At this moment, in this outdoor shopping area, it felt strangely silent. Only the sounds of footsteps hung in the air as the crowd of people parted, making way. Asterion, sandwiched between Arcturus and Narcissa, looked around at the people with curiosity. Whenever he looked at them, people automatically averted their gaze, afraid to meet his eyes. He had to admire how much fear his predecessors had instilled in this nation. If Voldemort was considered a demon, the House of Black was considered the very reincarnation of Satan on Earth. Well, it was no wonder, the House of Black produced 7 Dark Lords. Interestingly, he noticed that only those who were apparently Muggle-born seemed to be more afraid of them, which was completely normal given the infamy that his noble house carried. For fun, Asterion waved to the crowd, who recoiled in fear, causing his lips to curl into a rather amusing smile. I'll enjoy playing with this a few times, the boy murmured, earning a silent reprimanding look from Arcturus. Don't be childish, Asterion, Arcturus spoke in a low tone. They are just poor souls influenced by those in power. Still, it doesn't change the fact that they are afraid of a child, which is quite funny when you think about it, Asterion replied, innocently looking at his great-grandfather. Sometimes you forget that you're almost a semi-special grade wizard. Your presence is quite intimidating, especially with the lovely dog at your heels. Consciously emitting a frightening aura to protect you, the old patriarch whispered, looking coldly at his great-grandson's shadow. Asterion nodded as he looked around at the various shops, each one more exotic than the last. Some were quite explicit for the current time of day. After all, who goes to a sex shop in the morning? He thought, observing an elderly man entering the adult store. By the way, why do we have to go to Gringots? Wouldn't it be more logical to go to the ministry? Asterion asked. In his eyes, matters such as inheritances should be dealt with at the ministry. Because by acknowledging your inheritance at Gringots, you can formally inherit the vaults of the House of Black. After the inheritance test is completed, we will send the necessary documents to the ministry, which will recognize it as legitimate, making you officially the heir of the House of Black, Narcissa responded in place of Arcturus. We give too much power to a race that isn't even human, Asterion grumbled. What is the foundation of a civilization, Asterion? Narcissa took the opportunity to give him another lesson in politics. Interests. People gather in a country for their own interests. You wouldn't stay in a country where you can't meet your basic needs, of course, assuming you can leave that country, Asterion replied after thinking for a brief moment. Very well, you must remember that our world is not just ours. Dozens of other intelligent races walk the face of the earth like us. We share some of our interests to avoid a bigger problem, Narcissa whispered, explaining how the world was a vast network of interests, involving not only the human race but other races as well. Wars are the least of our problems. The worst ones are social, economic, and political. Once one of the three is broken, our society will face even greater problems, such as the collapse of our economy or the exposure of our existence, spreading fear and further increasing the emergence of cursed spirits and their power. I understand, we sacrifice some of our rights for the greater good, Asterion muttered to himself, thinking about how complicated the world was when viewed politically. Then, he thought of something, looked at Arcturus, and asked, I presume my interests are already being discussed. Yes, Narcissa and I are making a meticulous plan for your future in the Ministry of Magic. When you assume the Black Throne in the Wisengamot, Arcturus nodded and replied without hiding anything. Asterion didn't ask and didn't care. The idea of spending his days in an office didn't appeal to him. He preferred to receive a position as an Auror and go on missions outside. The three walked to Gringots, a huge white building made of marble, quite majestic. At the entrance of the building, two goblins stood immovably guarding the massive doors. Both goblins had wands and holsters on their arms. Suddenly, Arcturus's steps halted, and consequently, those of Asterion and Narcissa. Both looked confusedly at the old patriarch. They were about to enter Gringots. Why did they stop? Looking in the direction Arcturus was gazing, Asterion saw two tall figures. One was an elderly woman with an unattractive hat, but tall and slim. Next to her stood a boy around 16 years old, tall and muscular, with black hair and blue eyes. Someone Arcturus knew. Perhaps an old lover. Asterion thought as he prepared to watch the show. The expression on the elderly woman's face changed from indifference to coldness, with a faint murderous intent hidden in her gaze, upon seeing Arcturus. Matriarch Longbottom, Arcturus greeted the woman politely. Lord Black, the woman responded. Asterion finally understood who the elderly woman was. So, the person beside her was Neville. Looking at the tall, muscular boy in front of him, Asterion couldn't believe this was Neville Longbottom. Ah. Asterion frowned when he noticed something unusual about Neville. He couldn't sense any emotions from him. It was as if he didn't have any. He was empty and cold. However, it was then that Asterion realized he could sense people's emotions based on the magical energy they emanated, but from Neville, he couldn't sense anything. This could only mean one thing: Neville had no magical energy. Celestial restriction. So, you're the Toji of this world, Neville Longbottom. Chapter 20, Chapter 18, Gringots, 4. It's been some time, Lady Augusta, Arcturus remarked, looking at the woman with indifference, his gaze cold and piercing. Arcturus's body was tense, ready to react to any attack, which he had no doubt would come at any moment, given how emotional the woman in front of him was. Like any ancestor of the 72 noble houses that founded the Wisengamot, House Longbottom descended from a powerful class special wizard, Charles Longbottom. The innate technique of House Longbottom was called alteration of inanimate objects. Fundamentally, the technique consisted of increasing and decreasing the weight and height of inanimate objects. Charles Longbottom's greatest achievement was altering the weight and height of dust particles, essentially creating an extremely destructive meteor shower. Certainly, apart from Charles, no other member of House Longbottom reached that level, but Arcturus dared not underestimate this woman. Not enough time to destroy your cursed family, Arcturus Black, replied the elderly woman, showing no trace of weakness. When the woman mentioned the name Black, the young man whom Asterion presumed to be Neville clenched his fists, his face turned pale, anger palpable on his features. Arcturus seemed to have heard a very amusing joke. Time. Is that what you count on to destroy my house? The sarcasm in the old patriarch's tone made the matriarch grit her teeth in anger. So, Arcturus looked at the young man beside Augusta Longbottom. Is this your grandson? I've heard about him, certainly a strong lad. Upon hearing this, whether it was Neville or Augusta, they both displayed a very displeased expression. What Arcturus said could be considered a compliment on any other occasion or for another person, but for Neville, it was an insult. A very subtle insult if you didn't know about his condition. Something that the person in front of him would surely know, yet still, he insulted him. Arcturus wasn't a man to make enemies everywhere, he would never stoop to insulting a young man. But when he was facing an enemy, like House Longbottom, it was a different matter. He wouldn't show mercy to his enemies. Especially towards Augusta Longbottom, who voted in favor of the execution of his great-niece, Bellatrix Lestrange, born black. Did she have reasons to vote in favor? Yes, she did. After all, Bellatrix and her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, tortured her son and daughter-in-law, Frank and Alice Longbottom, using the Cruciatus curse, Crucio. But did Arcturus care? The answer was, no. Augusta had reasons to kill, he had reasons to protect. Regardless of what Bellatrix had done, he would protect her as he protected her. At least, my grandson doesn't look like a delicate girl, Augusta retorted, looking at Asterion beside Narcissa, her voice cold and sarcastic. Though she didn't know who he was, she presumed he was his grandson upon seeing the boy's cursed red eyes. Asterion, who had been observing the exchange of insults with joy, was stunned by the sudden insult directed at him, if you consider her words an insult at all. Yes, he admits he has refined, even delicate facial features, but Asterion didn't dislike it, in fact, he quite liked his appearance. It made anyone easily lower their guard against him. As his great-grandson, Arcturus showed no anger, even letting out a low laugh. Well, Asterion certainly won't have any trouble finding a marriage. Arcturus's words seemed normal, but beyond praising his great-grandson, they cruelly attacked Neville. In British wizarding society, those who had wizard parents but lacked magical energy were scorned as squibs. This was not solely due to the wizard's sense of superiority over muggles but also a social characteristic of England. If you were the heir of a noble house, to inherit your noble seat in the Wisingamot, the supreme wizarding parliament, there were two requirements to fulfill. First, you had to have the lineage in question, and second, you should inherit the innate technique or the simplified technique of the noble house in question. Neville fulfilled the first requirement but not the second, as he lacked magical energy. The celestial vow exchanged all his magical energy for superhuman strength and senses, meaning Neville could feel cursed spirits but could not see them. Neville, for not inheriting the innate technique of House Longbottom, also could not inherit the Longbottom throne. Therefore, since Augusta was too old to have another child and Neville could not inherit the Longbottom throne, the main branch of House Longbottom was considered extinct up to this point. Neville practically became a laughingstock throughout wizarding society, scorned and humiliated on almost every occasion he attended. As for marriage, no woman from a noble house would consider Neville as a potential marriage partner. After all, marriages in the nobility were not based on love but rather on political power, something Neville did not possess. In other words, Neville had to marry a half-blood or muggle-born, something that would further lower his status in the purest blood society that was England. Arcturus was a master at hiding his own emotions, but Augusta certainly was not. The words of the Black Patriarch left the Longbottom matriarch full of anger, something that easily transpired on her face. Arcturus's words cruelly pierced the fragile heart of the 10-year-old boy, causing his nails to pierce his palms, blood dripping between his tightly clenched fingers. Narcissa, who didn't like Augusta involving Asterion in their disputes, took a book from her bag and made it float with her magical energy until it landed at Neville's feet. Here, take this book, it will help you in your glorious future. On the cover of the book was written, The Basics of Magical Energy Manipulation. Asterion almost laughed seeing the title of the book. Narcissa was truly cruel, but he liked that side of her very much. If the fire had already begun to burn between Arcturus and Augusta, Narcissa poured gasoline on the flames, causing the furious fire to explode. The moment she read the title of the book, Augusta's magical energy violently erupted from her body, like dark blue smoke burning like furious flames. She drew her wand and pointed it at Narcissa, who remained unmoved by the attack. Tiny objects from the sleeve of Augusta's blouse aligned themselves above her, appearing to be very small needles. In the next instant, the needles expanded, growing to an incredible 20 meters in length. The gigantic needles sliced through the air at great speed, heading towards the three members of House Black. Arcturus merely coldly snorted and also utilized his simplified innate technique. A curtain of darkness unfolded behind him, and a colossal skeletal hand emerged from the darkness, swatting the huge needles aside. Violent wind spread in all directions, causing screams of surprise and fear. A massive amount of negative magical energy spread throughout Diagon Alley, causing numerous people who had never seen a semi-special grade cursed spirit to feel as if they were facing an evil demon. The malice and terror emanating from the cursed creature made everyone tremble with fear and helplessness. "Let's play, Augusta, it's been a while since I've seen blood," Arcturus said, emanating an aura shrouded in malice and murderous intent, the air around him feeling so heavy that it was difficult to even breathe. The people watching the spectacle between Arcturus and Augusta began to retreat, running far away. The black curtain behind Arcturus expanded rapidly, and the enormous cursed spirit finally emerged from the curtain, revealing its appearance to the world. It was a massive black skeleton hundreds of meters tall. Its colossal height instilled fear and terror in all who beheld it. It was no wonder, a monster hundreds of meters tall could haunt anyone's nightmares for a long time. Chapter 21, Chapter 19, Gringots, 5. Diagon Alley, as one of the economic centers of British wizarding society, was under the watchful eye of the Auror Office. The chief Auror of the British Auror Office, Rufus Scrimgeour, was having a terrible day. First, he let a dark wizard escape, and now he had just been notified of a fight breaking out in front of Gringots. If it were anyone else fighting, he would throw both offenders into Azkaban and toss away the key, but he couldn't do that. The offenders were the Lord Patriarch of House Black and the Lady Matriarch of House Longbottom. If he dared to arrest either of the two, perhaps on the same day, he would receive his letter of resignation. Arcturus Black was the leader of the Pureblood faction, controlling almost the entire Ministry of Magic, while Augusta Longbottom was protected by Albus Dumbledore, a powerful wizard of special grade, and one of the leaders of the Wizengamot. All of this, assuming he could even arrest the legendary Arcturus Black, a semi-special class wizard. In summary, he was caught in the middle of a fight between two giants and couldn't do anything for fear that something would happen to him or his career. Although he would like to see the legendary Arcturus Black in Azkaban for various crimes of bribery, murder, and abuse of power, unfortunately, to his dismay, he couldn't do something like that. Releasing a resigned sigh, Rufus and a group of experienced Aurors operated directly to Diagon Alley. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw a building in front of Gringots, adorned with enormous silver needles, each measuring at least 20 meters in length. Rufus didn't need to be a genius to know that it was the innate technique of House Longbottom. Then, he looked at the massive black skeleton with a deep gaze tinged with respect. Arcturus might be a nepotistic scoundrel in his eyes, but the chief Auror recognized the strength the man possessed. Controlling such a powerful cursed spirit showed just how strong the Black Patriarch was. Although he wasn't at the special grade level, he wasn't far off. Standing between Augusta and Arcturus, Rufus spoke, trying to calm things down. "Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should calm down to avoid causing any more unnecessary damage to Diagon Alley." "It wasn't me who attacked first, Chief Auror," Arcturus responded with his deep, cold voice, looking at Augusta with a condescending gaze. Rufus couldn't help but mentally curse Matriarch Longbottom for her impulsiveness. How dare she attack someone stronger than her, knowing she wouldn't win? She was just a grade 2 witch. "He and his great-niece insulted me and my grandson," Augusta retorted, her eyes filled with fury, almost as if they were burning with furious flames. Nevertheless, she cancelled her own innate technique, causing the needles embedded in the adjacent building to disappear, or rather, shrink back to their original size. She knew she couldn't defeat the men in front of her, and the Aurors weren't on her side at the moment. How she wished she had Dumbledore with her now, to try to pressure Arcturus. Unfortunately, the most powerful man in England wasn't available at the moment. "Funny, because it was you who called my grandson a girl first." "Don't be hypocritical, Augusta. That's not something someone from the White faction should do," Arcturus spoke calmly as the curtain behind him swallowed the gigantic black skeleton hundreds of meters tall. "Don't worry, Chief Auror, I won't file a complaint about this attack, but don't think you won't pay dearly at the next Wizengamot session," said Arcturus, looking at the woman who displayed an unpleasant expression on her face after hearing his words. She knew she had done something wrong in attacking a patriarch of a noble house and would be duly punished. The severity of the punishment depended on how many members would be on her house's side in the Senate at that moment. But first and foremost, they weren't many, as Dumbledore was not well regarded in the eyes of other noble houses. Augusta could see many industries and shops under the name of House Longbottom cruelly confiscated and handed on a silver platter to the odious men, not only to financially weaken the White faction but also to weaken House Longbottom, which many nobles considered traitors. Asterion watched the entire show with excitement shining in his eyes, not caring much about the political impact. Seeing an almost fight between wizards for the first time was thrilling, but he couldn't help but look at the future 33rd Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour. A foolish man who tried to convey a sense of security while a war was being waged in the corridors of the ministry. A stupid decision that led the men to die at the hands of Voldemort in the future, who sought the whereabouts of Harry Potter. When Rufus refused to reveal where the boy was, the Dark Lord casually killed him. Poor man. Arcturus didn't bother to give another glance at Augusta and Neville and walked toward Gringotts under the fearful and respectful eyes of the goblins who had witnessed the entire scene earlier. Leaving Rufus and Augusta with somber looks, one was concerned about getting too involved in Wizengamot politics, while the other was cautious about what House Longbottom would have to pay at the next Senate meeting. Entering Gringotts, Arcturus looked at his great-grandson and asked, "What did you think of all this?" "You provoked her to the limit," Asterion replied. That was the conclusion of the events earlier. From the beginning, Arcturus had subtly provoked the old lady without her even realizing it. Exactly. With her attack, we gained many properties and shops in Diagon Alley from House Longbottom. And the best part is, even if Dumbledore tries to stop us, we have a very valid and concrete reason. "We weakened two enemies with just one attack," Arcturus said, nodding in satisfaction at Asterion's response. He continued, "So, remember this scene well, Asterion. You must control your emotions, or they will be used against you, just as I used hers against herself. Asterion nodded, but he felt he didn't need that warning. He didn't like expressing his feelings much in the first place, often preferring to keep everything to himself. Chapter 22, Chapter 20, Unrest in England. Chapter 01/02. As Asterion approached the counter of the bank, where a rather ugly-looking goblin was working, his heart beat faster. He glanced briefly at his great-grandfather and almost smiled, thinking of Arcturus Black's shocked and incredulous face. He also looked at the famous warning from Gringots written on the wall of the place, but he didn't pay much attention to it. It was just a poor chained dragon. He had a much better dragon himself. As for the waiting line, well, let's say that maybe because of the small show outside of Gringots, people let him and his family pass without much fuss. Arriving at the service counter, Asterion particularly disliked having to look up. The goblins intentionally raised the height of the counters, probably to feel superior to wizards and to irritate them more easily. And to tell the truth, they really managed to annoy him, even without saying absolutely anything up to that moment. Even with their arrival, the goblin continued to write with a quill on a parchment that looked new, as if he hadn't noticed them. The goblin itself was small, not measuring more than 50 centimeters, with sparse gray hair, a huge pointed nose, and large, sharp ears at the top. Definitely an appearance worthy of a horror movie. Disgusting creatures, Asterion heard Narcissa mutter beside him. He completely agreed with her assessment. Goblins were ugly, arrogant, and quite unpleasant to have a conversation with, regardless of who you were. Looking coldly at the goblin who continued to write, indifferent to what was happening around him, Asterion unleashed Baskerville's unscrupulous malice completely. A monstrous and chilling laughter echoed in the entrance hall of Gringots. Everyone felt as if they were inside a frozen cave. The cold, murderous intent sent shivers down the spines of every person and goblin in the hall. "It seems you've noticed our arrival, Mr. Goblin," said Asterion, looking at the goblin who stared back at him with a touch of fear. His eyes reflected nothing but a gaze completely devoid of emotions, as if he were looking at someone dead. "I was distracted," said the goblin, showing a wide and somewhat terrifying smile. His gaze fell upon Asterion's shadow with a touch of caution. "But I must inform you that pets are not allowed in Gringots." Upon hearing this, Asterion gave an innocent look while gesturing for the goblin to proceed. "You can try to remove Baskerville from the premises, I won't stop you." The goblin glanced at the gigantic dog with hundreds of pairs of red eyes and chose to remain silent. As for the rules of Gringots, if a superior were to inquire, he would claim he was old and had forgotten some. It was foolish to fight against a curse of semi-special level, at least he wouldn't survive for even a second. Seeing that the goblin ignored Baskerville, Asterion nodded and looked at his great-grandfather, signaling for him to take over the conversation. A private room with the goblin in charge of Vault 666 of the House of Black, Arcturus spoke, looking directly into the goblin's eyes, causing him to swallow hard and promptly summon the goblin in question. "Seriously, Vault 666? Upon hearing the vault number, Asterion pursed his lips and looked skeptically at the old patriarch. In the face of his great-grandson's gaze, Arcturus only responded somewhat helplessly. The Third Lord was a true occultist, he even started a cult. It was he who transferred the wealth of the House of Black to Gringots, although only a part of it. Asterion rolled his eyes at the dark past of his ancestor. At the same time, he remembered the cursed spirits of the third bearer of the Black family's curse technique. They were all mentioned in the book. Most of them had names of dukes, princes, and infernal kings, even names of angels. Perhaps that's why his family was targeted by the church in the early 13th century. "A man's dreams are sacred," Narcissa laughed at their conversation. "Please, I have no dreams concerning any deity, whether sacred or demonic," Asterion replied, rolling his eyes again. "If God and Lucifer existed and knew of our family's plan, we would definitely be dead." Setting aside those thoughts, Asterion focused on the magical energy coursing through his body. There was a considerable amount, only a little more was needed for him to be considered promoted. This tiny amount of energy separated him from a nearly semi-special class wizard. Perhaps when I turn 10 or 11, Asterion thought. He was eager for the day when he would advance to a semi-special class wizard. A semi-special wizard at the age of 10 or 11, that alone would be enough for him to be recorded in the annals of wizarding history as one of the greatest prodigies of his time. This was not a world of cultivation where you could infinitely grow stronger by absorbing energy. In this cruel and unfair world, your talent determined how high you would rise and the speed at which you would reach your peak. Some would reach adulthood with power at grade 3 or even grade 4, never able to progress to the next level. Others, like Asterion, were already reaching the pinnacle of the world before even reaching adulthood. This world was truly unfair to those without talent. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to the private room," Asterion snapped out of his reverie, hearing another goblin, dressed in simpler clothes, who guided him to a room where another goblin awaited. This goblin was different from the previous ones. He wore more flamboyant and elegant attire, though in dark shades. He sported a large silver necklace around his neck, with a jewel containing a strange coat of arms depicting trees and flowers. Asterion presumed him to be a noble of the goblin race, which was not surprising given that they were governed by an absolutist monarchy. The goblin walked awkwardly with his short legs up to Asterion, holding an ancient-looking white marble bowl and an intricately carved knife with extremely complicated ancient runes. 7 drops of your blood, no more, no less, the goblin spoke with his hoarse and repulsive voice, as if he had swallowed glass. Before undergoing the test, Asterion glanced at Arcturus to see if anything was amiss. Seeing the men nodding at him, confirming that it was safe, the boy didn't hesitate to cut his palm with the knife, carefully squeezing out 7 drops of his blood. The goblin took the bowl with the 7 drops of blood and performed a spell using the bowl itself, which glowed in a golden hue, revealing thousands of runes that seemed to move on their own. Upon finishing the spell, the goblin poured all 7 drops onto the ancient-looking parchment. The parchment, which had been blank, began to write itself, revealing Asterion's true lineage. Asterion Regulus Black Slytherin. Blood purity, 100%, 7 generations of pure-blooded wizards in both paternal and maternal lines. Parents, Regulus Black, father, Minerva Slytherin, mother. Possible inheritance, the oldest and noblest house of Black. Possible inheritance, the oldest and most noble house of Slytherin. The goblin looked at what was written on the paper and rubbed his eyes in confusion, thinking he had read it wrong. He read it again only to see the same hallucination. Surely, a surprise, Lord Black, said the goblin after letting out a shrill and eerie laugh. He then handed the paper to the confused patriarch of the House of Black. Though puzzled by the goblin's strange behavior, Arcturus lowered his head and began to read the content. The more he read the parchment's content, the wider his eyes bulged in total disbelief and incredulity. Chapter 23, Chapter 21, Unrest in England, 2. Chapter 02/02. Arcturus took a deep breath and sought to calm himself, though his heart was still in turmoil. The direct blood of Salazar Slytherin still flowed in the land, nothing less than in his great-grandson. How Regulus had become involved with someone from the direct lineage of the Slytherin house was a puzzle that troubled him. A series of unanswered questions churned in his mind, making it difficult for Arcturus to think clearly. He had already met another family descended from the Slytherin house, the Gaunts. However, they were merely an impoverished household, filled with an innate arrogance that did not match the legendary legacy they carried. But this situation was different. Asterion's mother, Minerva, bore the Slytherin name, which meant she was recognized as an heir or, at the very least, was registered in the Slytherin house's family tree. Looking at the boy who gazed at him innocently, Arcturus coldly huffed. He knew the boy had orchestrated this entire scene as revenge. The boy certainly held his grudges. He just didn't expect such a surprising retaliation. The Slytherin house held a singular significance for this nation, especially due to Salazar, a brilliant man who left a remarkable legacy throughout Britain. He was the architect of the foundations for the future Ministry of Magic, shaping and innovating in British wizarding society. Although thousands of years had passed since his death, the rules and principles he established still permeated the nation. The noble houses that once knelt before them and now controlled wizarding society. It was only after the disappearance of the Slytherin house that the Black House ascended to the position of leader of the pureblood faction. For this reason, the Slytherin house always held deep meaning for the noble houses. This was one of the reasons why the noble houses chose to ally with Voldemort in the war. Narcissa looked surprised at her great-uncle's constantly changing expressions. She swore she had never seen Arcturus Black as emotional as he appeared at that moment. The stunning woman approached Arcturus and looked at the parchment in his hand with a curious gaze. Upon seeing the contents of the parchment, Narcissa took a deep breath and looked at Asterion with a shocked expression. Asterion, who had witnessed the entire scene, couldn't help but feel extremely pleased seeing the constant changes in the man's face. Revenge certainly tasted like glorious triumph. Ragmuck, I would appreciate it if you kept discretion regarding what you read on the parchment, he said before the goblin could respond. I'm not asking you to keep it a secret forever, just wait a month before you start selling the information to the other noble houses. Arcturus knew it was impossible to keep such information due to the greedy nature of goblins, but he also didn't care. He just wanted to buy time to prepare to present Asterion in the most dazzling way possible because from today onwards, the House of Black officially carried the name Slytherin. At the same time, a daring idea crossed his mind. With both statuses, the fear of the House of Black would be diluted with the name Slytherin. This meant that the restraints holding back the development of the House of Black had been undone. We have to go, there's a lot of paperwork to prepare everything, as well as formalizing your inheritance in both noble houses, Arcturus said, not caring about his great-grandson's childish revenge. He was racing against time. Narcissa took Asterion's hand, and the three of them left the room, leaving a pensive goblin behind. Dumbledore must pay dearly for this information, as well as other noble houses. I feel like I'm getting rich, murmured the goblin, his smile stretching from one side of his face to the other. Could have told me such important information earlier, don't you think, my dear great-grandson, Arcturus whispered to Asterion after they exited Gringots. Though maintaining his elegance, they all walked with slightly quicker steps than usual. How Arcturus wished he had known this information earlier, but there was no remedy for regret in the world. Well, it wouldn't be a surprise then, my dear great-grandfather, Asterion replied with a small, adorable smile on his innocent face. A smile that Narcissa would put into an animated photo to cherish every possible moment. Just because it was operated abruptly, you withheld such important information, don't you think it's an exaggeration? Arcturus grunted slightly coldly and spoke with a slightly helpless tone. Well, it's one of my charms, am I too dramatic? Asterion didn't mind and showed a rather carefree smile. Looking at the boy playing the role of an innocent child, Arcturus rolled his eyes and just muttered under his breath, cheeky brat. Asterion smiled and placed his hand on one of Arcturus's arms, while Narcissa did the same on the other side. In the next instant, the three of them disappeared in Diagon Alley. Unfortunately for Arcturus, the news of Asterion's lineage was sold the next day. Something the old patriarch would remember well, as he had promised to make Ragmuck pay dearly for selling the information so quickly. The worst part was who he sold the information to. Looking at the cover of the Daily Prophet containing the image of him, Narcissa, and Asterion, Arcturus clenched his teeth in frustration. It was a conspiracy. A mere sensationalist journalist would never have enough money to buy such information from a greedy goblin. Whoever bought the information passed it to Rita Skeeter to cause chaos. He could imagine how chaotic the next session of the Wisengamot would be. Good move, Albus, Arcturus muttered with a cold look in his eyes. Very well. Let the games begin. I want to see if you can handle the pressure, and I'll start with you, you mere fifth-rate journalist. How dare you ruin my plans, Arcturus said coldly as he threw the newspaper onto the table. He was certain it was Albus Dumbledore who leaked the news, which was obvious, as the biggest suspect is often the one who benefits the most from the news. And for that man, a divided pureblood faction was a good thing. As for the reason for the division, it was quite simple, interests involved. Everyone wanted to profit from Asterion, especially with his great-grandson being unmarried. It was a stroke of genius by Dumbledore, not only delaying his fight against the Longbottom House but also sowing chaos in the pureblood faction. It seems Arcturus will be busy for a while, Narcissa murmured, looking at the boy in her lap, reading the most important book in the library, although for her, the pages of the book were blank. It was rare for the Black Patriarch to skip meals, as he had done all day today, coming in and out of the Black Manor. A challenge at his age can spice up his monotonous life, Asterion said, without taking his eyes off the book. However, his eyes sparkled with a touch of wisdom. Although he seemed indifferent to politics, he wasn't totally indifferent to her. He knew that with the exposure of his maternal lineage, the Masquerade ball next month would be very lively. Chapter 24, Chapter 22, Unrest in England, 3. England, City of York, Greengrass Manor. The rise of a new Dark Lord. I must admit, the journalist has the gift of creating impactful headlines, Aurelius Greengrass, patriarch of the Greengrass family, said in a sarcastic tone. As he took a sip of tea, Helena added with a tone of veiled curiosity, I am genuinely intrigued to see how she will handle Arcturus Black's imminent wrath. Aurelius nodded. Arcturus Black was a vengeful man and showed no mercy to his enemies. If Rita Skeeter survived more than a week, the Greengrass patriarch would genuinely be surprised. He looked at his wife and asked, what do you think of the boy? With a subtle smile playing on her lips, Helena examined the image of the boy in the newspaper. From his cold and indifferent expression, he is unquestionably a Black, from the tips of his hair to the depths of his soul, although it is impossible to deny that its appearance can deceive the unsuspecting. A true Black. Aurelius murmured, recalling his days at Hogwarts. He remembered seeing the members of the Black family, all of whom, except Sirius, Andromeda, and Bellatrix, were so cold that it was difficult to approach them, although equally powerful. So, which of our daughters do you intend to betroth him to? Seeing her husband's pensive expression, Helena, who had been married to the men for over 20 years, knew what her husband was thinking at that moment. It wasn't very difficult to guess. Am I that easy to read? Aurelius raised one of his eyebrows, intrigued. My dear, you should practice more on hiding your emotions. Helena shrugged, responding without much concern for the unpleasant expression on her husband's face. She continued speaking. But I don't think it will be so easy to win the boy over. The other houses will fight tooth and nail to win the right to be the boy's wife. Aurelius nodded, aware that this competition for the alliance of the Black Heir would be more than a mere battle of wills, but a true war of interests and ambitions. For the young man possessed not only the legacies of the most powerful wizards on the planet but also the potential to become one of the most powerful wizards of his generation, a key player of enormous importance in the British and international wizarding society. If you want to win the boy over, you must be prepared to bleed, for Arcturus, that old fox, will not sell his grandson for anything less than a fortune, although I would do the same in his place. Helena laughed at her husband's expression and spoke, looking out at the mansion garden. The Greengrass patriarch remained silent, pondering how much he was willing to spend to secure this marriage. In a cozy first-floor house, a girl around 19 years old opened the door and shouted loudly, Mom, I'm back from the mission. Seeing no response, the girl's hair changed color from purple to matte gray. She quickly ascended the stairs to the first floor, leading to a hallway with 3 doors, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom. Opening the door to her parents' room, she sighed with relief upon seeing her mother lying comfortably in bed, reading a newspaper. However, her mother's face displayed a clear expression of nostalgia and a fleeting trace of guilt. Is something wrong, Mom? The young woman asked as she sat down beside her mother on the bed. The woman in bed looked surprised at her daughter's sudden arrival and said with a welcoming smile on her lips, Nymphadora, I didn't realize you had arrived, sweetie. Mom, don't call me Nymphadora. Tonks groaned in frustration, hearing her mother use her full name. Yes, yes, Tonks, Andromeda responded absent-mindedly, returning her focus to the newspaper. What are you looking at that's so interesting you didn't notice I arrived? Tonks asked, looking curiously at the newspaper. To her surprise, she saw 3 people, an elderly, very tall man, a beautiful woman equally tall, holding the shoulders of an adorable boy. The 3 were obviously nobles by the clothes they wore and how they carried themselves. She had encountered her fair share of nobility at Hogwarts, and many times, those encounters hadn't ended pleasantly, so the young woman didn't have a favorable impression of any noble. Although, strangely, none had ever caused trouble for her, which was odd given how arrogant those annoying young masters were. But the headline was even more intriguing than the people in the photo. The rise of a new Dark Lord. The headline certainly captured her curiosity. Who are they, and why does the old man seem familiar to me? Have I met him before? Tonks asked, looking at the 3 people in the moving photo. She focused on the elderly man. For some reason, she felt she knew him, but couldn't quite recall when she had met him. Perhaps she was too young at the time. Andromeda opened her mouth to speak but then closed it again, hesitating to divulge who they were. She didn't want her daughter to get involved in this political world, but seeing her daughter's curiosity, she knew she couldn't remain silent. He's your great-great-uncle, Arcturus. Beside him is my sister, Narcissa, and as for the boy, he's the son of my cousin, Regulus, Andromeda answered after hesitating for a long moment. Tonks was simply petrified by the news. Her mother had never spoken about her family of origin. Tonks only knew that her mother had been disowned for marrying her father, so she had never cared to ask about such a despicable family. So why are you showing such a sad expression then? They are horrible people, they kicked you out of the house, Tonks frowned, seeing the melancholic expression on her mother's face. Andromeda stroked the photo and sighed. You don't understand, Dora. I miss them, my sister, Arcturus. I even want to meet my new cousin, he looks adorable in the photo. I always wanted a younger brother. Why miss people who cruelly expelled you for marrying someone you loved? Tonks really didn't understand her mother. Feeling missing for such people was incomprehensible to her. They aren't like that, Dora, they love me, just as I love them. Even from afar, they protected me, just as they protected you. Andromeda shook her head as she weakly leaned against the pillow. But they expelled you, Tonks said, eyes wide. Was it because of her mother's family that those irritating young masters never bothered her? It was the rules, Dora. I chose not to practice the family simplified innate technique, so by the family's rules, I was no longer a black, Andromeda said, staring up at the ceiling. Sometimes she wondered if it was the right choice, but after meeting Ted and feeling the love he had for her, she still thanked herself for the decision she made decades ago. Seeing the melancholy on Andromeda's face, Tonks didn't press further with questions, though she was shocked to learn that her mother was a member of the infamous black family. But Tonks was determined to help her mother reconcile with her family. She could see how much Andromeda missed them. Chapter 25, Chapter 23, Escaping from Azkaban. Located in the North Sea, the stony island seemed like a world apart from the real world. At the island's center, Azkaban rose high in the sky amidst the tumultuous, icy waves of the sea, resembling a monolithic, bleak, and lifeless structure. With its origins shrouded in mystery, the first known inhabitant was a cruel dark wizard named Acristes, who would lure nearby Muggle sailors and use them as guinea pigs for his macabre experiments. His magical experiments were so wicked and cruel that they attracted a large number of malevolent spectral creatures called Dementors, a quantity so great that it could threaten the mainland if allowed to roam free. Therefore, in the year 1718, the new British Minister of Magic, Damocles Rowell, insisted on using Azkaban as a prison. Instead of using people to guard the prisoners, he chose dreadful Dementors as guards, making Azkaban later known as the cruelest prison on the planet. Inside one of the cells of Azkaban, if a luxurious room could be called a cell, a beautiful woman around 30 years old twirled her body around cheerfully, looking at a photo in the newspaper with an extremely excited expression. He's so cute. I want to lock him up in my basement and feed him forever. No, 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 I can't. He's my cousin. Stop talking in my head, you crazy bitches. But he's so cute. The woman spoke as she hugged the newspaper against her chest with a dreamy expression, a sadistic smile tracing on her full lips. I'm getting out of this poor room and going back to my wealthy family. The magic I've gathered over the years should be enough. She looked at the door separating her and her freedom, smiling maliciously. Banging on the reinforced magical iron door, causing a loud noise, she continued to pound, one after another. After 10 minutes of this, a cold and desolate atmosphere fell upon her. She had finally caught the attention of the prison guards. Looking at the Dementor that appeared in front of the door, the woman cheerfully greeted the spectral being. Little ball of happiness, my dear friend. Seeing that the Dementor hadn't responded, the woman pouted very upset and muttered to herself, doesn't remember the long hours we spent together. I painted your nails, ungrateful bitch. Seeing that she still hadn't received a response, the woman stopped talking. She reached her hand through the bars of the door's window and touched the Dementor. She used the small portion of magical energy she could muster at the moment. Instantly, a sphere of blue light fell upon the Dementor, gradually melting it into a blue orb in the woman's hand. Hee hee, I bet I'm the first one to swallow a Dementor. The woman chuckled amusingly and swallowed the blue orb, without caring about the unbearable taste. The woman waved her hand, and a curtain of darkness appeared outside the cell, from which a Dementor emerged. Ark must be proud when he sees my incredible abilities, she said, showing a proud look as she looked at the Dementor. Now, open the door for me, lovely sweetie. The Dementor directly dispelled the enchantment guarding the door, which opened with a gentle touch from the woman, who stepped out of the cell in her long black Victorian dress. Of a sweet smell of mold and despair, the woman opened her arms and deeply breathed in the putrid air of Azkaban. With a few excited hops, the woman walked down the long corridor, humming and lazily swinging her arms. Where is Sirius Black? Sirius Black. Oh, Sirius Black, where can I find you? After passing through many corridors and empty cells, she halted her steps, feeling the familiar presence, and grinned maliciously as she looked at the numbered door, XY390. Approaching the iron door, she stood on tiptoes and peered into the cell. Found Sirius Black. You look dead, pup, she said, looking at the dirty, disheveled, and skeletal man slumped weakly against the wall covered in scribbles of a madman. The man's eyes opened, revealing brown eyes, almost entirely black. He looked at the green-eyed woman at the door and parted his parched lips to speak hoarsely. Bella. You got it. It's me, the amazing and wonderful witch, Bellatrix. Bella opened a wide smile, showing her teeth as she gestured with her fingers. Sirius couldn't help but smile. You're still the same, Bella. Obviously, who else would I be if not me, Bella said, feeling pleased with his words. Bella had the Dementor open the door and asked, hands on her hips, are you coming with me? Yes, I still have to kill a certain rat. A cold and chilling look reflected in the eyes of the man unjustly accused. She looked satisfied at Sirius, as if she was seeing a good student finally following the right path. Killing is always the most relaxing way to unwind, I agree with you, pup. Sirius couldn't help but curl his lips hearing that. When did he ever say killing was relaxing? His cousin was still equally mad, even after a decade in Azkaban. This infernal place hadn't changed her at all. Rising from the dirty and filthy floor, Sirius walked over to Bellatrix with somewhat unsteady steps. Looking at his own worn and dirty clothes, then glancing at the dazzling dress on Bellatrix's body, Sirius couldn't help but notice how cruel his grandfather was to his own grandson. He seemed more like a loving grandfather to Cygnus and Druella's daughters than to his own grandchildren. You look like you've had a stay in a 5-star hotel, not in this damned prison, Sirius said, with a bitter and helpless tone in his voice. Well, when you have a powerful great-uncle, that happens to you, Bellatrix said, unconcerned that she was speaking to the man's grandson. That made Sirius grit his teeth in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, otherwise, he would probably jump from the highest part of this prison over how biased his grandfather's partiality was with the sisters, Narcissa, Andromeda, and Bellatrix. Shaking his head, Sirius looked at Bellatrix and asked, what are we going to do now? Well, putting her finger to her lips, Bella showed a pensive expression before saying, I'm torn between killing everyone in this place or simply strangling my husband to death. Ignoring the part about killing everyone, why do you want to kill your husband? Sirius asked, showing genuine doubt in his voice. Bellatrix looked at Sirius as if she were seeing an idiot and spoke proudly. Does a wife need a reason to kill her husband? You're strange, pup. No, I'm not strange, you're the crazy one among us, Sirius thought as he rolled his eyes. Although he thought so, Sirius still followed Bellatrix. After all, a good Death Eater was a dead Death Eater. Chapter 26, Chapter 24, Escaping from Azkaban, 2. Pup, did you know that you're now an uncle? Looking at the woman in a long Victorian-style black dress, coincidentally his cousin, Sirius shook his head and followed her while listening to her humming. But her words shocked him deeply, so much so that he stopped walking and looked incredulously at Bellatrix. Are you serious, Bella? Sirius asked incredulously, the image of his brother reappearing in his mind. The memory of his brother's sarcastic and arrogant laugh when the two of them went out drinking together at a Muggle bar brought up mixed feelings of happiness, sadness, and a profound sense of longing. Bellatrix didn't respond and walked, looking curiously at the metal doors, pondering what kind of agonizing torture the detainees endured at the spectral hands of the joy balls, called Dementors. Without looking back, Bellatrix casually replied to Sirius. Of course I'm serious, pup. The boy's name is Asterion, and he's being raised by your grandfather and Sissy. Sirius felt his head spinning. His brother had a child, which made him both happy and regretful at the same time. Happy that his brother's memory lived on through his nephew and regretful for not being there for the child. I'm a failure as an uncle and godfather, I failed James and Lily, I even failed Regulus. Sirius murmured to himself, deeply regretting his actions since that infernal day. Anger was a dangerous feeling that made people do the most unthinkable things in moments of uncertainty. He let anger and hatred consume him, he only thought about killing and revenge. Instead of worrying about Rose's safety, he only cared about avenging James and Lily. While Sirius was consumed by guilt behind her, Bellatrix finally found her husband's cell. Once again, she used the Dementor to dispel the enchantment holding the massive iron doors. Opening the door with a big smile on her face, she looked at the thin, skeletal man leaning against the wall, a scene reminiscent of when she found Sirius earlier. Husband, I'm back. Bellatrix entered the cell with a deadly sadistic smile on her beautiful full lips. The man opened his eyes and looked coldly at the woman. His cold gaze only made Bellatrix's smile grow wider. Opening her arms, she spun her body happily and spoke with a cute, fascinated voice, "We meet again at last, a romantic reunion scene full of feelings of hatred and resentment. Are you happy to see me, dear husband?" She looked at Rodolphus Lestrange expectantly, eagerly awaiting his words. "What are you doing here, crazy bitch?" Rodolphus pronounced coldly. There was not a hint of love in his eyes for his wife, instead, there was hatred, resentment, and madness. He deeply loathed the woman in front of him, so much so that he wanted to tear her flesh and drink her blood. What she did to him. How cruel, husband. I'm your wife, how can you speak to me like this? Bellatrix hugged herself as she recoiled, showing an expression of hurt and pain, like a maiden wounded by the men she loved. Sirius, who had composed himself, looked at the scene with surprise. He didn't know what Bella had done to make her own husband hate her so much. But knowing the Bellatrix he knew, it was probably something very cruel and sadistic. Wife. With a wife like you, I don't even need enemies, Rodolphus mocked, his gaze incredibly cold and deadly. Bella nodded, satisfied with her response, and spoke. That's right, a certain wise man once said that marriage was like a war, whoever surrendered completely to the other lost their own life. Sirius looked strangely at Bella. He was sure that wasn't the intended meaning of that phrase, but since it was Bella, he didn't dwell on it much. After all, how can you try to understand the mind of a madwoman? Looking at his wife's happy face, Rodolphus scoffed. After a brief silence, he asked. Tell me, Bellatrix, why did you marry me? Sirius and Rodolphus looked at the woman, awaiting her response. A tense and heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Putting her finger to her lips, Bellatrix showed a pensive expression. Then, as if remembering the reason she got married, her face lit up. I liked how my name sounded with your last name, Bellatrix Lestrange, it suits me very well. She said, her smile innocent and happy. Rodolphus pursed his lips at the absurd answer he had just heard. Sirius couldn't help but look at the men with pity. The patriarch of the House of Lestrange took a deep breath and closed his eyes. If he could, he would kill Bellatrix, but he couldn't, not in the state he was in at the moment, without his wand and his magical energy depleted. It's better to kill me, Bellatrix, because if I escape this infernal place, I will hunt you down like an animal. I will avenge him, no matter the cost, even if I have to sell my soul, you will die saying his name. Opening his eyes, Rodolphus spoke with a tone so cold it seemed to freeze the atmosphere around him. He knew it was an imprudent response, as he could die at any moment, but he didn't care. He was so angry that he needed to speak to vent, otherwise, he swore he would kill himself. Sirius felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked at those eyes filled with hatred and madness. He couldn't imagine what Bella had done to make the men hate her like that. Bellatrix's deep green eyes practically gleamed upon hearing her husband's words. Very well, I've changed my mind. I won't kill you right now, let's get a divorce. She said, causing Sirius and Rodolphus to widen their eyes in shock. Our divorce boils down to one thing, whoever kills the other first wins. Bellatrix showed an expression of such excitement that she felt something trickle down her legs, she had orgasmed. The idea of such a pleasant and exciting divorce ceremony had made her climax. Seeing Bella's ecstatic face, Sirius simply backed away a meter from her, afraid that the madness could be contagious. You'll regret this, I'll get you like an animal, Bellatrix Black. Rodolphus's face was contorted in a tangle of anger and resentment. The divorce, besides being humiliating for a pureblood, made him feel humiliated by Bellatrix considering him weak. La 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 la, Bellatrix simply laughed adorably as she walked out of the cell, obviously leaving the door open. Are you sure? He will surely seek revenge, Sirius asked, walking alongside her. Don't worry, pup, he's weak, and the weak will always be weak. That's the cruelest curse of this world, Bellatrix replied, showing a sadistic and cruel expression. Now let's go back home. In the next instant, that expression vanished, replaced by an innocent and lively one. Sirius was speechless to describe his cousin's rapid change of expression. It seemed like she had become even crazier while being imprisoned for almost a decade. Originally, he wanted to ask her what she had done to make her own husband hate her so much, but he remained silent. He just wanted to sleep without having nightmares. Not that he hadn't also gone a little crazy during this time, this damn place could work wonders on someone's mind. Chapter 27, Chapter 25, Wisengamot. At night in the Black Manor. Sitting in the dining hall, Arcturus, Asterion, and Narcissa dined in silence, a rather traditional dinner lavishly laid out on the oak dining table. Arcturus, as always, dressed in his elegant suit, Asterion wore an outfit similar to Seal Phantomive's, but in black and green tones, while Narcissa wore a delicate black dress covering her body, revealing her bare back. Will I go to Hogwarts when I turn 11? Cutting a piece of steak with his knife, Asterion stabbed the fork into the succulent meat, but before swallowing, he asked curiously. He was quite curious about Hogwarts, after all, it was Hogwarts, and he also wanted to know the differences of Hogwarts in this reality. Arcturus paused his utensils and looked at his great-grandson with confusion. He placed the utensils on the table and asked, "When did I say you would go to Hogwarts when you turned 11? This time it was Asterian's turn to be confused. Isn't it at 11 years old that a wizard starts their studies? No, the age to start at Hogwarts is from 13 onwards, Arcturus replied, surprising Asterian. Seeing his great-grandson's confusion, Arcturus began to explain, I don't know why you think you would go to Hogwarts at 11, but it's not like that. Wizards are essentially soldiers, it's completely illogical to send children to Hogwarts at that age. Seeing the confusion growing stronger on his Asterian face, Arcturus realized that his great-grandson didn't understand the nature of Hogwarts. Hogwarts isn't just a school, it also serves as a headquarters for training young wizards in the fight against cursed spirits and dark wizards. Hogwarts is divided into two classes, the main class and the auxiliary class. The main class mostly consists of fighters, while the auxiliary class, as the name suggests, consists of auxiliary wizards who help in any way they can with their powers, whether it's healing, tracking, reconnaissance, or cleanup. Taking a breath to regain his composure, he continued, from the first to the third year, students only need to establish a solid knowledge base for their future. Starting from the fourth year, or when they turn 16, Hogwarts begins to send students on grade 4 missions so they can gain experience. Thus, from the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th years, students put everything they've learned in class into practice. When they graduate from the 7th year, at 20 years old, you'll have an experienced soldier with a formed mindset. The words silenced Asterian. He understood his great-grandfather's words, unlike the magical school in another reality, this Hogwarts wasn't an amusement park but a place where you grew stronger to survive in the future. The wizards in both realities were fundamentally different. This world needed constant soldiers to fight cursed spirits and dark wizards, otherwise, society wouldn't be what it was today. At the same time, this world had a much better fate than the world of JJK, the number of wizards in this world was much higher, resulting in fewer deaths than depicted in the anime and manga. Arcturus continued speaking after taking a sip of water from his glass. If we were to send children to Hogwarts at 11, the Muggle government would definitely fight us to the death. For this reason, it was decided that the basic age to enroll in Hogwarts would be 13, and missions would only begin at 16. To ensure the primary safety of the children, various strict regulations were created, and both sides retreated, with the Muggle government assisting in missions by sending responsible agents along with their technology. To increase the survival rate of the students, a team of 3 people is formed at the beginning of the school year, and the ministry also sends an experienced aura to assist in the missions, Arcturus concluded. Asterian couldn't help but feel amazed. The mutual assistance between both worlds was something he certainly didn't expect, but upon reflection, it was quite reasonable for it to happen. After all, war wasn't an intelligent option. Not only would it reveal the existence of the supernatural, but it would also drag the entire country into conflict. Add special class wizards to the mix, and you have pandemonium on Earth. Both worlds needed each other to survive. Normal people couldn't see cursed spirits and therefore couldn't kill them, while wizards needed fresh blood constantly being sent to Hogwarts to supply the scarce workforce. In the end, both worlds reached a consensus where everyone would benefit. But upon hearing about the team and the experienced aura, Asterian felt like he had seen this somewhere before. Then, he remembered the anime Naruto that he watched in his past life, where there was a similar system. I just hope there won't be a Sakura on his team. If there is, I hope it's the post-time skip Sakura, he thought. The team chosen at the beginning of the school year, do we get to choose who we go on missions with? Asterian asked, cautious about the response he would receive. No. The Hogwarts School Council selects team members based on each individual's weaknesses. This forms a cohesive team that complements each other, as nobody is perfect. Looking at his grandson's worried face, Arcturus knew what he was concerned about and reassured him, addressing his doubts. Just as Arcturus was about to continue explaining other things, the house elf, creature, apparat next to the patriarch's chair and bowed while extending his hands, showing a letter bearing the emblem of the British Ministry of Magic. Noble Lord Black, creature intercepted a letter attempting to enter the mansion's domain, said the old house elf as he prostrated himself on the ground. Arcturus recognized the emblem and the letter, which was used to summon someone. Taking the letter in his hand, he let it float in the air. Magically, the letter seemed to come to life and began to speak with a deep, serious voice resonating throughout the dining hall. London, Grimald Place, number 12. This is an emergency order sent to the recipient, the Lord Patriarch of the most ancient and noble House of Black, Arcturus Black III. Arcturus Black III, you are hereby summoned to present yourself as soon as possible before the Supreme Parliament, the Wisingamot. Refusal to comply with this summons will bring serious consequences to the recipient, Arcturus Black III. When the letter finished speaking, it turned into ashes, disappearing completely. Everyone in the dining hall fell silent, still stunned by what had just happened. Arcturus furrowed his brows deeply. He didn't appreciate the tone used in the letter, it was written as if he were a criminal being forced to appear before the Wisingamot. Obviously, this wasn't written by the pure-blood faction. The old patriarch coldly snorted. He wanted to see what tricks Dumbledore wanted to use against him. However, even though he had been summoned, he calmly resumed eating and sipped his wine, seeming unconcerned about being urgently called. Only when he finished his dinner did he leave the dining hall, holding his cane with a cold expression. Asterion observed Arcturus leaving the dining hall after receiving an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic, specifically being summoned before the entire Wisingamot. Narcissa and Asterion exchanged confused glances. Going to the ministry and being summoned were two completely different things. Something truly serious had happened. Chapter 28, Chapter 26, Wisingamot, 2. London, British Ministry of Magic. Entering the elevator disguised as a telephone booth, Arcturus, dressed in an elegant black suit with the Black family crest in red, wore a cold and indifferent expression as the elevator descended underground, going down to the 8th level, the atrium. After almost 30 seconds, the elevator doors opened, revealing a cavern richly adorned in black marble, stone arches decorated the environment, and numerous lights illuminated the space. The place was bustling, to say the least, with hurried people coming and going, while planes of papers flew over their heads, fleeting shadows in the chaos. Arcturus noticed that the ministry was more bustling than usual as whispers reached his ears from the background. Did you hear? They say it was almost completely destroyed and all the prisoners escaped. They claim it was the Witch of Insanity, Bellatrix Lestrange, who initiated the entire breakout. His face took on a grim expression upon hearing this, finally understanding everything. However, what disturbed him even more was not his great-niece's escape, but the fact that he hadn't received any message warning him of the mass breakout from Azkaban. He pondered the two possibilities that lay before him. Had the purebloods betrayed him, or was the first person to notice the escape on Albus Dumbledore's side? With unanswered questions echoing in his mind, Arcturus circled the imposing magical fountains, ignoring the looks of recognition that crossed his path. His indifference was palpable, his cane striking the ground with a force beyond the usual. As he made his way towards the elevator, passing by the golden statues, he couldn't help but notice the banner of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, unfurled in a prominent position. Internally, Arcturus scoffed at the figure depicted on the banner. Entering the elevator, empty except for his presence, Arcturus cast a cold glance at those who tried to join him. "I think I'll wait a bit," murmured a man, fearfully averting his gaze from the intimidating aura emanated by Arcturus. The others around hastily agreed. Without showing any reaction, Arcturus pressed the last button on the second row to the right, marked with the number 10, where the Ministry of Magic courts were situated. The elevator took a minute to reach the promised destination. When the doors opened, they revealed a long, slightly dark corridor, completely deserted, without a soul in sight. Arcturus scoffed at the obvious attempt at intimidation, finding the chosen method trivial in trying to scare him. Such a ploy might have an effect on an inexperienced teenager, but not on him. Walking down the empty corridor, his steps echoing in the silence, Arcturus reached the end of the hallway. There, he was faced with two doors adorned with the emblem of the Ministry of Magic, M. Upon opening the doors, Arcturus found the seats of the Supreme Court nearly fully occupied, each occupant wearing a plum-colored robe adorned with an M badge on the chest. All the patriarchs of the lesser and greater houses were present. As he entered the court, these leaders rose from their seats as a sign of respect before resuming their seats in silence. The old patriarch nodded to everyone, pleased not to have been betrayed and not to have had to resort to extreme measures to punish the traitors. However, something caught his attention. Some of the noble houses that had previously remained neutral now rose to greet him. He knew that this was the result of his great-grandson's influence, who was already beginning to exert his power subtly over the entire British wizarding society. The House of Black was growing stronger with each passing day. Lifting his head slightly, Arcturus directed his gaze to the elevated main table of the Supreme Court. Seated in the principal chair was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and beside him, a plump woman with a particularly irritating professional smile, Dolores Umbridge. The presence of Cornelius surprised him, but at the same time, he knew Dumbledore was not behind this political attack. The men preferred to act personally rather than trust incompetent third parties to ruin his plans. Arcturus deeply shared this view: if you want something done right, do it yourself. As he was not the one on trial, he remained standing in front of the chair in the center of the Supreme Court. "With the arrival of the witness, we shall commence the session of the Supreme Court," declared Cornelius, banging his gavel on the table, his voice echoing through the courtroom. After looking at all the present members, he continued, "Lord Patriarch Black, Arcturus Black III, you have been summoned before this sacred court and our esteemed members to testify." Although still puzzled by this entirely arbitrary and seemingly illogical summons, Arcturus didn't conceal his disdain on his face, directing his gaze towards Dumbledore's representative in the Ministry of Magic, the Minister of Magic himself. Rumors circulated about the morning letters that Fudge supposedly sent to Dumbledore, seeking guidance every day. Arcturus despised figures like Fudge, who apparently received bribes from the pureblood faction while obeying Dumbledore's orders behind the scenes. The man was not only a coward but also unfit for the position he held. He was merely a puppet chosen by the people to maintain the false facade that the ministry, despite being influenced by the noble houses, still belonged to the people. "I fail to see why you're confused, Patriarch Black. Your grandson and great-niece escaped from Azkaban, releasing all the prisoners together. Perhaps at this very moment, the monsters you call relatives are murdering some poor muggle family." Cornelius spoke loudly, looking at the men who brought recurrent nightmares to him. This attack was orchestrated by him and his small faction within the ministry, all with the purpose of weakening the influence on the men and perhaps fueling more hatred towards his cursed family, gaining more autonomy in the process. Such a pity if it's happening, Arcturus replied without changing his expression. Thousands could die, and he didn't care, but he had to care at this moment. At the same time, he condemned Cornelius to death for calling his grandson and great-niece monsters. Arcturus continued speaking despite the silence in the courtroom, but it doesn't change the fact that the escape occurred under your watch, Minister. He saw the man's face twitch slightly at his words, but it soon returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Yet, Arcturus knew that Cornelius was seething inside. After all, the Minister of Magic was a simple-minded man who cared more about reputation than anything else, even his own life. Chapter 29, Chapter 27, Wisengamot, 3. I'm curious, Minister, am I being accused of something here, or will this session just be an exchange of insults? If that's the case, I prefer to refrain from speaking. I see no point in engaging in dialogue with a man like you, declared Arcturus, his words echoing through the courtroom and prompting a momentary silence. The humor of some court members, restrained until then, seemed on the verge of bursting into laughter. The old patriarch was right, this court was a farce, lacking evidence and circumstances to justify its existence. The awkward silence that followed hung in the air as Cornelius struggled to contain his frustration, speaking in a louder tone than usual. I am the Minister of Magic, and I demand respect as the one tasked with administering this society, Lord Black, retorted Cornelius, his voice tinged with authority. You have been summoned to this court to testify and explain why magical traces associated with you were found in Azkaban, as well as to face allegations regarding your noble conduct. This time, a collective sigh of surprise echoed through the room, all eyes turning to Arcturus, who remained standing at the center of the court. So, is this it? The Minister of Magic relies on magical residues and unfounded accusations to support his claims. Arcturus retorted in the same tone, showing no weakness in the face of the accusations. Answer the allegations against you, Lord Black, intervened Dolores next to Cornelius, her shrill voice capable of irritating even the most insensitive ears. Arcturus directed his gaze at the petite woman, with wavy hair styled to the side, and replied coldly, Prosecutor, I do not entertain allegations without evidence. If you wish for me to respond to something, prove it before this sacred court. Very well, bring forth the evidence, ordered Dolores, surprising everyone, before ringing the bell on her desk, producing a loud and clear sound that echoed through the courtroom. A young man entered, carrying a silver tray containing a vial about 5 centimeters in size, which contained particles of dark and malevolent magical energy. Everyone in the room felt the magical residues contained in the vial and turned their gazes to Arcturus, as if affirming the truth of the allegations. Irrelevant. I was on a mission 3 days ago, these could be my magical residues left at the scene. Furthermore, I feel that the minister is incriminating me with forged evidence, claiming they were found in one place when they were actually in another, he declared defiantly, disregarding the magical residues. The entire mission had documents related to it, he wasn't afraid they would use that against him. Are you accusing this court of conspiring against you, Lord Black? Dolores Umbridge spoke with a tone louder than usual. After a brief exchange of glances with Cornelius, she continued, keep in mind that the Ministry of Magic is the symbol of justice in our beloved country. Your words offend everything our society is based on, a fair place without distinction of status. Everyone in the jury was stunned by what they were hearing. The woman's words were so full of lies that they couldn't help exchanging bewildered looks with the court prosecutor. Justice. A truly impartial place, regardless of status. Since when has the ministry become that? Was the woman lost in some Avalon utopia? These thoughts echoed in the minds of everyone present. Ha 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 ha. Arcturus let out a deep, low laugh, as if he were hearing the most hilarious joke of all time. He then cast a sarcastic glance at Umbridge and remarked, if the ministry were truly as the prosecutor describes, a fair place without class distinction, then we wouldn't have had a war 10 years ago. 73% of the witches and wizards currently holding positions in the ministry have connections to noble families or have attained their positions through nepotism and bribery. At that moment, he realized Dolores Umbridge's mindset. She was a woman who considered the ministry supreme, capable of manipulating everything and everyone by virtue of the status it represented in British wizarding society. However, she seemed to have forgotten or simply didn't care about the fact that the Ministry of Magic was created by the ancient noble houses after the dissolution of the Wizarding Council, which reigned in the time before the existence of the ministry. He and almost everyone present descended from the lineage of those who had ruled over these lands in the shadows. The Ministry of Magic was merely a tool to sustain the rights and interests of the noble houses. At the same time, if the ministry lost the support of the noble houses, both financially and structurally, then the Ministry of Magic itself would cease to exist, as the majority who were truly powerful were members of the noble houses. Arcturus and everyone in the jury could truly understand the purpose of the Ministry of Magic, but Dolores Umbridge did not. She was deluded by the idea that the power she possessed was supreme. That. Arcturus's words left Umbridge unable to respond. Despite her arrogance, she was not foolish. If she dared to confirm the words of Patriarch Black, she would be politically annihilated in this country. Many people would be exposed, expelled, and some even imprisoned, thrown into Azkaban. Seeing that he had defeated one of his enemies, Arcturus focused his gaze on the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Cornelius couldn't help but sweat under the intimidating gaze he received. Things were not going in the direction he wanted from the start. In the conception of the plan, they would constantly pressure Arcturus, and as the men showed weakness, they could obtain the benefits they always wanted, more autonomy in the Ministry of Magic and, at the same time, further tarnish the reputation of the House of Black. After all, at least in his mind, if the leader of the Pureblood faction accepted, the other members of the faction would have to accept as well. Unfortunately, things don't always go the way he wanted. Arcturus didn't show weakness. He was an old lion, but a lion was still a lion, regardless of age. Now, he had to deal with the consequences of his actions. The men would certainly take a big bite out of him. Suddenly, the doors of the courtroom, which had been closed before, swung open, catching everyone's attention. Arcturus couldn't help but cast a cold gaze at the man with an aged appearance dressed in a rather extravagant purple wizard's robe. The old man's icy blue eyes shimmered with magic and mystery. The long, snowy beard swayed with his subtle and calm movements. "Forgive me for the delay, matters at Hogwarts delayed my arrival," said the old man, looking at everyone with a friendly gaze. Cornelius couldn't help but speak aloud, his expression brightening with the unexpected arrival. Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 30, Chapter 28, An Unexpected Visit. While Arcturus was still at the Ministry of Magic, witnessing, Asterion had just returned from another of his forays into locations with high concentrations of negative magical energy. It was a weekly routine for him, creating cursed spirits for various occasions. After all, a cautious man was a living man. This time was no different. Asterion gazed at the crown floating above his hand with a look of satisfaction. The crown was black, with several wide-eyed red eyes, filled with horror, gazing in all directions. It was a frightening and intimidating sight. Knowing he couldn't rival the infinite amount of magical energy wielded by figures like Gojo and Sukuna, Asterion decided to create the Crown of Lamentations. It was a surprise for him to discover that the fifth bearer of creation and manipulation of cursed spirits had specialized exclusively in weapons, rather than animals, monsters, and legends like his predecessors. After studying about the fifth bearer, Asterion attempted to follow in their footsteps and succeeded, utilizing the records contained within the Heritage Book. The Crown of Lamentations had a sole purpose, to accelerate the regeneration of magical energy in his body. This crown was just one of the 6 items he prepared to compensate for his limitations. In addition to it, there was armor that greatly increased his defensive capability by absorbing impacts and energies, a cloak that allowed free movement through the sky, granting him the ability to fly, a sword capable of splitting atoms, gauntlets capable of enhancing his strength, and finally, a necklace that essentially made him invisible. The entire set of armor, weapons, and accessories followed the same dark and sinister theme as the crown. "I think it's time to create a cursed spirit capable of dealing with Gojo and Sukuna's innate techniques," murmured Asterion as he walked to his room. He had some ideas on where to start, he just needed a large amount of negative magical energy. One of the reasons he considered creation superior to space was that he could essentially develop countermeasures based on other innate techniques, creating objects or monsters capable of neutralizing any innate technique. Entering his room, he found Narcissa lying on the bed, wearing a familiar transparent nightgown, propped up on 2 pillows as she read a book under the lamplight. "It seems you've returned from your nightly escapades," Narcissa remarked without taking her eyes off the book, gently turning the page. "It was a productive night," Asterion replied, walking to the personal bathroom of the room. The sound of the shower echoed through the walls shortly after. 10 minutes later, Asterion emerged from the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair still wet. Tossing the towel onto the chair, he grabbed a comfortable black silk pajama and began to put it on, regardless of whether Narcissa saw anything. Nudity was hardly something that could make him feel ashamed. Watching Asterion dress, Narcissa couldn't help but speak, her voice carrying nothing but concern and tenderness. "I don't understand your rush to get stronger, Asti. It seems like you're desperate to become stronger, regardless of the damage it causes to your body. That's not normal." Asterion, who was buttoning up the top of his pajamas, stopped upon hearing her words. He finished buttoning all the buttons and sat down on the bed, pondering over what he had been doing since awakening his memories at St. Marie Orphanage. Narcissa was right about something, he was desperate to become stronger. Since arriving in this world, he had never truly felt secure. That's why he trained until exhaustion, regardless of what his body told him. I just don't feel safe, sissy. It's like I'll die if I stop training," Asterion spoke without hiding his feelings. He trusted Narcissa enough to sleep in her arms without any fear, which in itself showed how much he trusted her. Narcissa remained silent and simply embraced Asterion. Unlike her, who grew up in a family where she always felt safe with her relatives, Asterion didn't have that. He faced everything he had to face as a child, which created a cautious, cold character with a strong urgency to become stronger. "Don't worry so much and have fun, Asti. Arcturus and I will protect you, until when I need you to protect me." Narcissa stroked his hair and joked at the end. But Asterion didn't find it funny. "I will protect you, even if it means burning this entire country." Looking into her eyes, he spoke each word with unwavering determination. Narcissa was someone precious to him, someone he had never had in 2 lifetimes. If anyone dared to hurt her, he would make that person's life a living hell, so much so that Satan would seem colorful next to him. Don't be silly, burning an entire country would make you an enemy of the world. Although she knew he was exaggerating, Narcissa felt her heart submerged in a sweetness she had never felt in her life, as she felt he was being completely sincere with her. If that's necessary, then everyone should die. Looking at her face, Asterion secretly thought. He admitted he had some mental issues, but who was truly sane in this world? Then again, everyone in his family was crazy in their own way, he just felt he loved too much. Compared to his predecessors, he was still an innocent little white rabbit. Both fell silent and gradually drifted off to sleep, enjoying each other's presence. In the cold dawn, Asterion, who was being used as Narcissa's personal pillow, opened his eyes, revealing a cold intent to kill in his red eyes, which seemed to gleam with a phosphorescent glow. Two individuals had breached the barrier of the Black Manor. Giving Narcissa a gentle kiss on the forehead, Asterion skillfully disentangled himself from her warm embrace and got out of bed. He slipped on his slippers and left the room, the shadow behind him quivering, revealing hundreds of pairs of red eyes. Let's see who's brave enough to invade my home, he murmured, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Chapter 31, Chapter 29, An Unexpected Arrival, 2. Asterion was perplexed. The barrier protecting the mansion had been personally constructed by Corvinus Black himself and reinforced by every patriarch of the House of Black over 1,000 years. One could say that the environment within the barrier was a world separated from the real world. It was nearly impossible to breach it by force, yet now, two people had managed to pass through without triggering any traps or alarms. Could it be an innate technique focused on space or specialized in infiltrating locations? Asterion pondered the possibilities but decided to focus on what was happening at that moment. Nidhogg, Asterion muttered, forming a seal with his hands, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. As he faded into the shadows, he whispered, "Don't kill them too quickly." Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Bellatrix and Sirius, who had just crossed the barrier, felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. Under their surprised and shocked gazes, a massive curtain of darkness unfolded in the sky above the mansion. A cold rain began to fall from the sky, drenching them, and each drop seemed to possess a chilling murderous intent. Sirius felt his legs weaken as he was stared down by 6 pairs of demonic red eyes through the curtain of darkness. To his horror, 2 clawed, scaled limbs emerged from the curtain, followed by the most terrifying head he had ever seen in his life. "I think your nephew thought we were enemies invading," Bellatrix commented cheerfully as she watched the massive oriental dragon emerging from the curtain, which she recognized as the Black House's innate technique. "Why the hell are you excited?" Sirius shouted loudly, desperate in the face of the gigantic cursed spirit. "Don't be such a crybaby, pup, imagine being killed by a dragon." "That's so cool," Bellatrix exclaimed cheerfully, her eyes displaying nothing but admiration. She always followed the law of the jungle, the strongest oppress the weakest. If she were to be killed, it was because she was weak. Sirius rolled his eyes at Bella's comment, but before he could respond, a childlike yet extremely cold voice reached his ears. "I really want to know how 2 beggars managed to breach the barrier. Is it malfunctioning?" Sirius lifted his head and spotted the entrance of the mansion. Even in the darkness, he could make out a small figure standing at the door, with only red eyes glowing in the distance. Upon noticing the red eyes, Sirius widened his eyes and looked at Bellatrix, incredulous. "You really forgot to tell me something so important." "You didn't ask," Bella replied, displaying an innocent look. "Wait, Asterion, I am." Before he could finish the sentence, a crimson bolt struck just a few meters away from him. "I didn't give you permission to speak my name, beggar insect," Asterion cut him off, his icy voice sending shivers down Sirius's spine. The coldness and indifference in his voice were almost inhuman. "He was certainly raised by Arcturus, almost like a replica of the men," Bella whispered to Sirius, not being too discreet. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of mad fanaticism. Throughout her life, she had heard the legendary stories of the bearers of the red eyes. Now, before her stood one of them, and one who was only beginning his own story, his own legend. And how she yearned to partake in this tale replete with horror, blood, and viscera. Gripping the edges of her dress, or at least what remained of it after the escape, Bellatrix elegantly bowed while displaying a smile on her lips. "I apologize for the sudden visit, young heir Black. I am Bellatrix Lestrange, but I am in the process of divorce. Therefore, I will reclaim the honorable name Black once again, with your noble permission." She didn't seem like a crazy person at all, on the contrary, she appeared as an elegant lady who had lived for a long time in the nobility of British high society, which was not untrue. "Interesting, but you don't resemble Sissy in the slightest, Mrs. Lestrange," remarked Asterion, observing the woman covered in a dirty, torn dress with curiosity. Even covered in mud, he could recognize Bellatrix's features, black hair, green eyes, and a twisted smile, nothing like Narcissa. "Well, the 3 of us have many differences between us. I suppose my dear mother enjoyed playing outside quite a bit, if you catch my drift," replied Bellatrix, laughing with a dreamy and joyful voice. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Asterion. "Do not slander our mother, sister. She would reprimand you for speaking something so vulgar and improper." Looking back, the boy saw Narcissa wearing a silk robe to conceal her body, her pale hair flowing softly with the night breeze. Are these two beggars really our family? Asterion asked, still incredulous. Narcissa laughed and pointed to the woman, saying, "This is my sister, Bellatrix." "Yes. It's me, the amazing and wonderful magical girl, Bellatrix," declared Bellatrix, striking a pose filled with pride and arrogance as she gestured with 2 fingers. Asterion almost smiled at her presentation, almost. "I see you haven't changed at all, sister," Narcissa remarked nostalgically, watching her sister's performance. It seemed like she had gone back to her childhood, seeing the same presentation for the first time. Bellatrix nodded eagerly, placing her hands on her hips. She was very pleased with her sister's response. "This is probably your uncle, Sirius Black," Narcissa said, pointing to the man who looked skeletal, with a face covered in a poorly groomed and dirty beard. Looking at him, Asterion showed a strange look. "I apologize for almost killing you with a lightning bolt, uncle." Although he apologized, his tone and facial expression showed no real remorse for his actions. Uffed. Bellatrix couldn't contain her laughter, holding her stomach as she laughed loudly and clearly. Sirius couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He glared at Bellatrix and limped towards the mansion's entrance. Bella continued to follow him, still laughing and hopping along. "You two are in a sorry state," Narcissa commented, looking at them with one hand on Asterion's shoulder. "After escaping, we were pursued by 5 squads of Aurors. They seemed like dogs unwilling to let go of a bone," Sirius remarked, looking helplessly at his other cousin, Narcissa. "So, that's why Arcturus was summoned by the Ministry of Magic," murmured Narcissa, with a pensive expression. "Does that mean Aurors are coming?" Asterion asked as he dispelled the curtain of shadows above the mansion. Nidhogg expressed its displeasure with a loud roar as its 6 pairs of eyes fell upon Sirius. Nonetheless, it retreated back into the curtain, still discontent. Sirius smiled bitterly, feeling the angry gaze of the massive cursed spirit upon him. Fortunately, the beast couldn't harm him unless his nephew desired it. He wouldn't do that, or would he? Shaking his head, he responded to his nephew's question. "We managed to elude them with Bellatrix using a cursed spirit that could replicate appearance and magical aura. But, it's still possible for them to check the mansion. Between you two, take a shower and put on clean clothes. I'll have Creature bring something warm for you to eat," Narcissa said, gesturing for them to enter the mansion. Bath time at last. Bellatrix ran inside, shouting excitedly. Sirius rolled his eyes at Bellatrix's childishness. He turned and thanked his cousin. "Thank you, Narcissa. We're family, we help each other out," Narcissa replied, putting her arms around Asterion's neck, responding with a faint smile on her lips. "Family," Sirius murmured to himself, hearing Narcissa's words. Chapter 32, Chapter 30, Black Family Reunion. At the dinner table, Sirius and Bellatrix, properly cleaned and well-dressed, could be seen devouring a steaming soup of meats and vegetables with great haste, as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. "I've missed edible food so much," exclaimed Sirius between spoonfuls of soup, his previously pallid face finally gaining some color, not as pale as before. "Well, I ate very well in Azkaban. The joy balls were great for a lively conversation. I painted many of their nails, they were definitely in need," added Bellatrix with a happy smile, while savoring her meal with joy. Asterion looked perplexed at his new cousin. Joy balls. Was she referring to the Dementors? Could they talk? More importantly, how the hell did she paint their nails? Curiously, he wondered what nail polish color she used. If it was pink, he would laugh a lot when he saw a Dementor with pink painted nails. He had many questions in mind, but he remained silent, showing a strange look to Bellatrix. In the short time he had known her, he could tell that the title of which of insanity was appropriate. The woman was definitely crazy, too emotional and unpredictable like a hurricane. No one could guess what was going on in her head. Still, he couldn't help but find it amusing to be around her. She could even make him smile with her strange and crazy phrases from time to time. "You ate well, unlike me. The food they gave me, not even pigs would eat," murmured Sirius bitterly, recalling his time in Azkaban. He would never forget what he went through in that place, enduring all that hell just to one day seek revenge. Hearing his uncle's grumble, his father's brother, Asterion spoke coldly. "Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. You chose to kill and were imprisoned. As for whether Sirius was innocent or not, it no longer mattered. The men had failed and been imprisoned, there was no turning back." A crash echoed as Sirius slammed his fist against the table, growling with anger. "I didn't kill anyone. It was Peter, not me. That filthy, dirty, disgusting rat. When I find him." Each word escaped through tightly clenched teeth and eyes filled with hatred. "Careful not to damage the table, you can't afford to pay for it," Asterion retorted sarcastically. He didn't care about all of Sirius's hatred and anger. The men chose to trust the wrong person and paid the appropriate price. As he had said earlier, when fate gives something, it also takes away. "Has anyone ever told you that you're a heartless boy?" Sirius remarked, observing his nephew, who remained indifferent to his outburst of anger, before slumping weakly into his chair and staring at the ceiling with a lost look. Faced with the disheartened and sad men in the chair, Asterion showed no pity. He spoke coldly, uncaring of his feelings. "My pity, my disdain, or my words of comfort are irrelevant to your life. Instead of wanting someone to pat your head and tell you everything is okay, you should be seeking to become calmer and colder to seek revenge. You're no longer a child, uncle. Sirius couldn't help but feel stunned. He looked at his nephew, and the figure of Regulus seemed to merge with the boy. You're definitely his son, you're alike in that aspect, so realistic and pragmatic, Sirius commented with a bitter smile, unable to believe that a child seemed more mature than him. Asterion remained silent. He would be lying if he said he didn't want to meet his father. But he couldn't, the man was dead, and they could never meet. Narcissa shook her head and silently held Asterion's hand under the table, comforting him. Bellatrix merely watched the whole scene with a gleaming gaze. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly and walked over to Asterion with quick steps. Kneeling beside his chair, she lifted her face and gazed at Asterion with an admiring look. My master, I, Bellatrix Lestrange, not for much longer, wish to serve you eternally and aid in your future world domination. Bellatrix's words caused a silence in the hall. Everyone, including Asterion, looked at the kneeling woman with surprise. How the hell did we go from a topic related to revenge to a pledge of loyalty? Asterion thought, lamenting Bellatrix's unpredictable behavior. I do not desire world domination, Bellatrix, Asterion said, unable to believe that those words were escaping his mouth at this moment. I understand, Master must want to remain discreet before his coronation. Asterion's words translated into a completely different meaning in Bellatrix's mind. Asterion merely put his hand to his face, covering his helpless expression. He changed his mind. Being with Bellatrix was exhausting. The woman simply had no logic or reason. Looking at the still kneeling woman, he let out a resigned sigh and spoke with a cold tone. As I said before, I do not intend to dominate the world, and furthermore, do not call me master, I am not your master. Very well, master, I shall act in the shadows like a demon awaiting your sinister and dark malevolent orders. As if she could guess what he was thinking, Bellatrix, more like a nun speaking to God, spoke with devotion and determination to serve the Lord. As I said. Before finishing, he stopped speaking. He saw the fanaticism in the woman's eyes. No matter how much he tried to convince her otherwise, she always thought it was his plan. Asterion sought help from Narcissa and Sirius, but both merely turned their faces away, unwilling to get involved. This is going to be exhausting, he muttered, his tone filled with bitterness. Everyone was so absorbed in watching the spectacle of Asterion and Bellatrix that they didn't even notice the dining hall doors opening, revealing Arcturus with a cold and unyielding expression. First, his gaze fell upon Bellatrix kneeling at Asterion's feet, then his focus shifted to the skeletal man, whom he presumed to be his incorrigible grandson. A trace of guilt passed through his gaze, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention, he spoke, what an interesting sight, my favorite great-grandson, my elegant great-niece, my incompetent grandson, and my lovely great-niece, all gathered around a table. I must say, it's quite an unusual sight to behold. What nefarious plan are you currently orchestrating? Almost instantly, everyone turned their heads and looked at Arcturus with surprise on their faces. According to the master, he must remain discreet before initiating his world domination, said Bellatrix, rising as she spoke with a proud tone, the tips of her fingers resting on her chest, striking a very elegant pose. Arcturus chuckled softly and spoke with a relieved tone. You haven't changed, Bellatrix, as unpredictable as ever. Bellatrix simply smiled and embraced the man affectionately. I missed you, Arc, she said, her face nestled against his chest, her gaze like that of a girl wanting to be pampered by her grandfather. I missed you too, child, Arcturus replied, gently stroking her hair in a comforting tone. No matter how much society abhorred his great-niece, to him, she would always be that little girl running around the house with a joyful expression. Afterward, they separated, and Bellatrix returned to her cheerful and commanding demeanor. Would you like a hug too, Sirius? Looking at her grandson, Arcturus asked calmly. I'd rather spend another 10 years in Azkaban, you arrogant old man, Sirius retorted sarcastically, scoffing. I see you're still as uncouth and uncultured as ever, Arcturus replied coldly. I'm not as hypocritical as you, Sirius countered without showing weakness. What an emotional reunion, after 10 years, grandfather and grandson meet again, Bellatrix wiped the tears from her eyes as she looked at the two with an emotional gaze. Asterion and Narcissa grimaced upon hearing this, an emotional reunion. It seemed more like an exchange of sarcasm and insults. Chapter 33, Chapter 31, Black Family Reunion, 2. Everyone stayed awake until the next day, waiting for the Aurors to arrive, but they never came, which surprised everyone, given that it was an obvious place to hide after an escape given the political complications they would have when searching the Black Manor. That's strange, they should have arrived long ago, Narcissa spoke, stroking Asterion's hair, his head resting on her lap. Her fingers gently traced the silky dark strands that easily slipped between her fingers. Maybe they focused on the other prisoners. Asterion replied, enjoying the strokes on his head, his voice slightly sleepy. He hadn't slept much last night, so he was almost drifting off to sleep with her touch. Everyone fell silent. Why release all the prisoners, to create more chaos? Narcissa asked Bellatrix in a slightly lower voice, apparently afraid of disturbing Asterion, who was almost asleep. I didn't release anyone besides the little puppy, it was Rodolphus who did it. He seemed particularly keen on killing me, although I don't understand why. Reclining on the sofa in a carefree manner, Bella spoke, staring at the ceiling as she counted how many imaginary stabs she had delivered to the sheep. Her eyes narrowed with a malicious and sadistic look, as if recalling something interesting. Sirius rolled his eyes at Bella's comment. She obviously knew the reason but pretended to be unjustly treated. Arcturus frowned. He looked at Bellatrix with a deep gaze, showing clear dissatisfaction. Both his great-niece's marriages were troubled, and he wondered if he had made a mistake in choosing their spouses. By the way, I'm surprised that my master is the son of Regulus. My first thought upon learning of his divine existence was to think he was Sirius's son. Bella spoke at that moment, subtly changing the subject. She felt she would be reprimanded by Arcturus if she continued to mention her ex-husband. Everyone deliberately ignored Bellatrix calling Asterion master and revering him as a god. Me too, Narcissa agreed with her sister's words. Arcturus merely nodded in agreement as he took a sip of his tea. Why? Asterion looked confusedly at everyone. Bella laughed loudly and spoke with a malicious smile on her lips. Sirius is a sexual libertine. As long as there's a pussy, I dare say he wouldn't hesitate to stick his dick in without a second thought. Sirius, who had been silently quiet, didn't expect to be insulted at this moment. He felt like a dagger had struck his heart, causing unknown emotional damage. I lost count of how many times I had to go to Hogwarts to deal with his sexual scandals. Arcturus looked at Sirius with disappointment and shook his head. Ouch. Another imaginary arrow pierced Sirius's heart. Remember, Asti, don't learn anything from him. This man is scum who only thinks with his lower head. This kind of man doesn't live for long, Narcissa warned Asterion sternly, who nodded in agreement with her words. Ouch. Someone who can't control their own desires is no different from an animal that only follows instinct, Asterion spoke, delivering another emotional blow to Sirius. Sirius was now lying on the sofa, defeated and powerless, with a bitter and painful smile on his face. I was young and didn't know what I was doing, Sirius spoke in his defense, but everyone, except Asterion, turned their gazes to him, a look of disdain and contempt. You were chased out half-naked by Lord Shafik when he found you in bed with his wife, Narcissa replied coldly, her gaze not hiding the antipathy she felt at the moment. What else could he say? Sirius simply lay on the sofa, wishing to find a hole to bury himself in with the shame he felt at the moment. What did his nephew think of him now? Bellatrix just laughed at her cousin's misery, not hiding the pleasure she felt in seeing him suffer. 15 days later, with less than 2 weeks until the masquerade ball, Asterion entered the living room to find Arcturus, Narcissa, Bellatrix, and Sirius gazing at painted portraits of 5 girls around the same age, between 9 and 10 years old. What's going on? Asterion asked, confused. Your potential future wives, Narcissa replied, not taking her eyes off the papers containing all the information about the girls. Asterion looked surprised at the 5 portraits, 2 redheads, 1 blonde, and 2 brunettes. This is so outdated, let the boy choose who he'll share his life with on his own, Sirius said, taking a large gulp of wine from the glass he held. He seemed pleased with the taste of the wine. To be like you, single at 31, Narcissa retorted sarcastically. Ouch. Sirius placed his hand on his chest and said with a sad tone. That was cruel, sissy. Then, he took another sip of wine at 8 in the morning. She just scoffed and looked at Asterion with a gentle gaze and asked. Any preference, Asti? He pondered for a moment and said. Maybe someone like Sissy. Elegant, cold and strong, I don't want a pretty vase for decoration. Sitting on the sofa, he crossed his legs one over the other and continued speaking. Instead of illusory love, I prefer companionship. Almost everyone looked strangely at the almost 10-year-old boy. They couldn't believe they heard such words from someone so young. Wasn't it normal for someone his age to think about love that way? Narcissa felt mixed feelings about his words. She was glad that he wanted someone like her, but at the same time, sad for his pragmatic view of life. But the entire silent atmosphere was shattered by Bellatrix's words. Stroking her chin, Bellatrix wore a pensive look and thought aloud. I think I meet all the requirements. Should I marry my master? You're 39, Bella, Narcissa spoke, looking coldly at her sister with a slightly hostile gaze. Age is just a number, the prison just an exotic room. Offended, Bella retorted, rising from the sofa. That doesn't change the fact that you're old, mocked Narcissa. You meant to say I'm a mature woman, said Bellatrix, her tone dangerously sharp. She hated when people mentioned her age. Enough of this childish argument. You're not children, Arcturus intervened at this point, his voice strong and grave, calming the two. Narcissa and Bellatrix exchanged cold glances and sat back down. Bellatrix muttered loud enough for everyone to hear her murmur. Sissy, the possessive, is back. Remembering how Narcissa used to be as a child, the girl wouldn't let anyone play with her dolls. Especially her, not that Narcissa was wrong, all of Bellatrix's dolls met a tragic end, all of them being decapitated, dismembered, and buried. Narcissa glared at her sister with a deadly cold look but remained silent due to Arcturus' presence. According to your preferences, you have 2 options, Daphne Greengrass, a young witch of semi-grade 2, or Susan Bones, a grade 3 witch, both powerful for their age and likely to reach grade 1, especially Miss Greengrass, who has the potential for semi-special grade. In addition to them, Pansy Parkinson is also suitable, although her talent is slightly lower than the other two. Politically, Susan Bones is the niece of Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. On the other hand, Daphne Greengrass is the heir to the prestigious Greengrass family, controlling a good portion of Britain's magical resources. According to the report I received about their personalities, Susan is more timid and reserved, while Daphne, on the other hand, bears a resemblance to Narcissa. Arcturus finished speaking and looked at Asterion, waiting for him to respond. Asterion couldn't help but think about Susan. She wasn't his type, her red hair might attract him, but that was about it. As for political power by marrying her, it wasn't much to begin with. The Bones family was only strong because of Amelia Bones. Once she left her position, the Bones family wouldn't be as important as it was now. Besides, with Amelia's personality, it would be difficult to gain any privilege. She was known to be impartial and cold. There was no way she could help with anything if he married her niece. On the other hand, Daphne was the heiress to the Greengrass family, both politically and economically. She was indeed the better choice. Combine that with what Arcturus described, and he had a future wife. But Asterion looked at Arcturus and asked, which of the 5 girls would be most beneficial for House Black to marry? This question brought a smile to the old patriarch's face. There was nothing that made him happier than seeing Asterion prioritize the family over his own interests. That was how the family would continue to stay strong, with family interests always coming first. Parkinson and Greengrass. Both control strategic materials, House Parkinson with alchemical items and House Greengrass with potion ingredients. Everyone in the room looked at Asterion, awaiting his response. To Sirius, his nephew might be experiencing life before marriage, but seeing how he conducted himself, he knew the boy was a true pureblood, unlike himself. Asterion pondered, weighing the pros and cons, but with a touch of selfishness on his part, he finally spoke up. Daphne Greengrass should be more suitable. Narcissa wore a displeased expression on her face, although it didn't show. She followed the pureblood ideology. The Greengrass family, on the other hand, was quite liberal with their marriages, regardless of whether they were half-blood or muggle-born. However, as it was Asterion's choice, she remained silent. I still think I'm more suitable. Bellatrix muttered in the background, but everyone ignored her. Chapter 34, Chapter 32, Masquerade Ball, 1. On the night of the Masquerade Ball, Asterion stood before the full-length mirror, clad in an elegant dark green suit adorned with delicate silver lines resembling the thorns of a rose, scattered across the chest area and sleeves of the jacket. A white scarf wrapped around his neck served as a tie, fastened by a dazzling ruby-studded golden brooch. The mask covering his face was dark in color, evoking the image of a demonic being with 10 red eyes, while black feathers on either side resembled the wings of a fallen angel. What do you think, Bella? Asterion asked the stunning woman, who was seated in a manner unfit for a lady. Diabolically beautiful, master, so much so that I want to lock you up in my basement, replied Bellatrix to Asterion, looking him up and down as if he were a succulent piece of meat. Her tongue seductively slid over lips stained with crimson lipstick. Asterion remained indifferent to the advances of his beautiful cousin. He had grown accustomed to the perversions of his crazy cousin, who didn't even care about his age. Honestly, it wasn't all that bad. These seduction attempts helped him prepare for the future, especially when he expected to deal with women trying to seduce him, increasing his resistance to such charms. He knew that beautiful women were one of the most dangerous things in the world. Sitting elegantly in his chair, he lightly tapped his legs, drawing the woman's attention. Bellatrix's eyes lit up, and she rose from the couch, kneeling beside the chair with her head on his lap. Asterion merely smiled and gently stroked her hair with tenderness. You're truly someone starved for attention, Asterion said gently as he admired Bellatrix's beautiful face. Even nearing 40 years old, due to magical energy, her aging had been slowed down, making her appear like a young woman of 25. Bellatrix pouted her lips upon hearing her master and spoke comfortingly, feeling his caresses in her hair. It's not my fault, master. Rarely did anyone love me. I see your husband didn't please you, sighed Asterion. Political marriages were like that. He himself didn't expect love, but he didn't expect both Narcissa and Bellatrix's marriages to be so troubled. Well, he dared to have a bastard outside of marriage, said Bella, her eyes half closed, lazily rubbing her face against his thighs. And what did you do when you found out? Asterion asked, curious. I killed both, the woman and the child in front of him. But he's too petty, hates me only for killing his pleasure sac and his immoral seed, Bellatrix replied with a sadistic and terrifying smile on her lips, although her face maintained an innocent expression. Asterion remained stoic in the face of the shocking revelation. Not that he was indifferent to the death of a child, but it was like hearing news of someone's death on the other side of the continent, irrelevant to his life. He shook his head and said calmly, and you still claim he has no reason to want to kill you. It doesn't matter. He will die by my hands in the end. After all, he's weak and incompetent, Bella replied indifferently. Killing the woman and the child was trivial to her. As for Rodolphus's hatred, she didn't care, in fact, she wanted him to hate her even more. Seeing the desperation in his eyes when he was about to die would be a delicious scene to witness. Asterion just rolled his eyes and then lifted her face with his index finger. He brought her face dangerously close to hers, causing her bodies to come closer and her breasts to press against his chest. "What a naughty girl you are, Bellatrix," he whispered in her ear. His whisper was like that of a demon trying to seduce one into sin. Bellatrix's pale cheeks acquired a rosy hue of shyness. Asterion found amusement in her reaction. The killing and torturing machine in front of him seemed like a timid girl. For some reason, this brought him a sense of satisfaction. His finger slid over the soft skin of her cheek, down to her chin, and stopped at her lips, where he traced his thumb over her plump, red lips. The lipstick smeared and spread to the sides. Bellatrix's green eyes were clouded with raw desire as she sucked his finger as if savoring the most delicious delicacy in the world. But when she was ready to strip off all her clothes and surrender to pleasure in a carnal night of passion and wild sex, her master pulled back with a teasing laugh. Asterion finally felt satisfied with his revenge. He had spent weeks being seduced in various ways by this woman, but this time, he made her feel her own poison. "I just remembered I have an appointment, perhaps later, Bella," said Asterion, rising and ignoring Bellatrix's hurt gaze. "Don't be so cruel, master." "My body is burning," Bellatrix said, writhing seductively, her cheeks flushing deeper. "Furthermore, as your master, I forbid you to touch yourself," Asterion said, showing a smile behind his equally sadistic mask, causing Bellatrix to widen her eyes in shock. Without waiting for a response, he left the room with light and agile steps. "The master is so cruel I want him to tie me up and beat me. Should I call him daddy?" Breathing heavily, she murmured to herself with a sensual look. Leaving the room, Asterion noticed the house elves tidying up the last details for the ball, moving swiftly and completing all tasks efficiently. "Good work," praised Asterion, and the house elves seemed to receive the praise as if it were the most beautiful of praises. They instantly bowed and redoubled their efforts, performing tasks even more quickly, as if they were even more motivated. Watching the scene, Asterion merely shook his head, understanding why house elves had a low status in society. They fed off the magic of their masters, essentially becoming magical parasites and, as such, were undervalued, even more so than goblins. Continuing down the hallway, he found his great-grandfather standing in front of a huge painting, staring at it without blinking. As he approached, Asterion saw the painting of a tall man standing with his hand on the shoulder of a woman seated in a chair. Through the facial features, he recognized the man as Arcturus, and the woman, obviously, was his great-grandmother, Melania Macmillan. "Did you love her?" Asterion asked, observing the elegant woman with black hair and blue eyes, sitting with her hands on her thighs and a slight smile on her lips. "Yes, more than anything. She was my beacon, illuminating my dirty and tarnished soul," his great-grandfather replied with a slightly hoarse voice, after a brief silence. He then turned to Asterion and continued. "I hope you find someone like that, Asterion. This is a lonely and cold world, especially for someone who will be at the top of the world like you, and the top is lonely." Each word seemed to be etched into Asterion's heart. The boy who turned 10 today merely remained silent, gazing at the painting of his great-grandmother. Taking a silver watch out of his pocket, Arcturus glanced at the time marked on the watch and said, "It's almost time, let's greet our guests." Arcturus then donned the mask on his face and walked towards the mansion's ballroom. His mask was plain black with gold details, a rather discreet yet elegant mask. "Bellatrix and Sirius?" Walking alongside him, Asterion asked. "Don't worry about that, as long as they're both wearing masks, no one will recognize them, and even if they do, no one would say anything. Everyone in that room is our ally and needs the Black family to survive in the face of the most powerful wizard in the world, Albus Dumbledore," Arcturus said, stopping in front of huge doors. "Or they just need to betray our house and turn to Dumbledore's side," Asterion said, looking at Arcturus with a cold stare. He would never trust a stranger, although it might seem somewhat paranoid, it was something he truly believed in. Always expect the worst from those you don't know. Perhaps that's why betrayal from someone dear is more painful. Then, kill the traitors and set an example of the expected fate for traitors. Arcturus looked directly into Asterion's eyes and spoke each word with a coldness capable of freezing a desert. Asterion nodded, showing a pensive look. If dialogue didn't resolve the issue, old ways always could. "Ready?" Arcturus asked. "Yes," Asterion simply nodded. Without hesitation, Arcturus opened the huge doors, revealing a magnificent ballroom made of black marble. Chandeliers illuminated the space with their soft light while hundreds of men and women conversed in low voices. In the air, without any visible musical instruments, classical music played, creating a comfortable and cozy atmosphere. The guests, upon hearing the doors opening, suddenly fell silent, looking at the two figures who had just entered, one tall and the other short. The hosts of the party had just arrived. Chapter 35, Chapter 33, Masquerade Ball, 2. Observing the men and women in the ballroom, Asterion was dazzled by the profusion of elegant suits and dresses. The women paraded in stunning dresses, richly adorned with jewels and threads of gold and silver, while the men showcased themselves in expensive and extravagant suits. Everyone wore masks that covered half of their faces, adding an air of mystery and elegance to the slightly dimmer environment. The Gothic classical music echoed in the hall, without the visible presence of any instruments, as if the sound emerged from the air itself. Arcturus picked up 2 champagne glasses that floated gently in the air, keeping one for himself and offering the other to Asterion. A solemn silence filled the ballroom as everyone awaited his words. It is with great honor that I welcome all of you on this special day, Arcturus began, his voice resonating with authority and a rare touch of warmth. Today marks the entrance of a young wizard into our noble society. Someone who will be engraved in the history of magic. He paused, his gaze sweeping across all present before continuing. May this be a moment of celebration and welcome for our dear Asterian Black Slytherin. With that said, Arcturus raised his glass to his lips and everyone followed suit, toasting along with him, including Asterian himself. Immediately after the toast, a round of applause echoed through the hall, filling it with an atmosphere of warmth and approval. However, despite his great-grandfather's warm gesture, Asterian couldn't help but feel embarrassed by the praise. The flowery expressions from his great-grandfather truly left him feeling ashamed. It's time for you to greet our guests. I'll be busy chatting with some acquaintances, Arcturus whispered to Asterian as the applause subsided, gesturing for others to do the same. Asterian took a deep breath and nodded, resigned to the task at hand. He didn't particularly enjoy social interaction, preferring the company of a good book to the falseness of high society smiles. However, he recognized the importance of learning to socialize, especially given his position as the heir of the two most prominent houses. With an elegant posture, the young heir moved towards the crowd, greeting each person who approached to meet him. Asterian didn't have an exact notion of the number of people who greeted him, but they were certainly in the hundreds, all occupying prominent positions in society. Most were lords of their respective houses, while others were powerful magnates, whose coffers overflowed with gold. Each person who greeted him treated him with reverent respect, as if he were a true prince. However, behind the exaggerated and beautiful compliments, Asterian detected a touch of falseness and reverence. He wondered if that respect was due to the prestige of his lineage as a Black Slytherin, or if it was simply a deference to the future power he represented as a special-grade wizard. But Asterian chose not to reject these people, as he was equally false in his greetings and conversations. He didn't consider himself hypocritical to that extent. Suddenly, while greeting one of the lords from one of the Russian houses, the music in the air changed rhythm, shifting from a brisk cadence to a slow and enveloping melody. It was clearly a signal for couples to dance in the center of the ballroom, and everyone consciously made space. Apologizing to the Russian lord, whose wealth was evident in his attire, Asterian approached the first lady he encountered, of similar age to his, and with a graceful bow, courteously asked, "Milady, would it be an honor for me to have the opportunity to dance with you?" "The honor would be mine, young sir," replied the girl, her voice cool and melodious. Asterian extended his hand, and the girl took it with a delicate and gentle touch. Walking to the center of the ballroom, he faced her and wrapped his arm around her waist with a gentle and reserved grip. She, in turn, placed her hand on his shoulder. To the melody of the music, they danced a waltz with an awkward yet elegant slowness. "You're not accustomed to dancing, Heir Black," she said, moving gracefully to the music, her blue eyes meeting Asterian's red eyes with striking intensity. Asterian wasn't surprised by her ability to discern his identity. After all, his eyes, even in the dim light, were remarkably distinct. He looked into the noble blue eyes behind the white swan mask and replied sincerely, "Dancing isn't one of my talents, especially considering this is my first dance." The girl fell silent, staring at him, before leaning slightly back, exposing her slender neck. The grip around her waist intensified, preventing her from falling completely, and she moved back towards him. "To be honest, I thought you'd be different from what I've heard from the rumors circulating through the country," she said, drawing closer to his face. "Courtesy of Rita Skeeter, I presume," Asterian replied with a near laugh at her words. He made a point to read every morning what that woman wrote about him, and he never tired of the countless conspiracy theories she could imagine. "You know," she asked, slightly surprised, leaning forward to hear his words better. "I feel a strange fascination reading what that woman writes about me. She's only alive because I stopped my grandfather from killing her." "The woman really managed to irritate him," explained Asterian, with a tone of admiration mixed with perplexity. "My father also mentioned how annoying that woman can be," the girl agreed, nodding along with his words. As they continued to dance, their conversations unfolded in whispers, an intimate exchange of words. Over time, the dance flowed with more grace and elegance, reflecting the growing harmony between them. Asterian felt comfortable talking to the girl. Perhaps it was because of their similar age, or maybe it was because she didn't treat him like a child. Although he displayed maturity, Arcturus and Narcissa always treated him with a certain condescension, like an adult speaking to a child. Which was especially irritating. Time passed, and finally, the music came to an end, at least for its first part. Parting ways, Asterian elegantly bowed as he said, "It was an honor, my lady." She held the edges of her dress and inclined with equal elegance, replying, "The honor was mine, Heir Black. I hope you have a wonderful birthday." After saying this, she turned and walked away without looking back, disappearing among the hundreds of people. Asterian merely watched her back for a moment before continuing on his own path. He didn't ask for her name, as there was no need. They wouldn't see each other again, it was just a dance that he would cherish fondly in his memory. Huh. Asterian looked confusedly to the side as Baskerville alerted him that something harmless had landed on him. Glancing down discreetly, he found a ladybug at the edge of his jacket. Ladybug. How did a ladybug get in here? Wait, ladybug. Asterion remembered that Rita Skeeter's animagus form was a ladybug. Honestly, he admired the woman for her audacity and courage to infiltrate the Black Mansion. Before the ball, a breach was opened in the barrier protecting the mansion to allow the guests to enter. The woman probably sneaked in with one of the guests or was intentionally brought inside. Asterion decided not to act immediately, choosing to play with the woman for now. Climbing the stairs to the first floor of the ballroom, he found himself facing a beautiful view of the mansion's garden, holding a glass of champagne. Taking a sip of champagne, he savored the cold night breeze. Suddenly, he noticed a woman approaching from behind. As he brought the glass to his lips, he watched the woman draw near. She appeared to be around 40 years old, with black hair showing a few strands of white, elegantly arranged in a bun. She possessed a decent beauty, at least from what he could discern. The brown eyes behind the feathered mask seemed particularly shrewd. Heir Black greeted the woman, raising her own champagne glass as she sported a slightly arrogant smile on lips adorned with lipstick. Asterion remained silent, observing the woman as he finished the contents of his glass. It was evident that this woman was different from the other guests who had greeted him earlier. While they treated him with respect, she, on the other hand, spoke to him as if they were equals, a rather rude attitude considering they were in his house. The woman didn't seem bothered by Asterion's silence and continued to smile, taking out a business card from her small purse. Curious, Asterion took the card and read. R. There was only one letter on the business card and nothing more. He looked at the woman with confusion, waiting for an explanation. Heir Black, we are an organization of scholars, researchers, inventors, and explorers, said the woman with a mysterious tone, leaving a series of possibilities and evocative images hanging in the air. Asterion wasn't particularly interested. It was obviously a suspicious organization, one he definitely didn't want to get involved with. Seeing that Asterion didn't seem interested, the woman wasn't disappointed. She spoke as she headed for the exit. If you wish to know more, there's a method to reach me on the back of the card. After speaking, she left, leaving Asterion staring at the business card with a slightly intrigued look. If I were a normal teenager, maybe I would have fallen for this cheap trick of deception. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a normal teenager, Asterion murmured to himself as the business card began to combust. Only a fool would enter such a suspicious organization, especially with such a childish trick. The woman used to pique interest in the organization she was a part of. Perhaps a naive boy curious about the nature of secret organizations as depicted in history books would fall for this cheap trick. Tossing the still-burning business card into the air, he left the balcony with a smile on his lips. This party was proving to be more interesting than he had expected. As they arrived beside Arcturus, Asterion was about to speak when his body stiffened, the hairs on his arms standing on end as he felt the colossal magical energy at the entrance of the mansion. Although it was still blocked by the barrier, the aura was suffocating, resembling a miniature sun. Only the presence of that aura could exorcise cursed spirits of grade 4 and 3. He wasn't the only one who felt it, as all the grade 1 witches and wizards present looked towards the entrance with solemn faces. Arcturus couldn't help but murmur, "Special grade wizard." Asterion, standing beside him, widened his eyes in surprise. Arcturus didn't bother to respond and opened a breach in the barrier, allowing the entry of the mysterious wizard. "Go greet our unexpected guests," Arcturus said solemnly, looking at Asterion. This wasn't Albus Dumbledore's aura, he knew it well, so he knew it wasn't the man's. But since the mysterious man didn't conceal his aura, he wasn't apparently an enemy at first sight. Thus, he gave Asterion the task of greeting the mystery guest as a lesson. Asterion nodded and headed towards the entrance of the ballroom. It took about 5 minutes for the guests to arrive at the ballroom with the help of the house elf from the House of Black, Monstro. As the doors opened, Asterion almost instantly focused on the elderly-looking man in the center, surrounded by 10 people. They all had a crest on their chest, to be more precise, a strange symbol that he recognized as the Deathly Hallows. Some party guests recognized the crest and paled. The elderly man was dressed in a very common black German suit. He looked like a gentle and warm grandfather with his smile and kind silver eyes resembling moons in the night sky. He held a wrapped gift in his hands as he approached Asterion. "Hello, young Asterion, I apologize for my late and unannounced arrival, but I had urgent pending matters. This is a gift for you," he said, looking directly at Asterion with a gaze that seemed capable of seeing into someone's soul. "Thank you, sir." Holding the gift, Asterion asked cautiously. "Gellert Grindlevald," he replied, with a friendly smile on his lips. Chapter 36, Chapter 34, Masquerade Ball, 3. Sighs of surprise echoed through the crowd of guests. They certainly hadn't expected to see the legendary Gellert Grindlevald appearing at the Black Heir's birthday party. It wasn't just them who were surprised, Asterion was too, but he looked calmly at the men who ruled Europe with an iron fist. Grindlevald dared to preach his ideals openly, and all the magical ministries of European countries dared not to act. No one wanted a walking atomic bomb full of rage in their country. So, they turned a blind eye to the man's deeds, counting on him not to dare do anything too serious. The European countries didn't care about what he did. Placing his hand over his chest, Asterion leaned forward and gestured gracefully. "Welcome, Lord Grindlevald. I hope the party suits your liking." "What a polite young man. Unfortunately I had no grandchildren or children," Gellert commented with a regretful tone at the end. Asterion almost rolled his eyes at the man's words, but the idea of Dumbledore being a man and still able to be pregnant was certainly a funny sight. Although your former lover might think otherwise, Asterion remarked, looking at the men with an indifferent gaze. As he said this, he felt Grindelwald's gaze turn slightly cold, but the feeling lasted only for a brief moment. If he weren't as sensitive as he was, he would have thought it was just an illusion. Grindelwald let out a low, charismatic laugh. You seem to know a few things, young Asterion, he said, his eyes gleaming unusually. Asterion felt a shiver run through his body in the presence of those phosphorescent blue eyes. He knew what the man was doing, seeing the future. For a moment, Asterion wanted to kill the men here and now. If Grindelwald knew his plans, it would be a complete disaster. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill the men, he was too strong. For a moment, he felt what Dumbledore felt when he fought against Grindelwald, a seer. The feeling of helplessness, knowing that no matter what he did, the opponent would know and retaliate in an unpredictable manner, was truly unsettling. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Grindelwald laughed, releasing a loud burst of laughter that echoed in the particularly silent hall at that moment. A few moments later, he stopped and smiled gently at Asterion, his eyes reflecting the boy's appearance as if he saw something extraordinary. Young Asterion, you will certainly achieve great things. I eagerly await the day you reach that step. Grindelwald spoke, relaxed and cheerful at that moment, his joyful voice spreading throughout the hall, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Gellert Grindelwald had just praised the Black Heir. Some could imagine the repercussions of this act if it were leaked. Fortunately, everyone present was somehow connected to the House of Black and did not leak the information. Looking at the ladybug on his coat, Asterion pursed his lips, almost laughing, but finally restrained himself and managed not to smile. He would let the woman leave unnoticed, as the revelation of the news was of interest to him. Chaos had always been a ladder that few would climb, but he dared, regardless of how dangerous and risky things would become. I will accompany you, Lord Grindlevald, Asterion spoke with an indifferent gaze, gesturing elegantly. That would be kind of you, young Asterion. Grindelwald laughed and walked over to Arcturus first. After all, he was the host of the party. Observing the boy greet one of the most dangerous men in the world, if not the most dangerous, Daphne felt her heart beat faster with nervousness. Thanks to the Greengrass House's innate technique, Heart of Nature, she could feel the colossal amount of magical energy emanating from Gellert Grindelwald. The man was like a sun, radiating warmth and making the air thinner with his mere presence. What's wrong, sister? Worried about your future husband? Beside Daphne, a younger girl asked playfully, her fragile and gentle voice bringing the air of the Greengrass House back to her calm and indifferent demeanor. Humph. Seems like you've gotten bolder while I've been away, Astoria. Daphne looked at her younger sister and pinched her cheeks mercilessly. I was just kidding, no need to be so serious, Astoria, who had escaped her sister's clutches, complained to herself, while at the same time giving Daphne a teasing glance. And what about your future husband? I've seen his pictures, he looks very handsome. Perhaps too handsome, that could be a problem at Hogwarts. Daphne couldn't help but feel helpless as she remembered her future husband's appearance. She felt like her life would be difficult, especially at Hogwarts, where he would be surrounded by hormone-filled girls determined to win over her lovely husband. Daphne was especially worried about the girls from Slytherin. She could easily imagine how many orders these girls had received from their parents to seduce the Black Heir. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie, and that pie was Asterion Black, heir of the Black House and the Slytherin House. Please don't be so sad. Hearing her sister's helpless words, 8-year-old Astoria rolled her eyes at her hypocrisy. Although Daphne appeared very distressed, Astoria knew her sister was secretly enchanted and very pleased with her future husband. After all, she knew her sister had always dreamed of marrying a handsome, cold, and arrogant prince from Slytherin, but she didn't expect that dream to come true so perfectly as she wished. Not only a Black, but also a direct descendant of magical royalty, the Slytherin House. Looks like you're envious, sister, Daphne teased without hesitation. Yes, I am envious. You're marrying a prince, and I'm marrying a golden cat trying to pass itself off as a powerful lion, Astoria replied, muttering and showing herself very dissatisfied with her future spouse. At their first meeting, she had almost punched that arrogant face that seemed so punchable. She just hoped Draco would improve as he grew up and became more mature, otherwise, she would prefer to marry someone else. Not that she didn't like an arrogant man. But arrogance based on one's father's prestige, as Draco proudly displayed, certainly wasn't attractive to her. Seeing the two daughters whispering together, the Greengrass couple simply shook their heads and turned their attention back to the party hosts and the most illustrious guest of the party. You have an incredible grandson, Arcturus, Grindelwald spoke, looking up at the man who was about 20 centimeters taller than him. They had met before, about 20 years ago, when Arcturus was on a joint mission with other countries in Europe. I can say the same about your adopted son, replied Arcturus, turning his gaze to the young man with medium-length black hair who always faithfully followed Grindelwald. The other acolytes were forming a formation about 10 meters away from the Dark Lord. Grindelwald nodded and spoke slowly, don't praise him too much, he might get arrogant. Adopted son. Asterion looked at the young man with curiosity. He appeared to be around 25 years old, but a wizard's appearance often deceived, so Asterion assumed he was much older than he appeared. Noticing the confusion on Asterian's face, Grindlevald introduced him, placing his hand on the young man's shoulder. Aurelius Dumbledore, my adopted son. If Grindelwald's arrival shocked the audience, then Aurelius's identity left everyone speechless, not understanding what was happening at the moment. Asterian looked at the young man, surprised. After all, that was the surname of the most powerful wizard in the world, Albus Dumbledore. He couldn't recall if he had read about this character in the books or seen him in the movies, but he thought it might be from the new films he hadn't watched due to lack of time. Hello, Aurelius. Approaching him, Asterian greeted him as he should as one of the hosts. Black heir. After a brief silence, he replied, looking at Asterian with his black eyes. A short and cold response, without any sign of wanting to initiate a conversation, something Asterian could probably understand. Conversing with people was tiresome. But, observing Aurelius, Asterian couldn't help but be surprised. There was something strange about Aurelius Dumbledore. In his senses, it was as if his magical energy moved on its own, as if it were alive. However, that was impossible. Magical energy was just that, energy without consciousness. It was like a program with complex and infinite orders, created by the natural order of things, but without intelligence. But in Aurelius's case, it was as if it were alive and had become a separate entity from the host, two souls in one body. That was the most accurate answer to his confusion. Another thing that intrigued him was that his magical energy was actually negative magical energy. This puzzled him. Was Aurelius human or a cursed spirit, perhaps a hybrid? If that were the case, could cursed spirits reproduce sexually, or was it another process? There was also the option that Grindlevald had created him artificially, but he had no idea how. In Asterian's mind, the idea of capturing Aurelius and dissecting him while still alive on the surgical table appeared, but it was suppressed the moment it emerged. Aurelius was a semi-special grade wizard, and he always stayed by Grindelwald's side, making it impossible to kidnap him without anyone knowing. Aurelius, who was looking at Asterian, couldn't help but take a few steps back. For some reason, the eyes of the boy in front of him were particularly frightening. He looked at him as if he saw a rare and extinct specimen. Seeing this, Asterian, realizing he had exhibited inappropriate behavior, cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and offered a polite smile. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. I would be here to help with anything. Aurelius nodded and returned to stand behind Grindlevald while cautiously eyeing the boy who emitted dangerous emotions. Asterian didn't insist on speaking with Aurelius and walked among the guests, greeting everyone and asking if they were enjoying the party when suddenly, he overheard the conversation of three men in the background. Have you heard the rumors? 5 squads of Aurors have disappeared in pursuit of Bellatrix Lestrange and Sirius Black. They've been missing for over 3 weeks and still haven't been found. The families are still searching for the missing ones, but nothing so far, as if they vanished from the world. Word has it that Rufus was furious about the incident and personally went to find his missing men. Asterian, who was listening to everything, pondered deeply. According to Bellatrix, she had evaded the Aurors by using a cursed spirit capable of simulating aura and someone's appearance, but was that really the case? You weren't invited, Lucius, Narcissa said, her voice especially cold, as she looked at her husband through a golden mask. Still upset, Narcissa? Lucius, the patriarch of the Malfoy family, took a sip of champagne and spoke with disinterest. Upset? Don't make me laugh. If I were upset about something, you'd be dead, and I'd make sure it was very painful. Narcissa's eyes couldn't help but grow even colder. His carefree attitude made her particularly irritated. I don't understand your anger. They're just a few mistresses. I'm not stopping you from having your toys if you want. Lucius looked at his wife, and noticing her cold and deadly gaze, he wasn't afraid and finished his champagne glass. Lucius's words were the last straw for her. She laughed coldly and spoke with such a deadly look that it sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Fine, first you call me petty for not allowing you to cheat on me, now you call me a slut. Do you really think I'm someone who takes everything silently? With her words, she took off the wedding ring on her ring finger and threw it into Lucius's champagne glass as she turned away, but before leaving, she left her words behind. You're lucky this is Asterian's birthday, otherwise, I would announce to everyone here that I'm divorcing the trash that is you. Looking at the wedding ring in his glass, Lucius smirked and muttered to himself, Narcissa, you think you're so amazing and noble, but you're nothing but an emotionless doll. You're doing me a favor by divorcing me, at least the blame will fall on you, of that I'm sure. As the party came to an end, Asterian and Arcturus stood side by side, each holding a champagne glass, observing the hundreds of guests awaiting their next words. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for sharing this moment with me. It's a special memory that I will cherish. At the same time, I want to express my gratitude to Narcissa, my dear cousin, who organized this entire ceremony with nothing less than perfection, began Asterian, addressing the crowd who listened to him in silence. He continued with his speech, lastly, I toast to all of us, to happiness, to health, and to success. May we face the challenges that the future holds for us with courage and determination. Thank you again to everyone, and may tonight continue to be an unforgettable celebration, as it is for me. Watching Asterian speak softly in front of hundreds of people, Arcturus nodded satisfactorily. In comparison to when the ball began, the boy had made great progress. When Asterian finished speaking, a barrage of applause echoed in the hall, everyone clapping as they looked at the small figure raising the champagne glass. Grindlevald clapped slowly as his smile grew, almost reaching the edges of his face. A terrifying and exhilarated smile. I hope you grow up quickly, Asterion. I'm really looking forward to when you take the true stage, murmured the Dark Lord, his gaze focused on the boy who would either bring about the world's destruction or save it, depending on how cruel fate would be. Chapter 37, Chapter 35, 3 years. 3 years later. August 25, 1993, England, Lancashire County, City of Lancaster. Boom. A loud explosion erupted from a school on the outskirts of Lancaster, reducing the historic education building to mere rubble, with a cloud of dust spreading in all directions. Beastly roar. From the dust cloud emerged a huge green creature roaring towards the skies, a massive, flabby humanoid. Its enormous mouth, capable of swallowing entire buildings, dripped venom and acid onto the ground, melting it into craters, rendering the soil infertile for any life to thrive. On the other side, emerged from the dust cloud, a figure gliding skillfully through the air. He was a young man of about 16 years old, standing at 174 centimeters tall, clad in black armor with a crown floating above his head. The entire armor bore eerie red eyes, which seemed alive as they blinked and closed at a slow pace. The crown floating above his head mirrored the same eerie appearance of the armor. Looking at the destroyed school, Asterion knew the government would have difficulties explaining why a perfectly intact school had disappeared completely. Fortunately, he had used a curtain before the battle. But it wasn't time to dwell on that, and Asterion focused on the cursed spirit of special grade, particularly the cursed spirit wasn't too strong for him, a special grade wizard, but the innate technique of the cursed spirit was especially annoying. Acid and poison. With the simplistic mind of the cursed spirit, it wielded its innate technique as nothing more than a simple mist. The mist was capable of poisoning and corroding everything it touched, rendering the land around the school uninhabitable, at least for a few months. But that was it, just irritating. It would be easier if it used spells, but considering the disaster it would be if it cast a spell, he refrained from using his own spells, especially without the wand to control the spell's accuracy. At times, Asterion wished that casting spells was as easy as using his innate technique, but it wasn't the case, especially for him, who had a colossal magical energy that was mostly uncontrollable. Floating in the air, he makes a seal with both hands. Asterion summoned a massive cloud of darkness in the dark sky within the curtain. From it emerged a colossal silver serpent, its colossal size seeming to cover the entire school grounds, with silver scales adorned with symbols resembling pupilless eyes. Ouroboros. Looking at his cursed spirit possessing an innate technique related to fate, Asterion glanced coldly at the humanoid cursed spirit still roaring towards him. The cursed spirit didn't attack him, it seemed it could sense the mortal danger he was feeling at the moment. Which wasn't surprising, given that high-grade cursed spirits were capable of speaking and thinking like humans and other intelligent races. But the fear was short-lived, as the cursed spirit opened its mouth and released a huge cloud of venom and acid, covering the entire area within the curtain that separated the inner realm from the real world. However, something incredible happened. The silver serpent in the sky bit its own tail. In the next moment, the entire cloud of venom and acid seemed to rewind in time. Even the cursed spirit appeared confused, but his confusion lasted only a second before he let out a furious roar. Every time he moved, he returned to the same spot he was in, as if trapped in an eternal loop. Seeing the huge, furious spirit finally trapped, Asterion was pleased with Ouroboros' ability. The serpent was one of his trump cards to use against the bearer of the 6 eyes, and seeing the results of his creation, he was very satisfied. Now, let's play, as I really need to unwind, Asterion murmured to himself as he fell from the sky towards the cursed spirit. As he descended, a pair of black gauntlets appeared in his hands. Upon landing on the cursed spirit's head, Asterion closed his fist and gathered magical energy before delivering a punch. Boom. The entire head of the cursed spirit deformed, green blood splattered onto Asterion's face. He didn't stop and continued delivering another punch, even stronger and charged with magical energy, exploding the cursed spirit's head this time, silencing the creature's roar. A large amount of putrid green blood splattered hundreds of meters around. Not waiting for the cursed spirit to regenerate, Asterion reached out and used his innate technique, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits, to control it. A huge sphere of blue magical energy appeared around the gigantic cursed spirit, slowly melting it until it transformed into a blue sphere in Asterion's hand. This is the 5th special grade cursed spirit I've exercised. With this one, I've completed the Ministry of Magic's evaluation. I'm officially the 2nd special grade wizard in England and 32nd in the known world today. Looking at the blue orb in his hand, Asterion curved his lips into a smile and swallowed the cursed orb without hesitation. Along with this one, Asterion had about 15 special grade cursed spirits, 5 exorcised and 10 created over 3 years of insane training, during which he just wanted a bit of vacation before continuing his infernal journey. With this mission completed, Asterion could finally return home after 3 months of absence. But hunting down 5 cursed spirits took longer than he expected, especially with these beings able to change their own negative magical energy, making their exact location difficult, camouflaging themselves with a lower grade than they truly were. But these 3 months were not in vain, they brought him a tremendous increase in strength, as he created and captured so many cursed spirits, which was considered quite satisfying. Closing the curtain, the sky gradually returned to its beautiful celestial blue, but the destruction of the school building remained unchanged. But there was nothing Asterion could do. It was better for the school's destruction than the entire city, which could happen if the cursed spirit left its place of origin. It wasn't common for this to happen, but unfortunately, it wasn't an absolute rule. In his fourth exorcism, unfortunately, this happened. He arrived late, and a significant part of a city in Gloucestershire had been destroyed. The government had told the people that the cause was a large accidental explosion, but Asterion knew that a cursed spirit had left its place of origin and caused more than 20,000 casualties before being exorcised by him. When the veil was lifted, Asterion saw that the entire school area had been cordoned off with several yellow and red perimeter tapes. Behind the tapes, several government cars were parked, each bearing a logo of a sword and shield crossed with an acronym below. Me-Zero. It was the secret government organization responsible for bridging the wizarding world and the normal world. It had the authority to evacuate an entire city if necessary. I presume that since we're alive, the cursed spirit has been exorcised. Asterion looked at the middle-aged man in a suit and nodded, signaling that he was correct. The man took out his cell phone and spoke. The special grade cursed spirit has been successfully exorcised. After reporting, he pocketed the phone and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he looked at the young man with a complex expression. He had worked for over 20 years in MI0, but he never got used to seeing children fighting these monsters. To him, these children should be in schools playing and hanging out with friends, not fighting to the death against these abominations. Unfortunately, the world didn't work as he wanted. Good job, Agent Black, he said, blowing a smoke ring from his mouth. Thank you as well for your hard work, Agent Grey, Asterion also sincerely thanked. In these 3 months, he had seen how hard these people worked to make the world a little better, enough for normal people to live their lives normally. Edward Grey simply nodded and replied, "It's the least we can do while you're risking your life, Agent Black." He continued speaking, this time with a sincere smile. "By the way, congratulations on becoming the second special grade wizard in England." "Yes, but I'm not as happy as I thought I would be," Asterion said, looking at the tired men in front of him, sighing while maintaining a surprisingly cold gaze. He was remembering the tragedy that had occurred 3 weeks ago. Seeing over 20,000 bodies was truly a hellish sight that he never wanted to witness a second time. Edward also sighed. He was on the case when the special grade cursed spirit had escaped from its place of origin. Even after working in this world for 20 years, he probably never forgot that infernal scene. Flicking the cigarette ashes away, Edward spoke to Asterion with a serious look. "The occurrences of cursed spirits are increasing, almost 50% more than last year, and they're still rising." Asterion remained silent, obviously aware of this. It wasn't just happening in England, all countries were suffering similarly, and the existence of the supernatural was on the brink of being exposed at any moment. This world was heading towards an end worthy of an apocalyptic scenario. "I just hope God helps us." Edward showed a helpless look on his face and spoke, looking up at the sky, apparently hoping for some divine salvation. Unfortunately, God had given humans free will, he had left the fate of humanity to be decided by itself. Asterion shook his head and bid farewell to the veteran agent, leaving with a cold and indifferent look on his face. "God will help, whether we want it or not," he muttered to himself. Chapter 38, Chapter 36, 3 years, 2. Entering the Black Mansion, Asterion only saw a shadow flying towards him. In the next second, he felt an extremely tight embrace around him. Looking at the woman clinging to him, he showed a helpless expression and stroked her back. "Missed you too, Bella." "Master, I missed you so much. Let's kill some people to relax." Clinging to her master's body, Bellatrix looked at Asterion's face and showed a look full of anticipation. Her green eyes seemed to shine with the idea of killing. "Tempting, but I'll have to decline for now." "Get off me." Shaking his head, Asterion declined and lightly tapped Bella's buttocks, signaling for her to get off him. Bellatrix looked disappointed and pouted her lips as she gazed at Asterion with a hurt expression. Nonetheless, she released him, though she remained holding onto his arm. Observing the 40-year-old woman behaving like a 12-year-old girl, Asterion let out a resigned sigh and walked to the living room with Bellatrix still clinging tightly to his arm. Entering the living room, he soon saw the old black patriarch. The man was 93 years old and still looked majestic. He was sitting in an armchair reading his newspaper. Next to him, there was a steaming cup of tea waiting to be sipped at any moment. Noticing his arrival, the man opened a smile, folded the newspaper, and placed it on the table. "Welcome back, Asterion," he said, looking emotionally at the tall young man for his age. Unbeknownst to him, the boy who walked through the same doors 3 years ago had now turned into one of the most powerful men in the country. "Congratulations on becoming England's second special grade wizard," Arcturus said. Even though he knew this would eventually come, he still felt incredibly pleased and proud. Now, he could leave this world peacefully knowing he had left behind a worthy heir. Seeing the two conversing without paying attention to her, Bellatrix spoke very discontentedly. "I'm here too, don't ignore me." "Bellatrix, you need to learn not to interrupt a conversation," Arcturus sighed and spoke in a tone full of helplessness. No one but him knows what he went through in those 3 months. Without Asterion to control her, Bellatrix practically became an uncontrollable madwoman. It wasn't once or twice that he found Bellatrix covered in blood with a sadistic smile on her face. Fortunately, the woman knew how to cover her tracks, otherwise, the Black Mansion would be a common destination for Aurors to visit. As for whom she killed and tortured, Arcturus was too lazy to ask. He was already old and didn't want to care about what Bellatrix did with her life. Always so old-fashioned, Bellatrix muttered discontentedly, hearing Arcturus grumble, but upon seeing Asterian's cold expression, she remained silent. "I'll take a shower, we'll talk more at lunch," Asterian said, shaking his head at Bella's silence and addressing Arcturus. "Very well," Arcturus nodded and returned to reading his newspaper calmly. Feeling the warm water enveloping his body, Asterian let out a comfortable sigh. He rested his head against the bathtub and gazed silently at the bathroom ceiling. Not only did he not feel tired, but it had been 6 months since he'd felt any fatigue at all. It had been half a year since he possessed the magical energy necessary to be considered a special grade wizard, which was 100 times the energy of a grade 1. To put it into perspective, he felt like he could summon Nidhogg the size of the city of London, essentially destroying it in the process. He understood perfectly why special grade wizards were considered weapons of mass destruction, each one possessed an amount of energy capable of rivaling that of an atomic bomb. Asterian didn't know how much magical energy he currently possessed, but it was still growing, showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. This meant he hadn't reached his peak yet. Raising his hand, Asterian created an oval barrier above it. If one were to look inside the dark barrier, they would see a completely different scenery from the world outside, as if it were a different world altogether. It was the ultimate technique one could achieve using their inborn technique. Domain expansion. Domain expansion was achieved by expanding the inborn domain with magical energy while using a barrier to construct it within a separate space. The caster then infused their inborn technique into the barrier to complete the expansion, allowing them to deploy their ability throughout the domain. From the outside, the barrier of a normal domain is usually fully enclosed, making it appear as a floating black sphere that can even be moved slightly if needed. Honestly, it wasn't difficult if you had enough magical energy. For example, Asterian could use it when he was still a semi-special grade wizard. Using his domain expansion without a barrier, like Sukuna, proved to be a difficult challenge to accomplish. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed impossible to manifest his domain without a barrier. Firstly, there was nothing to sustain the manifestation as support, even the air itself was unsuitable as it wasn't a conduit for magical energy, making the entire technique impossible. Asterian himself was doubting whether he could do something like that, perhaps he couldn't even accomplish it due to the worlds being different. Magical energy and cursed energy seemed similar, but they were very different, with the latter being much weaker than the former. After all, magical energy itself altered reality, making it possible to fully manifest the potential of the inborn technique. This means that if Gojo were born in this world, he wouldn't be OP like in the anime, he would be a god, capable of altering, manipulating, and controlling space as if it were a ball of paper. This was one of the reasons he was concerned about the bearer of the 6 eyes, it was a completely insane and broken ability. Fortunately, he could fight without fear against the other knowing that he wouldn't be beaten to death like other extras. Asterian never thought his inborn technique, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits, was inferior to Limitless. While Limitless could do anything with space, he could counterattack by creating something. But even without his inborn technique, he was confident in fighting using spells. Not that he could cast any at the moment, believe me, he tried a simple lighting spell and manifested a damn small sun that could be seen from the other side of the city if it weren't for the mansion's barrier. Since then, he refrained from using magic without the wand to control the power of the spells. Without the wand to control the power of the spells, all the spells he cast would be amplified to an insane level with the huge amount of magical energy he possessed. It might seem strange that he could perfectly use his inborn technique, but not spells. However, understand that one was like using his own hand, for example, you think, and it happens. His magic would automatically provide energy when needed, just like the body's energy, as natural as possible. Spells, on the other hand, required not only gestures but also focusing on the act and having the will to cast them, coupled with the large amount of magical energy he needed to control. This made things extremely difficult for someone without a wand to aid him. Arriving at the dining hall, appropriately dressed, Asterian found Arcturus, Bellatrix, and Narcissa waiting at the table. After the divorce 3 years ago, Narcissa moved back to the Black House and reclaimed her old surname with Arcturus' permission. As for Sirius, he had been missing for 3 years, disappearing shortly after his birthday. No one knew where he was, but whether it was Asterian or Arcturus, they had a vague idea of his whereabouts. Arcturus seemed indifferent to Sirius' departure, but Asterian knew that the old patriarch had suffered from his grandson's abrupt departure. After all, Sirius was his grandson, his son's son. Nevertheless, Sirius chose to be with his other family, the Potter house. Narcissa, noticing Asterian's arrival, stood up and hugged him while speaking. Congratulations on officially becoming a special grade wizard, Asti. She gave him a gentle kiss on his cheek and looked at him with a proud gaze, like an older sister proud of her younger brother's accomplishments. Thank you, Sissy, he replied, returning the hug kindly. I think I'm going to vomit rainbows, Bellatrix muttered with the sweet scene unfolding before her. After the scene, everyone sat down and conversed while eating. Ready for Hogwarts? Cutting a piece of beef with his knife, Arcturus asked, putting the meat in his mouth with the fork. Yes, I've personally ordered my custom wand from Lord Gregorovich. It should be delivered one day before Hogwarts. As for other things, everything's ready, just need to pack, Asterion said, taking a sip of wine from his glass. He had kind of gotten a bit addicted to alcoholic beverages, although none could really make him drunk, they just served to satisfy his palate, entendido, acquiesced verso revisata e traducita du texto. Knowing that Asterion was going to Hogwarts, Narcissa felt disheartened. He had just returned from a 3-month absence, and now he would be spending half the year at Hogwarts, although he could return during summer break and Christmas. But for her, who loved being by his side, it was a cruel torture. Sissy, you should be worried, we don't know how many girls will want to suck him, Bellatrix, seeing her sister's despondent look, didn't hold back and said wickedly, causing everyone at the table to look at her with a helpless gaze. The image of Bellatrix's words appeared in Narcissa's mind, causing her to viciously stab the fork into the meat on her plate, resulting in a sound of something breaking. I don't think that's going to happen, Bella. I'll be in a school for learning. Seeing things gradually slipping out of control, Asterion spoke calmly as he wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Do you know anything interesting about Hogwarts, Master? Because of the life-threatening missions, the stress at Hogwarts is quite high. Imagine 16-year-olds stressed with near-death experiences and full of hormones. Believe me when I say that the exaggerated number of broom closets at Hogwarts serves a very special purpose. Rowena Ravenclaw, as smart as ever, Bellatrix opened her mouth and put the piece of meat in it, then licked her lips sensually. Her green eyes provocatively glanced at Narcissa, who ate in silence. Bellatrix knew her sister, Narcissa had always been possessive since childhood. She never gave anything to others, everything that was hers and no one else's. Asterion was considered hers and no one else's, even if she didn't love him romantically, he was hers. Bella felt a little pity for her master's future wife, but only for a moment. She would delight in watching the battle that would ensue between the future Lady Black and Narcissa Black. Perhaps noticing her eyes, Asterion gave her a stern look and continued eating in silence. Seeing things getting even more chaotic, Arcturus sighed and showed a bitter look in his black eyes. This house hadn't been quiet for long since everyone arrived. Bellatrix and Narcissa always fought over the smallest things, especially with Bellatrix knowing how to push all of Narcissa's buttons, leaving her angry at all times. That's enough from both of you, eat your food in silence. You two look like two quarrelsome animals. Asterion, come to my office before going to bed. Tapping his fork on the table, Arcturus spoke in a grave and powerful tone, looking at his grandnieces. Narcissa glared furiously at Bellatrix, who only smiled, showing her impeccably white teeth as she played with the fork with her fingers. At night, Asterion stood beside Arcturus as they descended a spiral staircase of stones that delved deeper into the underground with each step. The path was illuminated by a Lumos spell cast from the tip of Arcturus's wand. After descending for another 5 minutes, Asterion, who was becoming surprised by the depth they had reached, finally saw the end of the stairs, which led to a long corridor completely shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Arcturus was still using Lumos to illuminate the surroundings as they both silently walked through the long corridor made of stones that seemed particularly ancient. At the end of the corridor, Asterion was met by a metal door with a pentagram written in blood and runes that he didn't even recognize, but identified as ancient runes. Make a cut on your hand and touch the pentagram. After gazing at the door for a moment, Arcturus turned to look at his great-grandson. Although surprised by the request, he obeyed the order and cut his hand with a dagger handed to him by Arcturus. With blood still dripping from the wound, he touched the door. As his blood made contact with the pentagram, it came to life, illuminating all the runes, and the sound of the door unlocking echoed instantly. Arcturus opened the door, and Asterion followed him, still confused by the entire situation. Asterion, have you ever wondered what happens to the cursed spirits we exorcise in life when we finally die? In an environment of stone illuminated by torches burning in red flames, Arcturus asked with a cold and indifferent voice. In the center of the stone room, a huge red pentagram, similar to the flickering flames around it, appeared especially malevolent, especially with the black coffin in the center of the pentagram. Asterion pondered before responding with an equally cold voice. Yes, the conclusion I've reached is that they are released after our deaths. To prevent the chaos that would ensue every time a member of the House of Black died, our ancestor created the exorcism ritual, a ritual that used one's own blood to self-exorcise, burning away your soul, body, and mind. Arcturus looked at his great-grandson with appreciation in his eyes and answered, looking at the coffin that would be his final resting place. Asterion remained silent, knowing the final outcome of this conversation. I am dying, Asterion. My body no longer responds as it should, my mind is foggy, and my senses are slow. I would say I have less than a year until my whole body becomes a leprous and mangy vessel, decaying with a putrid smell. But before that, I will take my own life. Asterion felt as if someone were crushing his heart. The man he respected and loved was about to depart, and he could do nothing but witness it all as an irrelevant spectator. Gently touching Asterion's hair, Arcturus spoke with a relaxed tone, full of relief. I know what you're feeling right now, Asterion. I have lost loved ones, more than once, and this pain does not go away. Time does not dilute this bitterness and pain you feel at this moment, but you learn to live with it. I learned, and you will eventually learn too, because you are strong, because you are a black. My only regret is not seeing you getting married and having children. A house full of kids running around is a beautiful sight. Looking into Asterian's eyes, Arcturus smiled and tousled his hair with a sad yet relieved expression. After a long silence, Asterian looked at his great-grandfather and asked, "Why were you telling me this?" "Because if I can't make it down here, you'll have to carry me and put my body in the coffin," Arcturus replied, looking at the coffin in the center of the pentagram. "You're cruel." Showing a sad and bitter smile, Asterian looked at Arcturus with resentment. "The man was asking to be killed." "I know, but I know you'll do it," he finished as he walked out of the stone room, leaving Asterian with a grim and cold expression. Chapter 39, Chapter 37, Hogwarts Express, 1. Lying naked on the bed, Asterian pushed his hair back with his hand and looked at the naked woman beside him. She leaned her body against his, her breasts pressing against his chest. It was Bellatrix. After the conversation he had with his great-grandfather, Asterian only wanted one thing, to unwind. The most effective way to unwind, proven by the human race, was sex. One thing led to another and it happened, although it wasn't his first time. A year ago, he couldn't resist Bellatrix's seduction and indulged in the forbidden fruit. Asterian wasn't to blame, he wasn't made of iron, and his body was burning with adolescent hormones at that moment. Everywhere he looked, he saw the vague shape of beautiful buttocks. Damn, he looked at an apple and saw a butt. If you're wondering if he and Bellatrix had a romantic relationship, the answer was no. What they did was purely about sex and mutual pleasure, no one mentioned feelings. "Master, you were so rough and wild," Bella looked at Asterian, leaving many kisses on his chest and neck. Her beautiful green eyes showed a lazy and satisfied look from the carnal night where they indulged in pleasure and hedonism. Seeing him still in silence, she asked, "Is something bothering you, master? How can I ease your worries?" Her face approached the curve of his neck, kissing and biting his neck while her hand gradually descended slowly to his lower region. "Take control, Bella." Enjoying the kisses and bites on his neck, Asterian relaxed into the pillow and spoke, closing his eyes. Bellatrix's eyes lit up upon hearing his words. She straddled Asterian and captured his lips without hesitation, nibbling and sucking on the sweet lips she never tired of kissing. Soon after, in the room, the sound of heavy sighs and hot moans echoed, along with the constant clapping sounds. The week passed quickly, and September 1st arrived, the day Hogwarts began its school year. Asterian was already packed and had a new wand in its holster tied to his arm. 24 centimeters, elderwood, and the core were as unusual as possible, a cursed spirit, to be precise, a core shaped like a cursed spirit made by himself. The core was nothing but pure negative magical energy, dark, sadistic, arrogant, and extremely fierce. When Asterian held the wand for the first time, a black glow bloomed from the tip, and a shockwave spread throughout the mansion, killing all the plant life in the mansion completely. His magic, once as untamed as a wild dragon, submitted to his wand without any hesitation. Now, he could cast spells without worrying about causing unnecessary destruction. The wand's appearance was entirely black, smooth as marble without any roughness. Intricately carved into the dark wood, a crow and a snake intertwined in a struggle. Honestly, he loved his customized wand, which was why he didn't go to Ollivander. The old British wand maker would refuse to use a wand so far outside his guidelines. Outside the mansion, Narcissa looked worriedly at Asterian, who held a suitcase in his hand. "Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you to the station?" "I'm not a child, sissy." Asterian rolled his eyes at her unfounded concern, but he didn't feel irritated by her excessive worry. After the divorce, she became especially attached to him, especially with her children not visiting her even once in 3 years. It could have been Lucius preventing the children from visiting, but it still hurt her. Suddenly, Narcissa hugged him and whispered many things in his ear, like sleeping early, not drinking too much, staying away especially from the Slytherin girls, and so on. She seemed more like a worried mother sending her child off to college. Pulling away from her, he looked at Bellatrix and said, "Don't forget my orders, Bella." "Yes, sir." Bella replied in a serious and loud tone, like a soldier saluting. "Send me a letter when needed." Looking at his great-grandfather, Asterian spoke with a softer tone than usual. Arcturus simply nodded and remained silent, looking at him with a calm and profound gaze. Saying goodbye to everyone once more, Asterian left, carrying his suitcase, and crossed the mansion's barrier. "He'll be fine, Narcissa. You don't need to worry so much," Arcturus said, comforting the woman as he noticed the concern on her face. "I know, but how can I not worry?" Narcissa murmured to herself with a sad look. Walking through King's Cross Station, Asterian easily located the secret entrance to platform 9 3/4. Before entering, he spotted a red-haired family wearing slightly worn clothes, hurrying along while engaged in conversation. The older red-haired woman didn't seem to stop talking, while the youngest girl, who appeared visibly frustrated, listened with a scowl on her face. Asterian almost instantly recognized the members of the Weasley family. In the original world they were the ones who benefited the most from the war, consequently producing the savior of the wizarding world and the smartest witch of the century. It could be said that the Weasley family was the Habsburg family of the magical world in terms of marriage. They lost some members in the war, yes, but gained other notable ones in the future. Shaking his head, Asterion ran towards the station pillar without fear, which, incidentally, was the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Asterion felt himself pass through a liquid barrier for a moment and found himself in another place. Many teenagers bustled back and forth while the Scarlet Express billowed steam across the platform. The place was chaotic and noisy, with cats darting around and owls hooting at each other. Asterion held onto his suitcase and stepped onto the crimson locomotive without a second thought, hating being in such a chaotic environment. Inside the train, Asterion saw numerous identical compartments, the only difference between them being the numbering beside each door. Walking for a moment and dodging some older students, Asterion chose an empty-looking compartment. To his surprise, when he opened the door, he found a young girl sitting by the window. "Is there a vacant spot, miss?" Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, looking at the young girl. "Yes, you can come in." Without looking at him, she replied casually, her voice lazy and slightly condescending. Asterion entered and placed his suitcase on the upholstered bench of the compartment. He sat down, glanced at the young girl, then looked away, taking a book from his suitcase and reading silently, not wanting to start a conversation. In the compartment, only the rustling of pages could be heard as both remained silent. Suddenly, breaking the silence, the door opened and a young girl with voluminous brown hair appeared. Her front teeth were slightly prominent, but the imperfection didn't detract from her charm. "May I come in?" she asked, her eyes wandering between the two inside the compartment with an uncertain look. "Come in, there are a few free seats." Since Asterion didn't bother to respond, the young girl spoke in his place. "Thank you." The girl with voluminous hair thanked and stored her own suitcase on the racks above the seats. Afterwards, she sat down next to the other young girl, and silence once again settled in the compartment. But it didn't last long, as the girl with brown hair introduced herself timidly. "I'm Hermione Granger." Whether it was Asterion or the other young girl, they both raised their heads and greeted her back. "Rose Potter." Asterion Black. As the two stated their names, Hermione widened her eyes and looked at them both with an incredibly shocked expression. Even Rose looked surprised at the young men. "I've read about you too," Hermione spoke excitedly without stopping, quoting some books about them. Asterion simply glanced at her and went back to reading his book. He didn't find the girl annoying, just busy reading at the moment. Seeing that Asterion ignored her, Hermione felt her smile stiffen. Seeing this, Rose, who didn't want to pay attention to the conversation, comforted young Hermione. "Don't worry about him, he's always like this." "It's okay, I'm used to it," Hermione spoke with a helpless smile and a sad look. Then, she heard the voice of the incredibly handsome young man. She noticed that his voice was cold and almost emotionless, but still very pleasant to listen to. "I ignored you because I'm busy at the moment, Miss Granger, nothing more. Don't take my silence as an insult." Hermione nodded, understanding, as she also didn't like to disturb her reading time. "By the way, cousin, I would appreciate it if you didn't call my book stupid." Raising his head and looking directly into Rose Potter's incredibly blue eyes, which seemed to have stars in them, combined with her white hair, and you knew her identity. The current bearer of the 6 eyes, Rose Lily Potter, the girl who lived. Chapter 40, Chapter 38, Hogwarts Express, 2. Cousin. Rose, who until a moment ago had been showing boredom, looked at the handsome young man in front of her with surprise. Raised only among the Dursleys, the sudden news caught her off guard. "What's so surprising? You probably have cousins in almost every noble house. That is, before your great-grandfather Henry Potter became pro-Muggle. After that, you were probably erased from every family tree." Asterion answered her doubts, while curiously eyeing the legendary 6 eyes. The revelation left Rose stunned. Hearing his words, she realized she probably had dozens of cousins she had never known. "Are we close cousins or distant ones?" Rose asked, looking at him with her bright blue eyes. Asterion tried to remember the chaotic black family tree before responding. "Our closest relationship is through your great-uncle Charles Potter, who married Doria Black." Rose nodded, silently absorbing all the information that had been dumped on her and its consequences. Hermione noticed the silent atmosphere and observed Asterion and Rose, trying to find some resemblance, but they were completely different from each other. One had white hair, the other black hair, one had beautiful blue eyes, the other dark red eyes. No matter how much she looked, they didn't look anything alike. Rose's thoughts were interrupted when the cabin door opened and a boy with red hair entered, wearing clothes slightly too big for him and sporting a shy expression. "Sorry, all the other cabins are full," he said, looking at everyone. His gaze paused for a moment on Rose, and he couldn't help but open his mouth, his cheeks gaining a shade similar to his hair. Clearly drawn by Rose's appearance, which was not surprising given that the girl was truly a goddess in the making. "Ron Weasley," he introduced himself, looking away, lacking the courage to stare at Rose for too long. "Rose Potter," Rose introduced herself indifferently. As for the boy's shy appearance, she wasn't surprised, she was very used to such situations. What was strange was the black-haired boy in front of her who didn't react to her appearance. Hermione Granger, the girl introduced herself, not liking the abrupt entrance into the cabin, especially if there was a girl changing at the moment. Asterion remained silent and didn't introduce himself, which was considered rude, but he knew they couldn't be friends, so he didn't need to waste saliva. Not that he harbored any hatred or dislike for the boy, he simply knew they wouldn't get along from the start. Upon hearing Rose's name, Ron's eyes widened, and he looked eagerly at her, moving closer and sitting next to her, squeezing Hermione away regardless of the brown-haired girl's protest. He asked excitedly, "Do you have the scar?" Rose frowned and looked coldly at the boy. She didn't like his approach at all, nor did she like having pushed Hermione away from her. Despite this, she lifted her bangs and revealed the lightning-shaped scar on her forehead. Upon seeing the scar, Ron gasped and blurted out his question almost instinctively, unaware of the weight of his words. "Do you remember that night?" If Rose's initial impression of Ron was merely one of indifference, it had now transformed into a slight disgust. She couldn't comprehend how someone could broach such a delicate subject in such a manner. The almost cheerful tone with which he spoke about her parents' death only intensified the feeling of repulsion she was experiencing at the moment. "Mr. Weasley, it's not very polite to ask such a delicate question," Asterion intervened, closing the book firmly and interrupting the tense atmosphere that had settled in the cabin. Ron, finally waking up to the gravity of his question, tried to quickly apologize, but he was cut off by Rose. "No need to apologize. I'm not that fragile." Her voice sounded indifferent and cold as her eyes stared at Ron with an icy gaze. Ron swallowed hard under Rose's piercing gaze, as if a mountain rested on his shoulders, making even the act of moving seem like a daunting task. "Fascinating," Asterion murmured to himself, sensing the magical energy in the air and realizing the impressive control that Rose exerted over it. It was on a completely different level from his own. If he were to engage in a battle of attrition, he knew he would likely be defeated. He would expend more magical energy than Rose, who flawlessly controlled her magical energy at a subatomic level. An achievement considered insane. The tense atmosphere hung in the air, preventing anyone from initiating a conversation. Not that Asterion wanted one, but Rose didn't plan to let him remain silent. "So, Asterion, do I have any more relatives in your family?" she asked, ignoring the awkward atmosphere in the cabin. Narcissa Black, seemingly without crimes, Bellatrix Lestrange, wanted for numerous murders of muggles, half-bloods, and purebloods, my uncle, Sirius Black, also a wanted criminal for blowing up an entire street of people, and my great-grandfather, Arcturus Black III, Asterion replied without hiding anything. He opened the book again and continued reading, unconcerned about what others might think of his family. Rose couldn't help but purse her lips upon hearing his indifferent voice, indifferent to the deeds of his relatives. She realized that the family of this cousin she had just met wasn't exactly one of the best, most of them were wanted criminals. Asterion Black. Ron, who had overheard everything, jumped from his seat and pointed at Asterion in shock. It was only now that he had recognized the most notable genius in the current British magical world. "Ron Weasley," Asterion rolled his eyes and replied in a nonchalant manner. Turning his attention back to the book, he continued, "I'd like to say it's a pleasure to meet you, but we both know that's not true." This made Ron's face turn red, not with shyness, but with anger. What teenagers most value at this age is self-esteem, something Ron didn't have much of in the first place, living in a crowded house with few financial resources. "It's a miracle from Merlin that your whole family isn't already in Azkaban," Ron retaliated as best as he could think of at the moment. Asterion merely raised an eyebrow slightly at the redhead's words. "Was that supposed to be an insult?" asked the Black Heir. "And isn't it?" Ron replied through gritted teeth. "If the whole family is included, your father is probably going to Azkaban, my dear cousin. Don't forget that Arthur Weasley is the grandson of Arcturus Black too." Asterion revealed information that left Ron staggering as he couldn't manage to utter a single word. Note, don't confuse Arcturus Black II and Arcturus Black III. Arcturus II is the uncle of Arcturus III, who is the great-grandfather of our protagonist. By the way, it's canon. I was also quite surprised by the revelation. You liar." He pointed at Asterion with a trembling finger, unable to finish the sentence properly. It wasn't just Ron who was shocked. Rose, who was listening to everything, opened her mouth and looked at the redhead. If Ron was Asterion's cousin, Ron was also her cousin. Looking at the trembling finger pointed at him, Asterion's red eyes gradually grew colder. "You better stop pointing at me, or else I'll rip your hand off." At the end of the sentence, Asterion released his malice without any scruples, unconcerned about the consequences of his actions. The entire train seemed to fall into an ice cavern, all the students regardless of age feeling chills running down their spine as a deep fear settled in the heart of each person on that train. Chapter 41, Chapter 39, Hogwarts Express, 3. In the presence of Asterion's aura, Rose remained perfectly calm, curiously observing the boy's shadow, while the imposing hundred-eyed hound captured all her attention. It was a special-grade cursed spirit, but she couldn't understand why the cursed spirit obeyed Asterion's commands. Could it be his innate technique? She thought, looking at Asterion with growing curiosity in her intense blue eyes. It seemed that this cousin was truly intriguing. As a special-grade witch, Rose was fine, but the situation was entirely different for Ron and Hermione. Their faces paled, and their eyes widened with horror and fear. A sadistic and chilling laughter echoed in their minds, almost causing their hearts to stop beating. Suddenly, everything ceased, as if nothing had happened, except for the sweat covering their bodies. What was that? Gasping, Hermione asked, looking at Asterion with a terrified gaze. She had seen cursed spirits before, but this was an entirely different level. It was as if she were facing a cold, emotionless monster. Ignoring the frightened girl, Asterion directed his gaze at Ron and spoke coldly. If your father were here, he would probably be humbly kneeling, asking for permission to speak, let alone you, his son, so behave yourself or I will make you behave. Ron's cheeks flushed, almost as if they were burning, but he remained silent, still haunted by the feeling of suffocation and fear that had overwhelmed him moments ago. It was the scariest thing he had ever experienced in his life. Did you have to scare Hermione? Rose, who had suddenly appeared beside the girl, spoke while gently comforting her, still disturbed by the events that had just unfolded. Asterion rolled his eyes at Rose and turned to Hermione, apologizing gracefully as he placed his hand over his chest. I apologize, Miss Granger, it wasn't my intention to scare you. Sometimes I can be a bit reckless. Asterion didn't lie. Despite being more mature than most of his age, he was still just a 13-year-old boy after all. He wasn't perfect, Asterion acknowledged his flaws. Like any extremely powerful teenager, he was impulsive, arrogant, sarcastic, and often quite cruel and sadistic. He knew his flaws, but at the same time, he didn't want to change, at least not at the moment. Upon hearing his apology, Hermione was surprised for a moment. She nodded as she looked at him and moved closer to Rose, cautious of the most handsome yet extremely frightening boy she had ever seen. As for Ron, he seemed to be ignored by everyone in the cabin. It was as if he were invisible. This forced the young man to leave to avoid embarrassment, but as he was about to exit, the cabin door was opened once again, this time by a handsome teenager with platinum blonde hair and an arrogant look on his face, followed by two large and almost identical teenagers. Although the young man's smile lasted only a second after seeing Asterion inside the cabin. Lord Asterion Black, Draco forced a smile on his face and greeted him, though anyone could see the discomfort on his face. Heir Malfoy, Asterion also greeted him with a cold look. If there was one person he disliked and even harbored hatred towards, it was the teenager in front of him. Draco Malfoy was someone he had despised and wanted to kill for a long time. He was only alive because of Narcissa. If it weren't for her, he would have reduced the entire Malfoy manor to ashes. The pain he caused Narcissa was enough for Asterion to want to gut him like an animal, along with his father and the entire Malfoy house. So, came to kiss my shoes like your father or something else, Heir Malfoy. Seeing Draco standing there, Asterion continued to speak, his voice dripping with sarcasm and irony. Asterion was humiliating him on purpose. To Lucius Malfoy, it didn't matter if it was Asterion or Voldemort, the man would kneel and kiss his shoes without batting an eyelid if it brought power and wealth to the Malfoy house. Draco clenched his fists and tightened his jaw. His blue eyes inherited from Narcissa practically burned with anger. I heard rumors that Rose Potter was on the express and wanted to meet her, Draco said, suppressing the growing fury in his chest. He calmed down and responded with a polite smile on his face. Asterion simply pointed to Rose and Hermione, who watched the scene with curious eyes. Draco followed his direction and saw two teenagers, one with white hair and the other with brown hair. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Lady Potter. My name is Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy. Draco focused his attention on the white-haired teenager, greeting her with the most charming smile he possessed. He continued speaking with gentle and flowery words. I am a big fan of your feats as a baby. Rose only looked at him with interest, but precisely she was curious to know the relationship between Draco and Asterion. They seemed like enemies, but in her eyes, Draco was too weak for such a feat, so their animosity must have come from somewhere else. The courage of fools, Asterion scoffed, looking at Draco showing off like a peacock. Was that it? Did Lucius really send Draco to seduce Rose? The thought made him laugh, but the joke was really bad, even tasteless. Aren't you going to greet my friend? Rose, who began to feel bored again, asked, pointing to Hermione beside her. Draco looked at her and scanned her from head to toe. He didn't recognize the girl, he didn't remember her attending any parties. Hermione Granger, although uncomfortable with his scrutinizing gaze, Hermione introduced herself. Knowing that there was no Granger house in Britain, that only meant one thing, and it made the beautiful smile on Draco's face stiffen. He looked at the girl with a look of disgust. Mudblood. Hermione remained indifferent to the racist comments. It wasn't the first time she had been called that. In Diagon Alley, she was called that by some arrogant boys and girls. She learned not long after what the word meant, but in the end, it didn't matter. As her mother had told her, she ignored the words of others and moved forward with her head held high, like a noble queen looking at her subjects. Rose, although she didn't know what it meant, was not foolish, and she could see that it was an offensive term. The sense of amusement she had for Draco turned into deep disgust in a mere instant. What she hated most in life was bullying. I think it's time for you to leave, Mr. Malfoy. Rose looked at Draco and spoke slowly with a slight coercion emanating from her. Lady Potter, you'll learn that some people are better than others, Draco tried to argue, feeling the pressure on him increasing with each passing second. I have eyes to identify trash, you don't need to worry about that, Rose sarcastically replied as she increased the pressure even more. She was kinder than Asterion. If it were him, he would have made the boy kneel until he passed out. Draco, feeling he couldn't bear the growing pressure anymore, gave one last resentful glance at Asterion and hurriedly left the cabin with his henchmen, leaving Rose, Hermione, and Asterion behind. Well, that was certainly a scene straight out of a children's book, Asterion commented sarcastically. Rose rolled her eyes at his words, noticing that Asterion was particularly sarcastic, but not in an annoying way, in a fun and ironic way, as he wasn't afraid to speak his mind. Do you know something interesting, Lady Potter? Asterion looked at Rose and spoke mysteriously. First of all, drop the lady, just call me Rose, I'm not an old noble lady. Before Asterion could continue, Rose interjected with an impatient expression. Ignoring her request, Asterion spoke with a growing amusement in his eyes. Lady Potter, did you know that the blonde who just left is the son of Narcissa Black? Although dissatisfied with still being called a lady, Rose couldn't help but curse how incestuous her ancestors were. Couldn't they just find other families further away? Chapter 42, Capitulo 40, Expresso de Hogwarts, 4. Under Asterion's pragmatic and cold gaze, Rose pursed her lips, feeling like a lab rat under those eyes. Any problem, vampire? Rose asked, lazily leaning back. With an especially irritating smile, she crossed her legs and stared at him. Vampire? Asterion asked, confused. From head to toe, you literally look like a vampire, so handsome it's almost inhuman, Rose pointed out, still smiling. Would that make you a snowflake or a snowman? Prefer an ice cube or ice cream? Asterion sarcastically replied. He had no intention of falling behind in the word game. Rose's smile tightened, realizing she had met a worthy opponent. However, she would not back down without a fight. For a bloodsucker, you sure have a poisonous tongue, she retorted, her blue eyes sparkling with amusement. But the next scene momentarily made Rose and Hermione lose their composure. They saw Asterion's hand suddenly bleeding, but what shocked them the most was seeing him stretch out his tongue and slowly lick the crimson blood from his pale skin. An enveloping aura emanated from him, making it difficult for the two girls to look away. Hermione swallowed hard and reluctantly averted her gaze. The scene was too intense for her 13-year-old mind. Her imagination began to conjure up countless inappropriate scenarios for her age. Has anyone ever told you that you're a sexy bastard? Rose coughed to cover her own expression, looking at her cousin with a hungry look. Many times. Women tend to get quite excited around me, Asterion replied casually, finishing licking the blood from his hand. His lips were now stained crimson, resembling a forbidden fruit trying to entice people to taste its sweet nectar. Rose and Hermione both cursed and mentally thanked the woman who brought Asterion into the world. He was literally the embodiment of sin, tempting them to sin as much as possible. What was most irritating was that Asterion was aware of his own appearance and used it as a deadly weapon, especially against them, young maidens who had never tasted the flavor of love. Do you already know which house you'll be placed in at Hogwarts? Perhaps realizing that Asterion was not like the other young people she had met before, Hermione asked, her brown eyes shining with a spark of wisdom and curiosity, basic qualities of a book lover, something that Asterion also shared. Slytherin. If I end up in another, it's possible that Arcturus will come to Hogwarts and burn that filthy hat, Asterion replied. Although the idea of letting Arcturus freak out if he ended up in Gryffindor was tempting, he still wanted to be in Slytherin, mainly because of the man's heritage in that magical castle. Filthy hat. Rose and Hermione looked at him, confused. Hogwarts has 4 houses. You will be sorted into one of them based on your personality and morality. This test is done by a very old and dirty magical hat, Asterion revealed the secret without much concern. It wasn't a big deal in his eyes. Rose and Hermione exchanged surprised looks. Hogwarts was truly magical. At the same time, they longed for the school even more. Observing Rose devouring the freshly bought sweets without caring about her image, Asterion covered his face with his palm to avoid seeing the scene. Are you sure you don't want to try these chocolate delights? I don't understand how someone could not like the supreme food of the gods, Rose said, swallowing a chocolate frog and squinting with pleasure as she felt the sweetness overflow on her tongue. You shouldn't eat too much chocolate, Rose. It's bad for your teeth. My parents are dentists and recommend staying away from chocolate, Hermione intervened, adopting a tone of reproach for the sake of her new friend's health. Don't be such a killjoy, Mione. Enjoy the sweet taste of sugar. Rose ignored Hermione and popped a piece of chocolate into her new best friend's mouth, disregarding her protest. I'll pass. Not a fan of chocolate, Asterion recoiled, dodging a chocolate crumb. His words made Rose widen her eyes, looking at Asterion as if he had committed an unforgivable crime, a heretic, a lost lamb of God. She approached him with quick steps and stared at him inches away. Their eyes met intensely. How can you not like sweets? They're cute and lovely, every bite is like biting into divine perfection. She spoke with her face dangerously close to his. I said I don't like chocolate, not sweet things. Pushing her face away with his hand, Asterion spoke slightly uncomfortable, he really didn't like close contact with strangers. Perhaps sensing his discomfort and knowing this was her chance to get back at him for the sexy scene he made her witness earlier, Rose flashed a mischievous grin and sat next to him, putting her arm around his neck, pulling him closer. "Tell me, why does the cute little puppy in your shadow obey you?" she asked, whispering sensually into his ear. Asterion displayed a rather helpless expression on his face. He wanted to punch the delicate and pretty girl for her audacity to touch him, but stopped, realizing he couldn't harm her due to Limitless, even though they were in such close proximity. He could feel Limitless, acting like a second skin, protecting Rose in all directions. Creation and manipulation of cursed spirits. I won't explain because the name is self-explanatory. Asterion pushed her arm away from his neck and moved back, looking cautiously at Rose. He had already placed Rose in the weird category, the same category as Bellatrix. By the way, adorable Baskerville. Are you blind or something? He was created to be as frightening as possible. The words adorable and Baskerville don't mix under any circumstances. In a world like ours, you seem like a Pokemon master, catching all sorts of Pokemon. Rose spoke with genuine admiration in her voice. Then, as if struck by an idea, she looked at him with an extremely excited expression. "Tell me, can you create a Pikachu, can't you?" she asked, gripping his shoulders, her blue eyes seeming to burn with a flame of hope. "Is that it? You've really reduced one of the most powerful innate techniques on the planet to a mere Pokemon master." Asterion was stunned. There were so many things to create, and she chose a Pokemon. Besides, has Pokemon really been released earlier in this world? You seem like a culturally ignorant man, Starlight. Let me guide you through the world of Japanese anime. Rose put her arm around his neck again and said with a cheerful and contagious smile. Starlight. Asterion just let out a resigned sigh and didn't say anything about the nickname. He felt that even if he contested, she would ignore him. Besides, he realized that his reputation could be ruined sooner or later if he got too close to her. Don't be so petty, it's just a Pokemon. You probably can create thousands with a snap of your fingers. You're literally the Pokemon god. Rose continued to insist, wishing for a Pikachu in particular. But Asterion remained indifferent to her requests. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to change his mind no matter how hard she tried, Rose showed a mischievous look and subtly threatened him. Believe it or not, it's better for me to receive a Pikachu, or we'll be training a lot. Asterion just scoffed at her threat. Training? If we were to do that, I'd be rubbing your face in the ground. Just you. No offense, but you're weak. Rose laughed and spoke, with a particularly irritating tone. You seem confident for someone addicted to sweets. Asterion spoke indifferently, starting to emit his magical energy lightly. I'd say it's you who's confident, bloodsucker. Rose challenged, maintaining her provocative tone. Her magical energy clashed with his, creating small gusts of wind inside the cabin. Seeing that things were spiraling towards an inevitable fight, Hermione quickly intervened. We're on a train, don't forget that. Tisk. Rose clicked her tongue and reined in her magical energy. Hump. Asterion just huffed and also reined in his magical energy. Seeing the two calming down, Hermione sighed in relief and rubbed her forehead, feeling a massive headache coming on. Chapter 43, Capitulo 41, Expresso de Hogwarts, 5. Asterion and Rose, who had calmed down, were now engaged in separate activities. Asterion was absorbed in his reading, accompanied by a glass of wine beside him, ignoring the reproachful glances he received from both girls. Meanwhile, Rose and Hermione were deepening their friendship without any barriers, as if they had been friends for a long time, despite having only known each other for a few hours. Rose, about my innate technique. Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Asterion interrupted her. Miss Granger, I must warn you that discussing your innate technique is a rather intimate matter. I'm not saying not to share it with the snowflake, but avoid discussing it in the presence of others, like me, he said, looking seriously into her eyes. Is something wrong? Hermione was taken aback. The innate technique is a rare treasure for wizards. It is the foundation of a noble lineage. Having an innate technique means that your descendants can inherit this ability, solidifying the status of a noble house, Asterion patiently explained. Not everyone possesses an innate technique. Having an innate technique implies having a much higher potential than those who have only awakened their magical energy. Hiding your innate technique can bring benefits in the future, especially against your enemies, as they would not know what your trump cards are. For example, the Potter family is famous for the 6 eyes and the limitless. One could say that in every noble house, there is a book explaining all the strengths and weaknesses of the Potter family's innate technique. The Black family is the same, practically everyone knows the strengths and weaknesses. Hermione nodded and looked gratefully at Asterion, while at the same time, she clenched her fists happily, knowing she had more potential than most. She had always been the best in school and intended to continue that way at Hogwarts. Listening to his explanation, Rose scoffed. It doesn't matter if they know or not, in the face of true strength, strategies, conspiracies, and lies are nothing but paper tigers. Asterion rolled his eyes at the girl's arrogant words. If he thought he was arrogant, Rose was even more so than him. Which was no small feat. Asterion was really arrogant, but not on Rose's level. Rose looked at Asterion leaning against the seat by the window and asked curiously, Star, you're really a noble, right? I am, Asterion replied, looking at her with a puzzled expression at the question. Is it like in the books? I mean the noble society, full of conspiracies, murders, and political intrigues. It's similar, but reality often surpasses fiction, Asterion responded, with a cold look. There are indeed political intrigues, alliances, and rivalries among noble families. But most of the time, the real battles are fought behind the scenes between factions, away from the public eye. It's a complex game, where cunning and power are the main currencies. Rose seemed intrigued by Asterion's response. She tilted her head, absorbing the information. Then, have you been involved in any of these games? She asked, with a curious sparkle in her eyes. More than I'd like, Asterion replied, still maintaining an indifferent expression. Asterion explained the factions clearly, revealing not only the structure of the British Wizarding Society, but also the complexities of power relations between them. Rose listened attentively, absorbing every word with evident interest. So, the Sacred 28 are the oldest and most influential noble houses, Rose summarized, processing the information. And the Light faction is led by Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world. That's right, confirmed Asterion, watching her reaction closely. He could see the intelligence and cunning in Rose's eyes, characteristics he considered crucial in a plan. He hoped to disrupt Albus Dumbledore's plans somewhat. It was obvious that the man wanted Rose to take his place as leader of the Light faction, something that was not in Asterion's interest. A weak Light faction was essential for him to seize power without much difficulty. And the neutral faction, led by the Greengrass family, is sort of a balance between the other two. Rose inquired, connecting the dots. Exactly, Asterion nodded, impressed by how quickly she grasped it. The Greengrass family acts as a mediator and maintains a certain balance of power between the factions. Hermione, who listened to the conversation with interest, seemed fascinated by the details revealed by Asterion. She absorbed every piece of information eagerly, her intellect eager to understand the nuances of this hidden and shadowy world of politics. But the balance has long been broken, Asterion spoke, causing the two young women to look at him curiously, eagerly awaiting his words. I have officially become a special grade wizard, shattering the fragile balance of power, especially with my engagement to the heiress of the Greengrass family. One could say we control almost this entire country. Rose could understand what Asterion was saying. She was a special grade wizard according to Hagrid and could grasp the weight of what that meant. She could literally destroy entire cities with just one red. And her cousin was one too. But Hermione didn't know. To her, the personal power of an individual being able to influence an entire nation was somewhat unreal. But it wasn't her fault. She could never have imagined she was standing next to people capable of destroying entire cities. So, your marriage to Daphne further strengthens your position in Wizarding Society, Hermione commented, with a gleam of understanding in her brown eyes. Yes, it's part of a larger strategy to consolidate our power and influence, confirmed Asterion, without revealing all the details of his plans. Rose, on the other hand, was more interested in the personal dynamics between Asterion and his fiancée. Do you really like her? She asked, curious to know more about the love life of her distant cousin. Asterion pondered for a moment before responding. Like is a complicated word, but I respect Daphne and recognize the importance of our alliance. As the conversation continued, Rose and Hermione began to grasp better the complexities of the world they were about to enter. The train continued on its course toward Hogwarts, and with it, the lives of these young wizards were about to intertwine in adventures and challenges that would shape their destinies in unpredictable ways. Chapter 44, Chapter 42, Hogwarts, 1. Lower your heads, children. Asterion, Rose, and Hermione lowered their heads at Hagrid's shout and raised them again after crossing the bridge. Beautiful. A collective sigh echoed over the moonlit lake. There was no other word to describe what these young wizards and witches were feeling at this moment, seeing Hogwarts for the first time. The castle atop the hill seemed to possess a strange allure and mystery that made you unable to look away from it. It felt like ancient magic resonating with the very essence of all magic, like a primal, ancient heartbeat. The castle seems alive, Rose murmured, gazing at the castle. If it isn't, it's not far off, Asterion heard her murmur and nodded, looking at the castle. Should I be able to create a living castle? He wondered. He thought that if he could, he would be the first to do something like that, even his ancestors hadn't thought of it. We're arriving, mind your step when getting off, children, Hagrid, alone in a boat, shouted again. The boat beneath him seemed like it would sink at any moment with his enormous weight. But in the end, upon reaching the dock, the small boat survived another day. Stepping off the boat and onto the wooden bridge, Asterion quickly distanced himself from the boat, more precisely, from the fourth occupant who was on the boat, a girl with beautiful pale blonde hair and dreamy silver eyes. She had 2 carats as earrings in her delicate ears. Asterion recognized the girl, there was no way not to. But recognizing her and wanting to approach her were two different things. He had already exceeded his quota of crazy women in his life, one Bellatrix was enough. But the girl didn't think the same. Way. Can I pet him? She asked, approaching Asterion, who continued to step back, her dreamy eyes wandering in the shadow of the black air. No, he particularly dislikes people wanting to pet him, Asterion denied without any hesitation. We'll never know unless I touch him, the girl insisted, staring directly into Asterion's eyes, as if she were looking straight into his soul. Looking into those eyes, Asterion couldn't help but notice the familiarity they shared with Gellert Grindelwald's eyes, the Dark Lord. Rose and Hermione laughed, watching Asterion constantly backing away, but every time he moved back, she moved closer, creating a rather amusing scene where a boy retreated and a girl approached. For them, it was truly amusing to see the cold and indifferent Asterion Black, a special grade wizard, fleeing from a seemingly harmless girl. While Asterion kept backing away from the girl, Hagrid, in front of the crowd of new students, banged heavily on the gigantic wooden doors, creating a loud sound. It didn't take long for the doors to open, revealing a middle-aged woman with stern features. Her hair, almost entirely white, was arranged in an elegant bun, and she wore emerald robes and glasses on her eyes. Professor McGonagall, I've brought the new students, Hagrid said, his voice naturally loud. Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid. I'll take care of the children now, she replied, looking at the nearly 300 teenagers, who fell silent with a simple glance from her. Hagrid nodded and left with heavy steps, but not before waving to Rose at the back of the crowd, who also waved back gently to him. Follow me in silence, Professor McGonagall said, fully opening the massive wooden doors. Soon, almost 300 boys and girls followed quietly into the castle. I have to say, I'm curious how Hagrid's parents met, Asterion, who had managed to shake off the girl with dreamy eyes, murmured to himself, after watching the giant human hybrid disappear with a lantern in hand. To give you some context, a giant typically stands between 4 to 6 meters tall. The tallest recorded human reached a maximum height of 2.72 meters, 8 feet 11.1 inches, and weighed 199 kilograms, 439 pounds. Still, faced with a giant, they seemed like a child barely reaching the waist, so the idea of a giant and a human mating and conceiving was something that left Asterion very confused. Rose rolled her eyes upon hearing the murmuring of her new friend, or at least, she thought they were friends. One thing she noticed about Asterion was that the boy was particularly curious about everything. But not on a normal level, anything he found interesting, he had a rather unsettling gaze, almost like a mad scientist looking at his subject. She resolved to keep an eye on Asterion to prevent him from dissecting some students out of curiosity. In front of all the new students, Professor McGonagall began to explain the basics to them. Hogwarts has 4 houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. You will be sorted into one of them after a test at the sorting ceremony. She continued to explain until they reached another pair of massive doors. Before entering, she said to the new students, before you enter, straighten your clothes and correct any inadequacies in your attire. In the midst of the crowd, a girl with black hair adjusted her skirt when suddenly, she felt someone tap her right shoulder. I'm busy, Gwen. I wasn't talking to you, Melina. The girl looked confusedly at her friend who was on her left and then glanced to her right. She saw a transparent face smiling eerily at her. Ha! She let out a terrifying scream that startled everyone around. But it was just the beginning of pandemonium, as more and more ghosts emerged through the walls, frightening the new students. What followed was a symphony of screams of horror and fear. Asterion remained indifferent to all the commotion. Cursed spirits were far more terrifying than these ghosts, so he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he discreetly looked with greed at the hundreds of ghosts flying above the students. Due to Hogwarts, ghosts might seem common, but they're not at all common in nature. The requirements for a soul to transform into a ghost after death were at the very least challenging. Firstly, you have to die in a location with a high concentration of magical energy, preferably on top of ley lines, which is not easy to find. Hogwarts, for example, was built on top of one of the most important ley lines in the world. Secondly, you have to have an intact soul. Thirdly, you have to die with great remorse. And finally, you have to die with the body relatively intact. Discreetly, Asterion made a hand seal, connecting his thumb to his index finger, forming a circle. In the next moment, one of the hundreds of ghosts flew discreetly to Asterion, who simply opened the pocket of his pants and the ghost was sucked inside. Looking around, he found Rose's incredibly blue eyes staring at him with an amused look and a mischievous smile on her lips. Asterion remained indifferent upon realizing he'd been caught and continued to look straight ahead as if nothing had happened. Chapter 45, Chapter 43, Hogwarts, 2. Seeing that all the students had calmed down after the ghosts left, McGonagall nodded satisfactorily and finally opened the doors. Asterion noticed that the dining hall was much larger than depicted in the movies, which was perfectly normal. The number of students in Hogwarts reached into the thousands. Looking up, he saw the famous starry sky above the dining hall. He appreciated the beauty of the stars for a moment and then refocused on his surroundings. All the older students were seated at 8 tables, 2 for each house. Slytherin had the smallest number of members, while Gryffindor and Hufflepuff vied for the house with the most members. The Gryffindor members were the loudest, followed by Hufflepuff. The Ravenclaw members were quieter and more discreet, whispering instead of talking aloud. The Slytherin members were in complete silence. Asterion almost instantly felt the gaze of most members fall upon him. The ones who didn't look were probably those with Muggle-born or mixed blood descent, who ended up in Slytherin. Looking over to the teacher's table, Asterian's gaze fell upon the current most powerful wizard in the world, Albus Dumbledore. And Asterian had to admit, the man was unparalleled in power, even more so than Gellert Grindlevald. Albus Dumbledore possessed the most devastating innate technique in the world, capable, according to rumors, of annihilating the world itself. Looking at him, Asterian confirmed that these rumors were true. Rumors said that the man's innate technique was related to the sun, and Asterian believed it. The tiny amount of magical energy emanating from Dumbledore carried an unimaginable scorching heat. As if sensing Asterian's gaze, Dumbledore turned his eyes to him with a gentle and warm smile. If it weren't for the immense magical energy of the man, Asterian might have mistaken him for a simple innocent old man. "What do you think, Lady Potter?" Asterian murmured to Rose, beside him. Rose rolled her eyes at the way he addressed her. He called her Lady Potter on purpose to annoy her, but she still responded sincerely. "Strong, about 1.5 times the magical energy I currently possess. If I want to surpass him, it should take me about 2 to 3 years. But if we were to fight using only innate techniques, I should win now, since his technique is entirely focused on destruction." "Just to clarify, you just said you would defeat the current strongest man in the world," Asterian commented, still incredulous at Rose's arrogance. Let's not mention the vast difference in combat experience between Rose and Dumbledore, just the number of spells the man could cast was headache-inducing for any special grade wizard. With an irritating smile, Rose looked at Asterian with an arrogant air and declared, "It's not arrogance, it's pure reality. Besides, he won't hold the title of strongest man in the world for long, that title will be mine." From that moment on, Asterian didn't consider himself arrogant. Rose possessed that characteristic more than he did. Beside a chair in front of the teacher's table, Professor McGonagall picked up a scroll and announced the first name on the list. Abbott, Hannah. A visibly nervous girl emerged from the crowd of freshmen and took her seat in the chair, facing all the students directly. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and placed it on Hannah's head. 30 seconds later, the hat shouted loudly, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table erupted into applause. McGonagall transfigured the girls' robes to match the chosen house theme. Hannah stepped down from the chair with a smile and quickly made her way to the Hufflepuff table. Professor McGonagall continued calling out one student after another until it was Asterian's turn, which didn't take long as he was at the top of the list. Black, Asterian. The hall almost instantly fell silent. In England, Asterian's fame was almost as great as Rose's, especially with the help of Rita Skeeter. The peak of Asterian's fame came after his birthday party, when Rita wrote an article about the relationship between Asterian and the fearsome Dark Lord, Gellert Grindlevald. One could say that no one would be surprised if Asterian declared himself a Dark Lord. Asterian doesn't seem so scary, he's very polite and courteous. "I don't see why everyone is afraid of him," Hermione said beside Rose, noticing the fear in many people. But how could she know the terror people lived through 13 years ago, where everyone lived under constant fear of being killed at any moment? Rose just smiled and didn't care about the tense atmosphere in the hall. Her attention was entirely on Asterian. Now she could understand why he was so cold and indifferent. Ignoring the stares falling upon him, Asterian walked, and everyone made way without saying a word. Before taking his seat, Asterian directed his gaze to the teacher's table, focusing on the men in the purple turban beside Severus Snape. Even before arriving at Hogwarts, Asterian had decided to deviate from the original story. After all, only a fool would stay under the same roof as a lunatic like Voldemort, who wouldn't hesitate to destroy Hogwarts to achieve his plans. So, Quirinus Quirrell needed to die. Asterian was undecided about how and where, maybe he would even call Rose to join in the fun. After all, both of his parents had perished at the hands of Voldemort. But initially, Asterian didn't expect Voldemort to actually appear as in the original plot. After all, Rose was a special grade witch. Even at his peak, Voldemort wouldn't stand a chance against her, especially now that he was just a fragment of a soul. However, to his surprise, he could feel an absurd amount of resentment emanating from Quirinus. There was no doubt that the former Dark Lord who once terrorized all of Britain had been reduced to a mere parasite. Asterian was simply perplexed by how Voldemort expected to defeat Rose. "Is there a problem, Mr. Black?" Professor McGonagall looked confused by his sudden pause. "It's nothing, Professor, just pondering something interesting," Asterian replied indifferently. With that said, he took his seat and crossed his legs, one over the other, looking out across the entire dining hall as a king would gaze upon his subjects. Chapter 46, Chapter 44, Hogwarts, 3. Feeling the hat being placed on his head, Asterian soon heard a curious voice. "Hello, my young lord, may you ask your cursed spirit to allow me to check your character?" As Asterian had mentioned earlier, Baskerville was created to protect him from everything, including mind rapists like Snape and Dumbledore, who were masters of occlumency and legilimency. Asterian spoke with Baskerville, and the hat managed to perform its job clearly. It spoke with a voice full of wisdom and curiosity. "How interesting. Helga would embrace you with her unwavering loyalty to your family. Rowena would open her private library to you with her insatiable thirst for knowledge. Godric would teach you his precious swordsmanship with his bravery. Salazar might invite you to dissect some interesting snake he found. I must say, you are the most challenging person I've had in my 1,000 years of existence, my young lord. Even Merlin wasn't as difficult, the man had a heart of gold with his love for muggles despite being from Slytherin. But I really didn't expect a direct descendant of one of my creators to marry a black. I must say, it's an unexpectedly fitting combination. The Sorting Hat continued to speak without pause as Asterion listened with curiosity. To his surprise, the hat was analyzing its own soul. The process of such an act was so meticulous and precise that it left him speechless with the genius behind its creation. Do you wish to be in any specific house, my young lord? The Sorting Hat asked, giving Asterion the option to choose for himself. Slytherin, please. If I end up in Gryffindor, my great-grandfather might want to set you on fire. He was already fed up with you putting Sirius in Gryffindor, Asterion mentally spoke to the Sorting Hat. Sirius Black, I remember the young lad, he broke the 1,000-year tradition of the Black family. Before him, all members of the Black family went to Slytherin, the Sorting Hat spoke with a voice full of amusement, showing no fear of Asterion's words. He continued, before I announce your house, by the order of all 4 of my creators, I have an obligation to say something, my young lord. If you wish to awaken your second-inborn technique, seek out the Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin's heritage resides in the Chamber of Secrets, along with the method to awaken your second-inborn technique currently dormant. Before Asterion could even speak, the Sorting Hat spoke for the entire hall to hear. Slytherin. Everyone at the Slytherin table stood up and applauded, a shower of applause in respect for their future leader. Asterion descended from the chair, and his robes gained a green hue along with the crest of Slytherin House. Casting a slightly arrogant glance at Rose and Hermione, he walked over to the Slytherin table and took a seat in an empty spot. Nobody came to speak to him at the moment because it wasn't an appropriate time. The sorting ceremony continued, and some new students were sorted into Slytherin, such as Draco and his cronies, whose names Asterion didn't bother to remember. The notable students sorted into Slytherin included Amelia Bulstrode, Tracy Davis, Theodore Knott, Pansy Parkinson, and Blaise Zabini. In addition, obviously, his fiancée, Daphne Greengrass. It wasn't the first time Asterion had met Daphne. The Greengrass heiress had often visited Black Manor over the past 3 years to get to know each other and deepen their relationship. Asterion had also visited Greengrass Manor to meet his future in-laws and sister-in-law, Astoria. It could be said that they knew each other well, they had learned a lot about each other over these 3 years. For Daphne, Asterion respected her, as she had renounced many things for her family. Perhaps that's why their relationship was good, even though there was no love at the moment, but they both respected each other, which Asterion greatly appreciated. The first time they met, Asterion was surprised to recognize her as the same girl who had danced at the birthday party. What he had expected to be just a passing encounter in his life turned into the first of many, and perhaps for his whole life, until the end of his days. Daphne, under the accusatory and envious glares of the Slytherin girls, especially from Pansy Parkinson, elegantly sat down beside Asterion. I sensed your magical energy on the train, is everything all right? Daphne asked discreetly, her shoulders touching Asterion's. Beside Daphne sat a girl with brown hair and chocolate-colored skin, Tracy Davis, Daphne's close friend, someone Asterion had met when visiting Greengrass Manor. It's nothing, just a particularly irritating red-headed nuisance, Asterion replied, looking at his fiancée with a slightly gentler gaze. She noticed his look and offered a small smile, her lips stained with red lipstick. Weasleys tend to be irritating at Hogwarts from what I've heard, Daphne murmured to him. Before she could continue, applause rang out throughout the Great Hall, so loud it seemed to make the place tremble. All of Slytherin table looked up and noticed a girl with white hair walking amidst the thunderous applause of everyone. Rose Potter. Rose Potter. Rose Potter. Daphne looked at the legendary Rose Potter with a curious gaze. After all, she was the girl who lived, the one who held the record for defeating a Dark Lord when she was just a baby. Is she powerful? Daphne asked Asterion. Yes, in a fight to the death, I can kill her at the cost of dying myself, Asterion replied indifferently, watching Rose sitting in the chair. I didn't expect her to be a special grade witch, Daphne narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Dumbledore certainly hit her very well from the magical world. You're wrong, Rose Potter wasn't raised in the wizarding world, I dare say she was raised with her muggle relatives, Asterion whispered to her. This made Daphne widen her eyes, she couldn't believe that the savior of the British magical world was raised by muggles. But then she realized something. Her blue eyes fell upon the old man sitting in the head chair. Dumbledore did this intentionally to prevent Rose Potter from siding with the purebloods, knowing the pain of Muggleborns, Rose would fight for the rights of the most disadvantaged class. I didn't expect Dumbledore to think decades ahead. Daphne sighed in wonder at Dumbledore's foresight. That old man may seem innocent, but he's more cunning than all the patriarchs of the noble houses combined. Asterion huffed coldly. Gryffindor. The applause sounded even more grandiose as the Sorting Hat spoke. The Gryffindor table practically turned into a wave of noise and chaos. The noise naturally ceased when Professor McGonagall looked at the students of the house she oversaw. After all the new students were sorted into their respective houses, Albus Dumbledore gave a speech to all the students and ended with a strange phrase that nobody understood. Dinner was served, and everyone who was hungry ate eagerly. Asterion and Daphne ate in silence until the entire sorting ceremony officially ended. All students followed their respective prefects to the common rooms. The password to enter the common room is pure blood. If you forget, you'll have to sleep outside or hope someone opens it for you, the Slytherin prefect told all the new students. The Slytherin common room was located beneath the Black Lake. Casting a dim, slightly greenish illumination, the predominant color was green with touches of silver, giving the entire common room an elegant and cozy ambience. The chair next to the fireplace is the seat of the Slytherin leader, belonging to the strongest person in the entire house, the prefect continued, introducing everything to the new students. Asterion glanced at the chair and walked towards it. The prefect wanted to reprimand the arrogant new student, but upon seeing who it was, wisely remained silent. Sitting in the chair, Asterion crossed his legs and looked at all the members of the Slytherin house. His red eyes gained a phosphorescent hue, appearing especially sinister under the dim light of the room. Beside him, Baskerville materialized and rested his head in his master's lap, his 100 eyes coldly surveying the teenagers and young adults. From this day forth, I am the law, I am your king and ruler. I don't care what you think of me, but know that those who dare challenge me will suffer. His cold and regal voice sent shivers down people's spines. Looking at everyone for a moment, Asterion continued, during my reign at Hogwarts, I intend to change the entire Slytherin house. I don't want others to fear or despise us, I want the other houses to look at us and feel envy for not being in Slytherin. For those who obey my orders, I will personally teach and train them in private lessons on Saturdays. When Asterion said this, regardless of age or gender, everyone looked at him with excitement. They all knew he was the second special grade wizard in England, meaning they would be personally trained by one of the most important figures on the planet. At this moment, even if Asterion wanted to change the house crest, they would accept it without hesitation. The older students supervised the younger ones, reminding them not to forget the rules. Asterion stroked Baskerville's head in his lap. I'll give you one warning. Rose Potter is someone you cannot touch, she's a special grade witch. If you don't want to be humiliated, stay away from her. His final words made the faces of the older students change drastically. Perhaps the patriarchs of each noble house would hear about this news the next day. Rose Potter being a special grade witch changed everything. It meant that the Light faction possessed 2 special grade witches. Chapter 47, Chapter 45, Classroom, 1. September 2, 1993, Thursday. Hogwarts. As Asterion got ready in front of the full-length mirror, a curtain of darkness formed beside him, and from it emerged a creature resembling a bat, not large, almost the size of an adult man's palm. It looked somewhat cute, upon closer inspection. Go and find the Chamber of Secrets, Asterion spoke as he adjusted his green tie. The bat nodded obediently and transformed into thousands of bats, which soon disappeared, but Asterion knew they were only invisible in the room. Opening the door of the room with a spell, Asterion let the thousands of invisible bats out and closed the door to the room again. Early yesterday morning, Asterion took advantage of everyone being asleep and headed straight to the girls' bathroom determined to enter the Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, the chamber wasn't there. Someone had moved the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets to another location. As for who, there was only one option, Voldemort. Besides himself, he was the only descendant of Slytherin in this castle. But Asterion had to admit that the men worked fast, knowing that the Sorting Hat would likely inform him about the Chamber of Secrets. The Dark Lord wisely moved the chamber to another location. But it was a move destined to only delay the inevitable. He would find the Chamber of Secrets sooner or later. Seeing that he was properly presentable in the mirror's reflection, Asterion nodded satisfactorily and left the room with his wand in its holster. He had Transfiguration class in the morning, together with the Gryffindors. Asterion had to admit that releasing his bats was a smart move. Besides searching for the Chamber of Secrets, the bats also served as guides. He soon arrived back at the cafeteria. Besides him, there were 4 other awake students eating, 2 from Ravenclaw, 1 from Hufflepuff, and 1 from Gryffindor. In addition to the students, Dumbledore was seated in the head chair and waved to him, greeting him. Asterion nodded in response and sat at the Slytherin table. He quietly ordered the dishes he wanted, and magically, they appeared on the table. He had to admire the Hogwarts house elves, they were extremely efficient. Not surprising considering they serve thousands of people every day. Asterion ordered a glass of wine to accompany his bread, eggs, and sausage, with mashed potatoes. But before starting to eat, he looked at Dumbledore and gestured to the seat next to him in the enormous chair that served as seating for everyone, clearly inviting him to join him for the meal. Dumbledore seemed surprised for a moment but then appeared seated beside him. He was the only one who could apparate within the confines of Hogwarts, a feat ingeniously accomplished by Rowena Ravenclaw. I'm over 100 years old, but this is the first time I've sat at the Slytherin table, Dumbledore said playfully. His blue eyes looked kindly at Asterion, ignoring the other shocked students as the situation unfolded in front of them. Asterion narrowed his eyes. Although Dumbledore had not sat at the Slytherin table, he had certainly spent a lot of time in Grindlevald's company, which was practically the same thing. I met my cousin, Rose. She wasn't raised in the wizarding world. Eating a piece of toast, Asterion spoke while looking at the most powerful men in the world. Fame can sometimes go to people's heads, making them arrogant. I didn't want that for little Rose, Dumbledore replied, ordering his own food, an authentic English breakfast with eggs, bacon, toast, tomatoes, roasted mushrooms, sausages, chorizo, and baked beans. Yes, of course you didn't want that, Asterion emphasized that "you" very sarcastically. Dumbledore acted as if he hadn't heard his sarcasm and asked while eating a sausage, "How is Lord Arcturus?" "Last I saw him, he was as strong as a dragon." Feeling perhaps that Dumbledore knew about Arcturus's critical condition, Asterion responded coldly, "He's doing well, although he might dream of strangling you while he sleeps." Dumbledore just chuckled amusedly at his words. "We've always been rivals, he's one of the few people from my generation still alive," he spoke with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Asterion truly didn't know if those words were true. The man in front of him was a true master at hiding his own emotions and showing what you wanted to see in order to get closer to you. Seeking to take control of the conversation from Dumbledore, Asterion asked, "Can I enroll in the exorcism course in advance?" The exorcism course was only accessible in the 4th year when students began to undertake missions, but Asterion didn't want to wait that long, especially since he would be called upon anyway to deal with special grade cursed spirits. Dumbledore stroked his long beard, pondering for a moment before responding. "It's not impossible for you, but your team would have to be adjusted. After all, you're still a special grade wizard, your missions would be extremely dangerous for someone below grade 1. He continued, "I'll speak to the school council, but don't expect a response too soon, young Asterion. Those old-fashioned sticklers don't like things that defy the rules, especially for someone like you, a special grade wizard." Asterion scoffed coldly at the man's words, but he knew Dumbledore wasn't lying. The more powerful someone was, the more guarded the people of this country would be, especially after the war 13 years ago, where the wizarding population in England dropped by almost 30%. No one wanted to see another Dark Lord anytime soon, especially him, where the House of Black had produced 7 Dark Lords over millennia. As mentioned earlier, no one would be surprised if Asterion declared himself a Dark Lord. But honestly, he didn't know how these people thought they could control him. Political power? Faced with absolute strength, such conspiracies were child's play. Perhaps that was the problem with politicians. They had been controlling the country for so long that they forgot the world was still ruled by the strongest fist. As Asterion and Dumbledore conversed, more and more students arrived at the cafeteria, and without exception, they were all shocked to see Dumbledore sitting at the Slytherin table. Especially the Slytherin members, who exchanged glances and saw the same look in each other's eyes. What to do in this situation? Sit next to Dumbledore. Everyone shook their heads suddenly and almost instantly dismissed the idea. After whispering quietly to each other, they all decided to make space and isolate the two, ignoring both of them for the time being. But before everyone sat down, they all greeted Asterion with respect and admiration in their eyes, regardless of their age. "Good morning, Lord Black." "Good morning, Lord Black." "Good morning, Lord Black." "You seem to have won everyone over rather quickly," Dumbledore remarked, noting the admiring glances the students gave Asterion. "Slytherin above all values self-preservation, the weak follow the strong. That's the law this world has followed since ancient times," Asterion spoke indifferently. "Blindly following a person isn't conducive to good. After all, we are human and we make mistakes much more than we'd like," Dumbledore offered his opinion, looking deeply at Asterion. "If a ruler is powerless, it will be reflected in their governance. Incompetence leads to ruin, ruin leads to death and destruction," Asterion countered, staring at the men without flinching. "No one likes to be controlled so deeply. It's inevitable that someone will rise against the system," Dumbledore spoke calmly. "That's inevitable, but when everyone receives benefits, the majority will ignore the minority. When everyone is satisfied, no one wants to pay attention to others." Asterion knew very well that human nature is inherently selfish. Everyone feels pity for someone, but few are willing to step out of their comfort zone to help someone in need. Dumbledore remained silent and looked at Asterion with his particularly bright blue eyes at that moment. Dumbledore finished his meal and apparat to the teacher's table. As soon as Dumbledore left, all the Slytherins sighed with relief. Sitting next to the enemy of their parents was not a pleasant feeling. It seemed like they were sitting on pins, they could barely stay still in their seats. Asterion felt an intense gaze upon him and looked towards the teacher's table, more precisely at the men with oily black hair and a particularly pronounced nose. Severus Snape, the potions professor. Asterion didn't know what the man was thinking, nor did he care. As a double agent like himself, the Black Heir held a slight disdain for him. It wasn't because of Snape's choices, but rather due to what he naturally felt as someone who desired to reign. To a king, what he detested most was traitors. But at the same time, he wouldn't antagonize the man. He was nothing more than a chess piece destined to be discarded sooner or later. It was futile to harbor resentment for the dead. Chapter 48, Chapter 46, Classroom, 2. When Asterion continued to eat, Daphne and Tracy sat on both sides of him, preventing certain girls from getting close to him. Pansy clenched her teeth, watching this, the bread she was holding practically twisted in her hands. If the bread were conscious, perhaps it would lament its sad fate. It wasn't enough to be devoured, it had to suffer such torture. "Good morning," Daphne greeted him, kissing his cheek, the cold expression she usually wore around everyone seeming surprisingly kind at this moment. "Good morning," Asterion greeted her back, even Tracy, who sat on his left side. "I heard you were talking to Dumbledore at the Slytherin table," Daphne asked curiously. Tracy also listened with great curiosity. I called him for a conversation. The conversation was at least enlightening, he replied, falling silent for a moment as he speared the sausage with his fork. Though it seemed like a simple divergence of ideologies, it was something deeper. That conversation meant Asterion and Dumbledore had no possibility of cooperation in the future. Dumbledore was content with the current system, where everyone maintained a fragile balance, keeping the entire society in relative peace. But for Asterion, it was the opposite. The Ministry of Magic had to cease to exist for him to control the entire British magical society. To create the god that the House of Black envisioned, the entire island of Great Britain had to be in his hands. In other words, Asterion would dismantle the existential order and establish a monarchy, a constitutional monarchy, to be more precise. Absolutism wasn't suitable. Centralized power in one person would only bring more problems than benefits. As Arcturus had mentioned before, the foundation of a society lay in the interests of the people. Daphne didn't ask any further, noting her silence. Asterion would tell her something if necessary. In addition to conversing with Daphne and Tracy, Asterion also spoke with the first years sitting near him. Surprisingly, he found it somewhat pleasant to converse with Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott. Both showed respect for him, but they discussed interesting topics rather than typical teenage matters. I heard your mother got married for the 5th time, Zabini. Theodore, a handsome boy with black hair and brown eyes, asked, looking at Blaise with a curious smile. Blaise, a very handsome black teenager, just groaned in frustration at his friend's question. Yes, my former stepfather recently passed away, so she got married again. How did your stepfather die? Theodore continued to ask with a mischievous smile on his face. Blaise's mother was a beautiful and very charming woman, well known in aristocratic circles for her marriages, which always ended with her as a widow and a substantial amount of gold filling her coffers. With so many deaths, everyone naturally suspected that the woman was killing her own husbands to inherit the rich estates left by them. However, the Ministry of Magic's investigations always determined that they were accidental deaths or due to illnesses, sometimes even natural causes in some cases, dismissing suspicions against the woman. The ministry placed great importance on such cases. After all, it involved the inheritance of wizards, something quite delicate in England. Despite such a reputation, the line of suitors for the woman was surprisingly long. Everyone thought it was just simple bad luck. He fell down the stairs and broke his neck, Blaise replied with a slightly disgusted expression, as if remembering something very unpleasant. Everyone around found the situation quite amusing. There was no denying it, Blaise's mother's husbands were indeed unlucky. Seeing this, Blaise just sighed and said nothing. Breakfast ended with Asterion, Daphne, and Tracy leaving together. Class was about to begin. Blaise and Theodore didn't try to get too close to Asterion, avoiding making the teenager feel uncomfortable with their sudden proximity. The first class of the day was Transfiguration in the morning. Entering the classroom with Daphne and Tracy by his side, Asterion quickly glanced at the teacher's desk and saw a cat staring at him with a gaze that closely resembled Professor McGonagall's. Why is there a cat in the classroom? Tracy murmured to herself as she tried to pet the cat, but to her disappointment, the cat skillfully dodged her hands with surprising grace. Don't run away, I'm a good person, Tracy persisted. As a cat lover, she refused to let a feline go without any affection. Asterion, sitting in the back row of seats, watched the whole scene with an amused look dancing in his eyes. It wasn't every day that he would see the strict Professor McGonagall evading a student. She hasn't noticed yet, Daphne said, her tone tired, as she sat beside Asterion. Under the table, her hand found his, intertwining their fingers. Asterion looked at her with a puzzled expression but didn't comment on her actions. Observing this, Daphne couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for her mother. The woman certainly knew how to win someone over. To any casual observer, simply holding hands wouldn't be anything extraordinary for betrothed couples, but initially, Asterion had been reluctant to even sit close to her. It wasn't out of dislike or for any other reason, her fiancé simply didn't feel comfortable around strangers, including herself, his fiancée. After sharing the situation with her mother, Helena tasked Daphne with a mission, to approach Asterion cautiously. First, she was to let him get used to her presence, subtly getting closer to him and touching him until he became accustomed to her touch. She did this for months, until finally managing to touch Asterion without him looking at her with coldness. Daphne had to admit that the routine was quite eerie. When you're accustomed to something, you hardly notice when that something happens. Even the inaccessible and indifferent Asterion Black wasn't immune to this. Let her be, at least we can have some fun watching, Asterion replied, looking at Tracy chasing the cat around Professor McGonagall's desk. Seeing that she couldn't pet the cat, Tracy noticed that the class was about to begin, with more and more students arriving. Determined, she looked at the cat, promising herself that she would pet it in the future regardless of what happened. Seated beside Asterion, as she had promised Daphne, she occasionally gave fleeting glances to the cat. Rose and Hermione almost arrived late but finally entered before the appointed time. Unfortunately, a certain red-haired boy wasn't so lucky. Ron, who had just entered the classroom sweating, sighed in relief to see that the teacher hadn't arrived yet. However, as he prepared to sit down, the cat on the teacher's desk suddenly transformed into a middle-aged woman dressed in emerald robes, shocking all the students, or at least those who recognized the cat's identity. Mr. Weasley, you're late, she said, addressing the boy with a gaze capable of intimidating any unruly teenager. I got lost, Professor, Ron tried to explain, gaining some relief as he saw the teacher's expression soften slightly. After all, it wasn't uncommon for a first-year student to be late with Hogwarts' numerous confusing staircases. "You'd better not be late again, or I'll turn you into a pocket watch," she warned the boy with a cold look. McGonagall looked at the class with seriousness, her gaze briefly stopping at the frightened Tracy, but she continued after a brief pause. "Before we proceed with the lesson, I must inform you that Transfiguration is one of the most difficult and dangerous branches of magic. A simple mistake can turn something harmless into something perilous. Therefore, while you're in my class, I demand absolute attention, or I won't hesitate to expel the inattentive for an entire year." Her stern voice carried seriousness and authority, leaving almost all the students nervous, some even straightened up in their seats. As she noticed the entire class listening attentively, a look of satisfaction gleamed in her eyes, and she continued. "Transfiguration is the art of shaping matter with your will and determination." While Professor McGonagall taught the basics of Transfiguration, in the back of the classroom, Tracy complained to Daphne and Asterion. "You didn't tell me about Professor McGonagall." "Believe me, it was hilarious to watch you try to pet the professor," Daphne said with a mischievous smile on her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "How cruel, Daph. You're getting more sadistic spending time with Asti." "You weren't like this before," Tracy said resentfully. Asterion just rolled his eyes at the nickname. Tracy was the only one who dared to call him that. It was something he obviously allowed, given that he had known her long enough and she helped him keep the girls from getting too close to him. Believe him when he says that teenagers are surprisingly annoying. Every time he attended a ball over the years, he found himself completely surrounded by girls, something that particularly annoyed him, as he had a slight dislike for the touch of strangers. "It's better to focus on the class, the professor has already started to notice your whispers," Asterion murmured discreetly to the girls while keeping his eyes on the lesson, efficiently taking notes of Professor McGonagall's words. He would never let the words of a Transfiguration master like Minerva McGonagall, who had won several international awards, pass him by. Daphne and Tracy stopped their discussion and focused on the lesson. Chapter 49, Chapter 47, Classroom, 3. While taking notes during Transfiguration class, Asterion felt one of his bats had been killed. The last image transmitted to him was of a tall, muscular teenager with black hair and blue eyes. Even though 3 years had passed, he recognized the one person who lacked magical energy, Neville Longbottom. Asterion furrowed his brow, trying to recall Neville at the sorting ceremony, but found he wasn't there. Yet, clad in red and gold robes, the eldest Longbottom had been sorted into Gryffindor. But he shouldn't have been, for he lacked magical energy and wasn't even qualified to enter Hogwarts in the first place, unless Dumbledore needed another squib like Finch. Interesting. With the pen placed against his lips, Asterion displayed a slightly sadistic look. Dumbledore must have really pulled some strings to let Neville into Hogwarts. Don't think the prejudice against Neville was exaggerated. In a society based on magical supremacy, someone without magic was extremely discriminated against. Many squibs weren't even worthy of being recorded in the family tree. As Asterion pondered deeply, unaware that Daphne and Tracy were staring at him intently. "Your fiancé is dangerous, Daph," Tracy murmured, feeling her heart race faster. Despite spending a lot of time with Asterion, she wasn't immune to the devilishly handsome appearance. Especially when he wore that wicked expression on his face, which made him ridiculously sexy, just like the villains in the erotic novels she secretly read away from her mother's prying eyes. "I have to stop falling in love with the villains in books, but it's not my fault. The protagonists lack so much charisma and are only slightly handsome," Tracy thought, with a helpless look in her brown eyes. Daphne agreed with her friend's words, but at the same time, she found it incredibly exhausting to keep the girls away from Asterion. It wasn't just once or twice that she had to have a private conversation with the Slytherin girls. Although she felt her efforts were futile, the girls seemed to agree with her words, but deep down, they probably thought completely differently. Having a handsome and incredibly powerful fiancé had proven incredibly difficult, but she wouldn't give up. Asterion was hers by right, and she wouldn't let any excited bitches get near him. "Your first lesson is to transform this matchbox into a needle," Professor McGonagall spoke as dozens of matchboxes flew into the air with a wave of her wand. Each matchbox landed directly in front of each student. "The closer to the perfect appearance of a needle, the more points you'll earn at the end of the lessons," she continued, her intense gaze sweeping over each teenager in the classroom. Everyone nodded and drew their wands, chanting the incantation taught by Professor McGonagall. Commutare. Obviously, there were no changes in the matchboxes. Wrong, you have to believe. The key word is believe. If you don't believe you can do it, neither will magic. Passing by a Slytherin student, Professor McGonagall patiently explained, regardless of the fact that the boy was from a rival house. After that, she went from table to table, helping the students, regardless of their house. Perhaps that's why Professor McGonagall was popular in all 4 houses despite her strict demeanor. Rose, next to Hermione, gently waved her wand and silently muttered the incantation. Instantly, the matchbox changed its square shape, narrowing and then rounding, and a silver needle appeared on the table. 10 points to Gryffindor. Looking at the perfectly silver and pointed needle, Professor McGonagall exclaimed aloud. "Excellent work, Miss Potter. It's the first time in 40 years that a student has managed to transform a matchbox into a needle in their first lesson. Professor McGonagall expressed her appreciation in her words. Thank you, Professor, Rose responded with a smile. Keep it up, Miss Potter, but try to challenge yourself. Show me the results at the end of the class, she said, then walked over to another student behind Rose. Hermione looked at Rose with a spark shining in her eyes. I won't lose, Rose, the girl said resolutely. Then let's compete to see who earns more points by the end of the month, Rose suggested, leaning her head on her hand with a playful look. She truly appreciated Hermione. Instead of feeling envious like other girls, her friend aimed to better herself. This was rare for Rose, who had always been the target of other girls' envy because of her appearance. Having a genuine friend for the first time was a breath of fresh air. At the back of the classroom, Asterion transfigured the matchbox into a needle on his first attempt. It wasn't a challenge for him in the first place. He already had plenty of experience in such matters, especially in creating cursed spirits in the form of objects like swords and armor. Transfiguring a matchbox into a needle wasn't difficult for him at all. He even adorned the needle with intricate figures of several crows along the small silver shaft. Having a wand proved quite useful in these minute details. It helped him control the precision almost surgically. Then, Asterion heard a loud voice beside him. 20 points to Slytherin. Looking to the side, he found Professor McGonagall looking at him with a gaze full of praise. Good job, Mr. Black. Magnificent work. If you weren't a first year, I would have suspected I was looking at the work of a fifth-year student, she spoke, sparing no compliments. Thank you. I have the best teacher possible, Asterion replied with a calm demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. Being praised by this admirable woman was a very pleasant feeling. It wasn't the shallow flattery he had always heard from others. Indeed, Minerva also felt quite happy to be praised sincerely. After all, everyone enjoys compliments, regardless of age or gender. I'll say the same words I said to Miss Potter. Challenge yourself, the only limitation in Transfiguration is your mind, she said, then glanced at Daphne beside Asterion. She looked at the needle, which could hardly be considered a needle, and said, 5 points to Slytherin. Miss Greengrass, you didn't focus enough during the Transfiguration process. Remember, focus is crucial during Transfiguration. Any mistake will reflect in what you're trying to transfigure, the woman explained the errors Daphne made with a stern voice. Thank you, Professor, Daphne sincerely thanked her. After the professor left, Tracy looked at the two and spoke nonchalantly, you two are monsters. I could only briefly change the matchbox. For Asterion, such a result is normal given his inherent technique. Mine is also quite favorable for Transfiguration, but the real monster is Rose Potter. Her inherent technique isn't directly related to Transfiguration, yet she can transfigure on the first try. That insane control over magical energy is really hard to imagine, Daphne murmured, still feeling amazed by the performance of the six-eyed bearer. With the help of those eyes, she was practically born for Transfiguration. With her subatomic control over magic, Asterion spoke calmly, while constantly changing the needle on the table. Instead of changing the object itself, he altered the material, color, and even texture. Doing something that many seventh-year students would never achieve. After all, few people are truly interested in Transfiguration, most prefer spells or runes. That's the difference between someone talented and someone who lacks talent. Something someone trained for 20 years cannot be compared to a genius who achieved it in just 1 year. It's truly unfair, but nothing in this world is fair. Is she really that amazing? Tracy asked curiously. Give her a month, and with her control, she could probably transfigure you into a noodle, Daphne joked, looking at her friend with a mischievous grin. Even though Tracy knew Daphne was joking, she felt a chill run down her spine. I think I won't be getting too close to her, she said with a smile that was slightly unnerved. Asterion rolled his eyes at the girl's banter and focused on the lesson. Transfiguration class ended about 2 hours later. Rose earned 25 points for Gryffindor, Asterion 30, Daphne 10, and Hermione 10. This added up to 40 points for Slytherin and 35 for Gryffindor. Almost inevitably, the classroom divided into two sides, on one side, the Slytherin students, and on the other, the Gryffindor students, each trying to outdo the other. Asterion realized that the school seemed to be fostering this division on purpose. However, this separatism between the houses was something more serious. It could become something bigger if not handled well. Nevertheless, all students had only 10 minutes to get to the next class, which posed a challenge for the first years. The Slytherins were lucky to have Asterion guiding them to the dim and damp potions classroom. Asterion didn't like the dark and humid atmosphere of the potions classroom, nor did he like the subject at hand. Potions were not something he wanted to get involved with. He was terrible at those magical recipes. Potions, alchemy, and predicting the future were areas he wanted to stay away from. He couldn't stand still in front of a cauldron or involve himself in the complicated processes of alchemy. Predicting the future was something he especially detested, especially after the encounter with Grindlevald at his birthday party. That chilling smile on the man's face while he clapped still sent shivers down Asterion's spine. But make no mistake, although he was terrible at making potions, he recognized the value of potions that could potentially save his life at some point. He kept a stock of vials containing a variety of potions in the stomach of a cursed spirit specially created to hold things. Though it cost a considerable amount of gold, he was wealthy and cared little for the expense, even if it amounted to tens of thousands of golden coins. Fortunately, during this potions class, his fiancée was an excellent practitioner of the discipline, which was to be expected given her background in the Greengrass family. When all the students arrived promptly in the classroom, a man whom Asterion almost thought was Batman entered, dressed in a long dark cloak that seemed too large. His hollow, dark eyes watched everyone, his gaze briefly stopping at Rose before continuing until it landed on Asterion, who looked back at him with an indifferent and particularly cold stare. I do not expect you to understand the beauty of potions. This branch of magic performs true miracles in the form of liquids. I can change your appearance, make you experience love, save you when you are dying, even manipulate your luck. In this class, you will not simply wave your wand stupidly, you will follow my orders, and if you do not, you had better be prepared for the consequences. Snape's cold voice echoed through the dark and damp classroom, making the students feel slightly frightened by the eerie atmosphere, and even more unsettled by him. The sound of people swallowing was particularly audible in this silent environment. Asterion didn't conceal his dislike on his face. If Minerva McGonagall was a teacher worthy of the sacred title of educator, Severus Snape was the opposite. The men shouldn't be teaching anyone, let alone children. The disinterest in his voice was as clear as the bitter man's monotonous life. Snape picked up a parchment with the names of the students and began the roll call. As he looked at a specific name, he directed his cold gaze towards Rose. Oh, a celebrity, the girl who lived, what an honor, he said with obvious sarcasm in his voice. Rose simply smiled widely at the professor's words. Sorry, I don't give autographs to humanoid bats, she replied, her own sarcasm not concealed. With Rose's voice echoing, everyone, regardless of their house, turned their gazes towards her with veiled admiration on their faces. Snape's face twitched slightly. -10 points for Gryffindor for answering back to the professor, Snape said, looking coldly at Rose. You might as well take all the points at once, because every time you speak, I'll respond right back, Rose replied, smiling broadly, her hands behind her head. Her incredibly blue eyes stared at Snape with clear amusement dancing in them. They both stared intensely at each other, but Snape finally looked away. Asterion didn't know if the men would be as brave once he realized he had offended a special grade witch, news that probably had already spread in aristocratic circles. Women could be especially vengeful, Bellatrix was a clear example of that. She had killed Rodolphus's mistress and child in front of the patriarch of the Lestrange family. Snape still didn't know who he was dealing with. Rose didn't seem like someone who would tolerate injustices quietly. The class continued as normal, with Gryffindor losing more and more points for every basic mistake made. On the other hand, Daphne earned more points, while Asterion only assisted her with the potion ingredients. Another person earning points was Draco's twin sister, Doria Malfoy. Speaking of Doria, the teenager was practically a copy of Narcissa, both in mannerisms and in her innate arrogance. Asterion didn't sense any trace of negative magical energy in the girl, which meant she didn't practice the simplified inherent technique of the Black family, but rather the inherent technique of the Malfoy family, the Wheel of Fortune. It was mostly a passive ability, aimed at seeing luck and even manipulating it to some extent. The ancestor of the Malfoy family in France had performed true miracles with this technique, but in the hands of Lucius Malfoy, this ability hadn't worked out very well, as the losses he suffered and continues to suffer in the 13th war still haunt him to this day. Like her twin brother, Doria looked at Asterion with clear dissatisfaction in her blue eyes but didn't dare to reprimand him, perhaps due to her father's orders. As for the siblings' dissatisfaction, Asterion was very clear. Both resented him for taking Narcissa away from them, which was contradictory because neither of the twins cared about their mother until they finally realized how much they missed her. Only then did they demonstrate resentment towards Asterion. On the Gryffindor side, Hermione showed a certain talent for potions. The potions she brewed were acceptable, but Snape never awarded any points to the brown-haired girl. This deeply irritated Hermione, but unfortunately, her resentment meant nothing in the face of Snape's pleasure in punishing Gryffindor for the slightest mistake. The disgust Asterion felt for Snape deepened even further. He ardently wished to send Baskerville to devour the piece of trash that was the men, but he held back in the end. Creating a murder scandal on the first day of class wasn't something he desired. Perhaps in the second or third week. However, Hermione's friend didn't stay silent about what was happening. Rose didn't miss the chance to mock Snape, making the professor's cold face appear even more expressionless. This forced the men to use his occlumency skills to the fullest, not showing any emotion in the face of the white-haired girl's sarcastic comments. After 2 hours of class, all the students, even those from Slytherin, couldn't stand being in that environment anymore and almost ran out of the classroom. As it was lunch break, everyone headed to the cafeteria. The Gryffindors were unusually silent. Obviously, everyone was disheartened by the previous lesson, especially knowing they would have many more classes with Snape in the future. I can't believe that man is a teacher, Hermione said through clenched teeth. She had never been punished by a teacher in her life. Her exemplary conduct was something she prided herself on, but that shining record of years had been tarnished countless times today. You can imagine the girl's anger at this moment. Don't worry about that trash, Mione. We can earn many more points in other classes, Rose comforted the girl, hugging her from behind. Since Hermione was smaller than Rose, she fit perfectly in the white-haired girl's arms. Hermione's cheeks flushed with the sudden embrace, but she didn't pull away from her friend. Still, the points we earned in Professor McGonagall's class disappeared, and Slytherin is at the top of the house standings. At this rate, we'll lose the house cup, Hermione murmured, still dissatisfied with the treatment she received from Snape. Rose just laughed and didn't mind, continuing to comfort her friend regardless of the people around her. In the cafeteria, Asterion, Daphne, and Tracy sat at the Slytherin table to eat, and as they were about to start eating, they saw a white-haired teenager walking towards the Slytherin table and sitting down, regardless of the shocked looks from everyone in the cafeteria. Little Star Rose greeted Asterion with a smile. When she said that, everyone at the Slytherin table grimaced, and when someone was about to laugh, a friend next to them reminded them and held back the laughter. Asterion couldn't help but want to punch Rose's pretty face. The girl knew exactly how to irritate him. "What do you want, Snowflake?" he said coldly, looking at her. He just wanted to finish this conversation quickly and eat. "Well, I want to know why Snape dislikes me so much," Rose asked without caring about Asterion's cold look, as she ordered her own food, seemingly planning to have lunch at the Slytherin table. "Your father stole the woman he loved, what do you think?" Asterion replied sarcastically. My lovely mother was quite popular," Rose chuckled after hearing Asterion's words. Not only did she hear, but everyone at the table heard. Asterion didn't lower his voice and spoke slightly louder than usual. Hearing about Severus Snape's life was definitely something everyone wanted. They even forgot there was a Gryffindor sitting at the Slytherin table. Asterion continued to speak, regardless of how many listened. He even wanted all of Hogwarts to hear his words. "But it's not just that. Your father, James Potter, and my uncle, Sirius Black, were the main ones who made his life at Hogwarts a complete hell. Our relatives weren't exactly nice at our age, if you catch my drift," Asterion spoke, knowing about Rose's troubled childhood, even probable abuses by her maternal Muggle family. The smile on Rose's face vanished with Asterion's words. She didn't expect her father to be someone like Dudley. This left a lasting bitter taste in her mouth. It seemed like the sins of the fathers fell upon the son, meaning her. Fortunately, she wasn't a helpless girl like when she was a child who didn't know anything. "Thank you for telling me," Rose sincerely thanked him and left with her food, returning to the Gryffindor table. That was surprisingly informative. Theodore Nott spoke, breaking the silence among them. Who would have expected Snape's hatred towards Gryffindor to be like that? Tracy sighed as her eyes still burned with curiosity. She continued speaking with an excited look. "A love triangle that turned into a relationship full of hatred and resentment. I think I could write a book based on this." Everyone around rolled their eyes at her dramatic words. Chapter 50, Chapter 48, First Class of Defense Against Cursed Spirits, 1. After lunch, there were still 3 classes left, flying at 3 p.m. and, at the end of the day, History of Magic, the last class being the most special. The first one was taught by Professor Binns, a ghost who had died in his sleep and continued to teach to this day. The second one was led by Madame Hooch, a woman with piercing yellow eyes, reminiscent of a hawk's eyes. The flying class itself didn't catch Asterion's attention. He could fly on his own without any problem. But as a man, he felt particularly revolted sitting on those broomsticks. Even after years living in the magical society, he still didn't understand how witches and wizards could sit on those brooms without hurting their private parts. That was the first flying class and the last one he would attend because he would never sit on a broom again. Instead of hurting himself by sitting on a broom, he would rather ride Nidhogg and fly on top of a damn dragon. As for what the school would think of him skipping classes, Asterion couldn't care less. If anyone complained, Baskerville was especially hungry those days, and he wouldn't mind feeding his faithful companion. The penultimate class of the day was History of Magic, during which Asterion nearly dozed off while hearing about the Goblin Rebellion and the Giant Wars, topics as antiquated as Professor Binns himself. The ghost seemed to have a strange enthusiasm for history, something the Black Heir couldn't comprehend. After the end of the History of Magic class, it was time for the class Asterion was slightly interested in, Defense Against Cursed Spirits, taught by Edward Milleton, a veteran Auror from the Ministry of Magic. This class was one of the 2 that were exclusive to the reality of this magical world, the other being Magical Self-Defense Tactical Training. Edward was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with partially gray hair and cold gray eyes. A scar marked his face below the eyes, extending to the jaw. He wore black trousers and a gray vest over a white shirt. His posture was firm and imposing, like someone who had witnessed many things and faced many challenges. The Defense Against Cursed Spirits class took place in a vast open space, with students from all 4 houses present, hundreds of teenagers nervously watching the professor. Asterion's small group was in the front row of Slytherin members. "Are we going to face cursed spirits on the first day?" Tracy murmured, clearly nervous, as she looked at the cages behind the professor with a hint of fear in her eyes. No one responded to her, even Daphne seemed nervous. Perhaps the only people who appeared perfectly calm were Asterion and Rose, and as for the reason for this calmness, it didn't need explaining. Edward looked at all his students in silence and began to speak, his voice reaching everyone present effortlessly. "I am Professor Edward Milleton, the instructor for Defense Against Cursed Spirits." He paused to let everyone process the information and continued, unlike Defense Against the Dark Arts, which specializes in combating dark wizards and shadowy creatures such as vampires, werewolves, and others, this class is exclusively focused on efficiently combating cursed spirits. Walking across the floor covered in brown tiles, he gestured towards the huge cages covered with white sheets behind him. Some of you may have noticed the cages behind me, and as you might imagine, they contain cursed spirits. As he said this, all the students became agitated, and not without reason. Regardless of their background, they were, after all, just teenagers and had never seen a particularly fierce cursed spirit without parental supervision. Silence, Edward frowned, speaking coldly. His rough, cold voice made the agitated teenagers fall silent. In this class, we won't be fighting cursed spirits. The goal is simply to get you accustomed to seeing them, which will help prevent you from freezing completely when encountering them on your future missions. His words alleviated some of the tension in the room, but only slightly. Everyone was still nervous. That said, he waved his wand and removed the sheets covering the cages, revealing the cursed spirits. In the 4 cages made of a special alchemical material, 4 cursed spirits appeared, all 4 of them as grotesque as possible, clearly chosen to make a significant impact on the new students. Disgusting. That was the sentiment shared by everyone as they saw the grotesque monsters writhing in the cages. Some, with more sensitive minds, bent over and vomited immediately. No one blamed or mocked these teenagers. The cursed spirits in the cages were truly disgusting, with a repulsive mass of fat and eyes that twisted grotesquely. Edward spoke calmly, his gray eyes observing everyone with serenity. Some of you are here to determine whether you will be assigned to the exorcism course or the auxiliary course. Although the school may make this choice based on your performance at the end of the school year, it respects your opinions. Therefore, you can choose now whether you want to remain in the exorcism course or switch to the auxiliary course. He continued calmly, there is no shame in being in the auxiliary course. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. If you believe you will do better in the auxiliary course, do not hesitate to make that choice. But it's not necessary to decide now, you have until the end of the school year to choose. Otherwise, the school will make the decision for you. Every word from Edward had a profound impact on the hearts of these teenagers, who expected a world full of brightness and magic. However, reality was cruel. They were not just students but soldiers in training. Let's begin, he said. Unlike humans, cursed spirits can regenerate infinitely as long as they have negative magical energy, so the easiest method to kill them in most cases is to cut off the head and destroy the body. But it's not a mandatory rule. Some may still survive even with their body cut into 4 parts. Edward continued his lecture regardless of what the students were thinking. To provide an example, he drew his wand and incanted a spell towards the cursed spirit in the cage. Bomarda. A red flash appeared at the tip of Edward's wand and struck the cursed spirit, exploding a significant portion of the creature, splattering purple blood to the sides, staining the ground with a purple hue, and a putrid smell hung in the air. Such a bloody scene left all the students pale, but they all looked with a certain curiosity as the monstrosity regenerated extremely quickly, and within seconds, it seemed intact again, as if nothing had happened. Indifferent to the bloody scene, Edward lowered his wand and explained sternly, that's the healing factor of cursed spirits, so when you're on a mission, never let your guard down under any circumstances, as like any living creature, cursed spirits also have a basic instinct for self-preservation. Listening to the entire lecture and vivid example, Asterion nodded in satisfaction. Edward was worthy of being a veteran orar. The men knew how to teach survival without kind and flowery words. The reality was much crueler, as the men personally demonstrated. He's a good teacher, not a charlatan with blonde hair and impeccably white teeth, Asterion said to his small, private group, not forgetting to ridicule a certain plagiarizing writer. Though they didn't quite understand the second part, everyone nodded in agreement with his words. They could also see that Edward was a good teacher. He didn't hesitate to expose cruelty and blood to the new students, shattering the beautiful illusion that teenagers had about the wizarding world.